Chapter 476 Talisman. Of course, Du Sheng's tendency factor accounts for the largest proportion. Because Yezi is more optimistic about miracle records, Zhong Zhen attaches importance to the layout of miracle cinemas. However, Du Sheng has a vision in his previous life. Although he is a little inferior in business management, he will not make any mistakes in the helm and overall situation. In fact, before 4G was put into use, Renren was one of the largest social network platforms in China. It will reach its peak in 5 years, with more than 100 million registrations, and the daily visits are far beyond those of social platforms such as Meager and blogs. However, due to later strategic mistakes and neglect of smart devices, it gradually declined. In other words, Renren's potential cannot be underestimated. This is also one of the reasons why Facebook in Lighthouse Country has achieved great success. Renren.com created by Du Sheng was 1 year ahead of the other party, which makes it more room for survival and development at present. Because in the early days of the Internet, the number of high-end and sophisticated groups was relatively large. College students in hundreds of schools are part of this group. As long as Renren creates a good community atmosphere, it will naturally attract this group of people. Therefore, when there are no competitors, it develops quite quickly. Yesi was clear about the company's business data and explained. Based on your dominant direction, we adopt a combination of online and offline methods, and use the star alumni effect and on-campus activities to promote Renren.com, which has a good effect. Although it is less than 4 months old, we now have nearly 400 with tens of thousands of registered users. The daily active users also reached 33 million times. Based on the increase in these two aspects, it is expected to replace the blog's position next month. Du Sheng draws on the perspective of the future and provides many ideas for the development of Renren.com. For example, campus ecology, media channel promotion, and expand knowledge, entertainment, headlines and other sections. He also proposed to add functions such as image sharing, searching top, adding links, customizing private messages, and lottery. Through these high-quality services, we will accumulate a lot and use the influence of celebrities to attract more potential users. In addition, Renren also held a series of activities, such as the most popular artists and film and television roles, school beauties and school grass selection, idiom competitions, etc. These measures, coupled with Renren's own innovation and adapting to the current internet environment, have made its development momentum rapid. Yezi added. The marketing department expects that Renren will double its registered users by the summer vacation and become the top 3 social platforms in the country. At present, many investment banks are contacting us to discuss investment matters. Nowadays, there are about 100 million domestic online users, and Renren has indeed attracted great attention to its ability to develop to this level in a short period of time. And unlike social software such as Tianya and Blog, Renren uses a semi-real name system, so the growth of users is more practical. Yesi suddenly remembered something and said. 3 days later, a construction ceremony will be held in the Asian Games Village, and many local senior leaders will attend and also send us invitations. Dad asked you if you want to go, he would be ready. At the beginning of the year, Yes, father suggested that they take on some project to enlist the government. In order to get his daughter started as soon as possible, he also used some connections. Now, the residence of the Asian Games Village was handed over to Country Garden. Now that we start, the progress is pretty good. Du Sheng thought for a moment and said. I'm not very suitable for participating in these things. You know my ideas very well, and you should be able to handle them. Yesi adjusted her posture in Du Sheng's arms and said with a smile. I knew you wouldn't go. After my dad learned that Huabang charity is also your property, he admired you very much and wanted to recommend you to join the government. Before Du Sheng could answer, she smiled and shook her head. I know you don't want to do it, but I think you can consider it in terms of charity cooperation with the Genfo. Du Sheng nodded and said. This is a good thing. If a prostitute takes the lead, the career will be more smooth in the future. The potential social impact of poverty alleviation projects currently carried out by Hubang Charity in the Western region has relatively huge potential social impact. Especially the crowdfunding launched online for poor patients has become deeply rooted in people's hearts. For those who are interested in developing their careers, using the resources of the government to further expand these is also a political achievement. Obviously, Yesi's father hopes to obtain this part of the capital by arranging his own people. For Du Sheng, he and Yezi had no intention of getting involved in the official career. But it is a waste to be idle and not useless. Asking Yes' father to arrange a close friend to lead the bridge and set up a line will not only make full use of it, but will also help strengthen Du Sheng's golden body of charity boxing king. Du Sheng decided to do good things to the end and include charity and education assistance in the plan. To a certain extent, this also adds a layer of amulet to yourself. Hearing Du Sheng's approval, Yezi immediately picked up her cell phone and explained the situation. After the call, she snuggled back into the man's arms and said with a smile, "You have heard it all. My dad has been praising your foresight and a sense of the overall situation. It seems that he has a good impression of you." Du Sheng was also a little surprised. "I haven't done anything recently. Your father's attitude has changed so quickly, and he is a little caught off guard." Yesi smiled gracefully. "Because I officially told him that you are my definite partner. But don't worry, my parents are very friendly to you and will not put any pressure on you." Du Sheng looked at the elegant and confident Yezi and felt that she was born lucky. "I won't talk about my identity and background, and I can choose my own cheater in one step." Even though she has many scandals, she still remains unwilling to leave her. This also indirectly proves that Yezi is indeed a person with extraordinary destiny. Previously, someone on the internet joked that Du Sheng would not do a bright future or take the prosperous path of official career, but instead went to film and sing, which was a stupid behavior. But Yesi believed that this was a matter of interest principle and never expressed doubts about it, but was just focused on managing the company well. Isn't this a kind of recognition of fate? In order to repay this girl, Du Sheng spent half a day playing and strolling around, and personally guided her to practice crane fist. Yezi herself is smart, and the subtle influence of yin and yang transfer makes her physical fitness better and better. This time, her guidance has made her progress very quickly, second only to Lu Shishi and Fan Ou, who insisted on her, are almost getting started. However, Du Sheng was too busy next time and had to leave. The next morning, under Yezi's reluctance to see him off, he boarded the flight to Beijing. After arriving in the capital, Du Sheng contacted the record production person and saw Gao Yuan standing outside the door. This time, she not only visited her in person, but also brought Jia Saiwen. Originally, Lu Tao wanted to come, but after receiving the latest news from his agent, he was selected as the heroine of The Mute Bride. So, she could only go back to the company first with an excitement and nervous mood. There are only Du Sheng and the floor-driving aunt in the villa, and the girls in girls' generation are still in school. Lu Zili was busy with them. She has been traveling around recently and has not been in the capital. Du Sheng had just opened the door and before he could speak, he felt a warm body throwing into his arms. Accompanied by the quiet fragrance, he enjoyed an affectionate kiss. This is the usual style of the enthusiastic and unrestrained Princess Min, direct and straightforward. Gao Yuan reached out to hold her forehead and said helplessly, "Swen, lady, you have something to tell a Sheng." Jia Swen then reluctantly let go and quipped with a smile. Yuan, who can't wait before. A Sheng said before that he was going to the recording studio today. As a result, you still pulled me here, which was not like talking about things. Gao Yuan rolled her eyes, as if it was difficult to refute. Du Sheng was interesting and couldn't help but smile. The two sides have not seen each other for a while, and he missed Yuan's cold appearance very much. "Swen, you may misunderstand Yuan's meaning. She can't wait to come over and talk about a big business." After saying that, he blinked at Jia Swen, walked up to pick up Princess Gao Yuan, and walked straight into the room. Gao Yuan was carried like this, and her face turned red, but she remained cold. Jia Swen followed behind with a smile. After the negotiations on the big business involving hundreds of millions of yuan, Du Sheng spoke casually. I'm going to release a new album next, and there are a lot of things to deal with on the company. I have to go to the country of Kimchi in May. Speaking of this, he took out a script with the words Woolen Wei. The company invested in a new drama not long ago. I think there is a good character. Who of you has time? Gao Yuan blinked at Du Sheng and replied. My scenes in the world's #1 are all the way through, and they are not over yet. It seems that she has no schedule for the time being. Jia Swen's face was red, and she leaned half on Du Sheng. She flipped through the script and asked. Which character do you think is suitable for me? In Woolen Wei, the leading female lead Tong Zionjiu is unique in character, stingy, greedy for money, and good face. She is never vague in the face of major issues and requires a strong comedy foundation. Jia Swen's image and temperament tend to be gentle and grand. If she wants to interpret Tong Zionjiu, it is probably difficult to present that unique sense of joy and charm. As for the second female lead Guo Furong, the personality is to be willful, cheerful, and laugh, and dare to love and hate. Although he is a bit reckless, he is kind-hearted. If you hand over this role to Jia Swen, you may be able to discover her alternative talent and bring new interpretations and laughs to the character. Because she can show Guo Furong's lively, playful, and humorous side through her expressions, actions and lines. But to make the audience accept her interpretation, you may need to make major breakthroughs and adjustments. In response to this, Du Sheng said bluntly. This drama may become the top ratings, and the company will arrange auditions at that time. If you have a temporary schedule, you can try the corner of Guo Furong. Hearing that it is possible to become the ratings champion, Jia Siwen's beautiful eyes lit up. Although Guo Furong is only the second female lead, she has many roles and her positioning is indeed outstanding. Although she likes to act spoiled, she listens to Du Sheng's advice on big things. Speaking of which, her relationship with Du Sheng is like Princess Min Min in The Legend of the Condor Heroes, which develops from curiosity to emotion. Therefore, whenever the two get together, there will always be many beautiful memories. Chapter 477, Holding Yourself to Hunter. Since Sheng, you are so optimistic, you are still idle recently, so there is no problem. Before Jia silenced the script, he agreed with a smile. While speaking, he got out of bed with his white thighs bare. Her clothes had been torn, so she simply took out a shirt from Du Sheng's wardrobe and draped it on her body. The graceful and hazy figure adds a bit of charming style. Gao Yuan gradually recovered his energy at this time and said softly. Swen said you made a lot of money in the US stock market and wondered if you want to mix it up. Du Sheng laughed and joked. Yes, but it doesn't seem to be sincere when you come to the door with nothing. Having said that, I was quite satisfied with the performance of the princess serving as a tiger last time. Last time Du Sheng was taken to Jia Swen to celebrate the new drama, this girl couldn't accept a gift for serving the tiger with her body and gave him a unique and interesting experience. Jia slapped Gao Yuan and said angrily. Yuan, I'm going to play another game of turning tiger and swallowing sheep with a Sheng, but your sheep will be eaten up. Gao Yuan smiled and said. That's not better, you can transform into a sheep later. I heard that when you made a guest appearance in the Tang dynasty, you played the respected female leader every day and even staged a scene of repaying your disciples with a spring of return. It was quite laborious. Gao Yuan's words were still sharp, and he began to make jokes as soon as he recovered his vitality. Du Sheng corrected it seriously and said. Yuan, we are teaching and teaching, you obviously think too much. Jia Wen's beautiful eyes lit up, and her body was soft on Du Sheng's legs. There is a script here, why don't we try to interpret it first? Seeing that Jia Siwen was eager to try, Gao Yuan couldn't stand it, so he quickly changed the topic. Sheng, I have accumulated a sum of money in the past 2 years, about 5 million. I don't plan to buy another house for the time being. I want to invest in some equity capital. Can you give me some advice? Jia Siwen also nodded in response. Recently, many people on the internet say that the stock market crash has passed. Has the bull market begun? Du Sheng was not surprised by the two girls' thoughts. Many people either buy houses to do business or focus on stocks, bonds, and foreign exchange after they have money. Du Sheng thought for a while and said, if you want to invest in overseas stock markets, Google, Apple, and Amazon are all good choices. Of course, these are long-term investments. If you want to start in the short term, your best way is to sell them to me. Jia Siwen kissed Du Sheng and said with a smile. It's better to sell it to you, so I can stay by your side with justification. Seeing this, Gao Yuan quickly retreated and shook his head. I have to rush back to the crew in the afternoon, so I can't come again. She couldn't wait before coming, but she felt pain and happiness after coming, which made her very distressed. I want to leave so quickly, but there is no door. Jia Siwen doesn't want to feed the tiger alone. When she thinks about it, her legs tremble, and suddenly the spring light burst out. We agreed to catch turtles in the jar together, are you letting me into the mouth of a tiger? Gao Yuan could no longer maintain the image of a cold goddess, and the two started playing. It has to be said that although Jia Siwen is 29 years old, she is in excellent condition and mood, and she is quite fatal when she acts coquettishly. Du Sheng is in the game, how can he stand still? Seeing that they were still so lively, they simply grabbed them and slapped them 100 times in the face. Until the two girls were paralyzed, Du Sheng got up to wash and prepared to go out. Unexpectedly, Jia Siwen reluctantly got up and said she wanted to come to the art studio together. She felt that her status was not very stable. Since Du Sheng was going to meet the people from Wulanwei Chuan later, she naturally had to go there. In addition, she is also quite interested in music. A few years ago, I sang the opening and ending song of the TV series Flying Dragon in the Sky. This time Du Sheng went to record the album and it would be better to open his eyes. Du Sheng said. Sissy and the others will come after school at noon and practice new songs. Wulanwei Zi has an appointment in the evening, you can rest first. Jia Siwen asked the man to carry him to the bathroom and chuckled. Ziki and the others did not forget to practice singing while studying, so I can't leave it. Last month on Lu Shishi's birthday, Du Sheng brought a group of girls to celebrate her birthday, and she also joined in the fun. As a result, when singing K, I found that she was the worst singing skill. So I've been thinking about it all the time. Okay, it's okay to practice it, maybe it can be used in the future. Seeing that Jia Siwen was so enthusiastic, Du Sheng did not disturb her enthusiasm. However, if you don't advance your singing skills, you will retreat, and you will need to be trained over the years. The progress of girls' generation today is also inseparable from long-term training. I'm in a hurry, why don't you take a shower? Jia Siwen's body was wet and a little uncomfortable. If you don't hurry, let's wash together. Chen Tao, the head of the art studio, went to Moda yesterday, and it would take as soon as an hour to come back. Last night Du Sheng informed Qingzi and some girls to come back after class. Jia slapped Du Sheng charmingly and said, no wonder you still have time to take a shower with me. It turns out that everything is carefully planned, and there is no more time. What? Do you think you have less time? Du Sheng asked playfully. Jia Siwen gave him a blank look and said, if you play again, it will be broken. After taking a shower, she picked up the makeup mirror and took a look, and reorganized her hair. I was in a hurry to go out just now and I didn't have time to take care of my hairstyle. Jia Siwen's beauty makes her so charming even if she is tied up casually. She simply tied her hair into a bun, and then looked at Du Sheng happily. Does it look good? This hairstyle is not only cute but also looks young. After Jia Siwen tied her bun, her facial features are more three-dimensional. Especially those bright eyes, full of aura, look particularly playful and sweet. Can Princess Minmin look bad? It's a pity that she is driving, otherwise she has to take a closer look. Jia Siwen heard Du Sheng's praise and smiled on her face. It's a pity that the garden cannot get up, otherwise we will definitely be dazzled by the neighbors. Jia Siwen has not taken on roles recently, but she is very popular and has been constantly performing various commercial performances and endorsements. I have been busy with these affairs these days and rarely stay in the capital. Despite this, I wonder if it was influenced by yin and yang transfer. Jia Siwen always unconsciously thought of Gao Yuan. Even though she has purchased 2 properties in the mainland, she occasionally chooses to go shopping, eat and drink with Gao Yuan. After chatting all the way, the two of them were in a good mood and came to the art studio. Speaking of which, Du Sheng could have recorded on Miracle Records, after all, there are basic equipment. But considering the issues of manpower and arrangement, and the good cooperation with Chen Tao last time, I simply continued to hand it over to the art studio. At least spend a little money, it can reduce a lot of trouble and spare a lot of time. Cousin/brother Sheng is here, hello sister Wen. Jia Siwen's face was filled with a warm smile, and she enthusiastically met the one who had just gotten off the car. Lu Yifei greeted her. After Du Sheng parked the car, he found that only 2 girls, Lu Yifei and Yang Mi. Lu Shishi is currently filming Water Moon Cave Heaven and can't find time to come. The same is true for Tang Yan. She has just joined the crew of Blood Romance recently and is undergoing training. Du Sheng stepped forward and touched Yang Mi's little head, and said dotingly, "You guys go and practice the new song first, Chen Tao hasn't come back yet." Art Studio has made a lot of money from Girls' Generation albums, so the studio has always been open to them for free. Lu Yifei asked with a song score. "Cousin, are our album 5 songs?" The song score lists 5 songs: Invisible Wings, QQ Love, Perfume is Poisonous, Making a Mistake, and I Don't Miss You Because of Loneliness. Du Sheng nodded. Like mine, they are all EP albums, and they mainly feature online pop songs. However, you can't get enough people at the moment, so it takes time to practice songs. It will probably take 2 months to publish it. Yang Mi sat next to Du Sheng, a little annoyed. I have more than a month left to take the college entrance examination, and I really can't find time. Shi and Sister Yan are still in the crew, so I guess they have no time to practice singing. This time she came out, she was still taking advantage of the lunch break, otherwise the teacher would not be able to pass the qualifiers. Lu Yifei smiled foolishly. I delayed 2 months in filming last time, so I have to make up for my academic progress. I can only practice 1 song or 1 song. Jia Siwen was eager to try and pulled them in. Okay, I'll be your training, go and open your voice first. Seeing that they were so active, Du Sheng didn't say much, just gave a simple command. I'll go to the recording studio to test the equipment first. If you encounter any problems, you can come to me. Yang Mi immediately let go of his hand and laughed. I haven't even memorized the lyrics of the main song. It's not because of loneliness and there are so many problems. Lu Yifei was also very obedient and waved to Du Sheng. Cousin, then you can be busy. Several people came to the recording studio around the corner, and Du Sheng debugged the microphone for them and said, "How many songs have you practiced on the album?" Lu Yifei was a little cute and replied, "I have only practiced 2 songs, and Shi and Sister Yan probably haven't practiced 1. The main thing is that there is no time, and I usually take time to practice on weekends or at night." It has been half a month since she returned to the capital. In addition to studying, she also filmed 2 advertisements and participated in a promotional event. The time to practice singing is squeezed out, and it is already quite good to be able to achieve this level. If she had been put in her previous life, she would not have such enterprising spirit. Du Sheng didn't say much. After all, the efforts of several girls can be seen, and I expected that the postgraduate specialization will be scheduled to be done after the summer vacation, so I can take it slowly. Half an hour later, Chen Tao finally came back. Du Sheng looked at his dusty look and joked. "You are so haggard, you were caught washing your feet last night, right?" Chen Tao washed his face and sighed quietly. "It would be great if I had foot washing, and there wasn't one more girl. Last night, Qi Qin took him to drink, and he was unconscious and vomited until the morning. Some time ago, Qi Yu and Qi Qin held a concert, and he was invited to be a music planner. Both of these are regular bar guests, and they can't stay idle even if they hold concerts. After a while, I drank a lot of this wine." Seeing that Chen Tao was nothing serious, Du Sheng smiled and said, "Luckily you know you're back, otherwise I'll have to call your wife." Chapter 478 Killing All Sides. Chen Tao smiled and covered up his embarrassment, but said, "You have released my album songs before, and the arrangements have been made. All aspects are ready, and your singing skills will not take much time. Moreover, the set issuance date is next month, so it will not delay the official business." Du Sheng finally understood. No wonder this guy was still in the mood to take a break from his busy schedule. This is without a clear production deadline and lacks a sense of urgency. Du Sheng said lightly, "The album will be recorded before April 23, and then the MV will be filmed, and there will be a series of publicity and promotion work." Although his album is still an EP, his 5 songs were hits in his previous life. "Two Butterflies," "Autumn Not Back," "Who Will You Think Of When You Are Lonely," "Waiting for a Minute," "Is Anyone Telling You?" If you don't take action, you will have to ensure the level of action. Chen Tao was stunned after hearing this. "You're crazy. It's the 20th day today. I haven't recorded a single song on the album, and I've added a single temporarily. It's so hurry." Du Sheng said calmly. "What's the point? You just said that the arrangement is ready-made. I will record 2 songs today and 3 songs tomorrow, and there will be no problem. As for that single Bluebird, I have finished recording on Miracle Records, and you don't need to worry about it." The Mandarin version of the song Bluebird was released at the request of fans. Because the neon version was released before, fans have asked for the launch of the Mandarin version. Considering the needs of the audience and not requiring reorganization, Du Sheng agreed and planned to release it for free. It is worth mentioning that the neon version of Bluebird has now topped the credibility list for 2 consecutive weeks and is in a strong momentum. In addition, this song seems to be in line with the atmosphere of Naruto, and the other party has recently separated from Sony. The company negotiates copyright and is ready to be used as one of the theme songs of the animation series. "You Are Cruel." After knowing that he had to finish recording within 2 days, Chen Tao felt like he had been given a hormone. There is no way, many of his colleagues are jealous of this money, and he doesn't do a lot of people. Moreover, Du Sheng's level is indeed unspeakable, and the song recording is progressing smoothly. In the evening, the 2 main songs Two Butterflies and Autumn Not Back were successfully completed. At this speed, it is entirely possible to complete album recording before the 23rd. During his recording of the song, Jia Swen took Lu Yifei and Yang Mi to enjoy the food and took them back to school. When she came back, she saw Du Sheng still focusing on singing. She finally couldn't help but feel sleepy and went back to make up for her sleep. Du Sheng returned home and learned that Gao Yuan had returned to the crew. He smiled and said nothing, and followed Jia Swen, who had just woken up. "There are still social engagements tonight, and I can't even sit still if I want to." After parking, Du Sheng helped Jia Saiwen get off the car with a gentlemanly. The car speed was too fast just now, and this girl had a little weak legs and needed to calm down. Du Sheng closed the car door and suddenly looked attracted by the shiny red high heels on Jia Saiwen's feet. Her jade feet were wrapped with a silver anklet, which made her skin look fair and delicate. The 10 toes are crystal clear as jade, very charming, adding a bit of charm and sexy. It makes people want to play with it carefully. However, Jia Siwen was weak at this time and she was a little shaking when she walked. Du Sheng shook his head and smiled, and said, "Although it's beautiful to wear high heels, it's not good for your feet to wear too much, and it's inconvenient to walk." Jia slapped Du Sheng, but held his arm intimately, and smiled. "I rarely wear it normally. It's rare for you to take me to socialize tonight, so of course you have to dress up carefully." After Jia's swearing, Du Sheng felt a little ashamed. His women are only a large number of, and sometimes they are inevitably unable to get a clone, and they often get together to interact. For example, recently, they were either together with Gao Yuan and Jia Siwen, or Lu Tao and Fan Ou. Although there is a different kind of fun when many people interact and discuss, women sometimes hope to get along with Du Sheng alone. Du Sheng rubbed Jia Siwen's hair and said softly, "After the social event, we will go to the Huiro set to relieve the steep driving when filming The Legend of the Sky." After hearing this, Jia Siwen was in a good mood and her body was not weak. She kissed him happily. "That's great. My Princess Min Min is finally going to kill all sides." Du Sheng. Markham Restaurant, where the crew of Rat Fall in Love with Cats was completed. The waiters were quite familiar with the two and took them to the booking room without much thought. As soon as I entered the private room, I heard a few laughter. Sitting directly opposite the door was a fat man wearing glasses. Du Sheng recognized at a glance that the man was Ning Keshan mentioned by Wang Jinhua. Next to Ning Keshan was his wife Cheng Jiao, and beside Zhu Tong was his acquaintance Li Lida. "That's right, it's the producer who used to be a trick of Goddess Dragon." Seeing Du Sheng coming in, the four of them stood up to greet him. Ning Keshan and Cheng Jiao seemed a little nervous. Especially Cheng Jiao, she couldn't hold her smile after standing up. Du Sheng responded with a smile, but was a little indifferent to the screenwriter Ning Keshan. Even when discussing the plot and shooting issues, he directly expressed his views and opinions. Ning Keshan is indeed talented, but his mistakes are a bit big, and Du Sheng does not intend to have a close relationship with him. However, Woolen Wei Chuan is indeed a good work worth looking forward to. So just collaborate on this drama and go your separate ways. Ning Keshan felt that Du Sheng's attitude was taken for granted and was completely in line with his identity. With two people from Zhonglu Film, the atmosphere is quite harmonious. Ning Keshan seemed to want to get investment from Interstellar Media, and talked about his conceived experience in a casual manner. And he joked that he could live in the basement and would not be able to lose money if he didn't make any money. Du Sheng had read the script of Woolen Wei Zi before, and currently only has about 30 episodes. To be on the safe side, he made a request. "We Star Media can invest and even supervise production and distribution. It's just that the script is not perfect yet, I need to see the final version." Ning Keshan initially asked Zhonglu Film for investment, but this company belongs to a small workshop. Zhu Tong even said that the most investment is the same as Goddess Dragon and the main focus is on a steady basis. If he wins Star Media into the market and gives it production and distribution, he will feel more at ease. You can make money while lying down. After all, Star Media has invested in so many dramas and has never failed. For Ning Keshan and the others, it is also the most ideal result to be able to obtain investment, and the producer is the popular Star Media in the industry. If you have any dissatisfaction, it is Li Lida. Because he wants to be a producer. Unfortunately, he doesn't have much say here now. According to Zhu Tong's meaning, it would be good to be the producer of Zhonglu Film. The reason why Du Sheng decided to invest and produce it by Star Media was that during the discussion just now, he learned that Li Lida did not have a deep understanding of the sitcom Woolen Wei Zi. According to his idea, the layout and construction plan is to apply the ancient martial arts of Goddess Dragon. He even wanted to invite Bay City artists Wallace Huo and Cai Yilin to come play the male and female protagonists. Regardless of the butt problem, the temperament alone is not suitable. In terms of directors, Li Lida wants to invite his former partner Zhang Jun to direct it. Du Sheng shook his head in his heart. The script is indeed good, but if the crew is too bad, the final work may not be satisfactory. Du Sheng originally planned to invest a small amount of money himself and asked Jia Swen to replace Yao Dezhui to play Guo Furong. But after learning that Li Lito was going to be a producer, he couldn't help it. It is not reliable to leave it to this person to lead the team. It would be fine if you were cheated once, but I don't want to do it again. It just so happened that Zhong Zhen had some time recently, so she gave this project to her to build it. She has served as a producer twice. As long as she follows Du Sheng's instructions and combines the director and cast of her previous life, Wulinwei Xuan will definitely be above the level. Ning Keshan received an investment commitment and asked excitedly, Du Sheng, do you want to make a guest appearance? I think you are very suitable for Bai Zhantang in all aspects. Du Sheng waved his hand slightly and said, I haven't had any schedule recently, so I'll forget about being a guest star. Moreover, the actors of this drama only need to choose the ones that match them, and there is no need to settle for them. In addition, Swen will play Guo Furong, and she can just take the focus of traffic. The total investment of Wulinwei's Huan is approximately RMB 12 million, jointly funded by Star Media and Zhonglu Film. This amount of funds is not enough to pay Du Sheng and Jia Siwen's salary. However, this is a bit of a shocking person, so he chose the excuse of panacea. Ning Keshan's eyes flowed, and he looked at the charming Jia Siwen beside Du Sheng, and nodded excitedly. Teacher Wen's temperament is so appropriate to Guo Furong in my script. Ning Keshan did not lie. Guo Furong in his script is a smart and agile female hero, with beauty and wisdom coexisting. When the director in his previous life looked for Yao to play Guo Furong, Ning Keshan did not agree. He believed that Yao's slutty temperament, and his facial features were always far from Guo Furong in his mind. However, the director's words left Ning Keshan with nothing to say. With a limited budget, Yao is already the best candidate. Ning Keshan was naturally full of joy when he was able to invite Jia Swen to play Guo Furong this time. Jia Swen is not only charming in appearance, but also very popular. Several previous scandals with Du Sheng, coupled with the popularity of The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Young Emperor, made her famous, and now she is firmly on the front line. After talking about the details of Wulinwei Chuan, Du Sheng took Jia Swen to leave. Tonight, he had not drunk anymore, so he drove Jia Siwen to Huiro Film and Television City. Jia Swen smiled happily and said, I thought you were just talking before, but I didn't expect to take down the role directly. Du Sheng smiled. I see you have also had a month off, it's time to come out. You have to be more serious about this drama, without any worries. Even if you are occasionally uglinessful, it doesn't matter. If you play the role of Guo Furong alive, it will become your representative work in the future. Actors need works to prove it. Even though he has ruined his popularity in his previous life, he still has a place in the film and television industry with his works such as Wulinwei Z, Landing, and Storm. In addition, with foreign resources, Yao although there was a storm, he was still active on the screen. Du Sheng has never admired this kind of hobby, beating Hannah and playing with her. Naturally, he didn't want such people to continue to perform these classic roles. Jia Swen tilted her head and said, actually, it's good not to film. You can have fun with your best friend in your spare time. It's so wonderful to want to relax and be with you, a handsome guy, as your company. Now you suddenly arrange a drama for me. No, you have to compensate me well. While talking, she took out a pair of exquisite stockings from her bag, put them on, stretched her white legs to the front row, and said with a smile, today I have weak legs all day long, so I will punish you to help me massage my feet. Du Sheng. Jia's scent is always fresh and elegant, and there is almost no sweat on his feet. Du Sheng gently held her feet and felt a light fragrance. The jade feet are raised lightly, white and slender. It is smooth as grease and elastic when you start. The toenails are neatly and round, like magnificent pearls, crystal clear. Jia Swen shyly withdrew her feet. I'm just kidding. You really have a massage. You said you're not a foot control. Du Sheng parked the car in a place where no one was left, and smiled and said. The plot was obviously incomplete when I was trapped in the secret room of The Legend of the Condor Heroes last filmed. Let's continue to act. Chapter 479 Open and Secret Battle. Du Sheng stayed in the capital these 2 days and focused on recording the album. As for Jia Swen, she left the next day because she had not finished filming a certain advertisement and couldn't stand it. Fortunately, Lu Yifei and Yang Mi come to accompany each other from time to time, so it will not be too boring. The 5 songs were recorded very quickly and were processed in less than 2 days. Du Sheng flew back to Zhejiang Prefecture that night, considering the subsequent MV shooting, production, promotion and distribution. He also promised to teach Yez Haihuan, so he had to fulfill his promise. After getting off the plane, Du Sheng handed over the things to Miracle Records and then went straight to Yezi's residence. Seeing Du Sheng, Yezi had a smile on her face, but she said, "You are so busy lately, you don't need to come and teach me specifically. I have basically mastered the crane boxing, so I will practice it diligently." Leaf Z is not clear about the effect of yin and yang transfer, nor is she clear about the uniqueness of Du Sheng's teachings. Although she likes to get along with Du Sheng, she does not want to bring him any additional burden. This means that Yezi is becoming more mature and steady. Du Sheng smiled and said, "It's okay, I can adjust the schedule, both. By the way, how is the situation of the campus ecological network?" Yezi nodded and confirmed. The project outline has been roughly determined. When the campus ecological network is updated this time, those inferior copycat products should not be worth mentioning. Moreover, the company has a good financial situation and there is no need to rush to seek external investment. I don't think there is any need to raise funds for the time being. Since Renren became popular, many counterfeit products have emerged and have been fighting openly and secretly with Renren under capital hostage. Even so, these counterfeit products only briefly affect the development of Renren.com and are not worth worrying about. Speaking of which, at home and even internationally, whenever a new model emerges, it will quickly attract the attention and imitation of personnel and funds. For example, Facebook has also begun to rise abroad. Its founder mentioned in an interview that part of his inspiration came from Renren.com from the East. Previously, most successful emerging industries in China were developed by learning from foreign models. This time, an Oriental enterprise has become the target of Western imitation, which has also made many netizens feel honored. In fact, what everyone doesn't know is that there are part of Du Sheng's investment behind Facebook. It is natural that the founder of Facebook said some scenes during an interview. But his remarks are still widely circulated in China and have also brought more positive comments to Renren.com. In addition to this publicity effect, the new functions of the campus ecological network have also increased member activity, making Renren firmly the top spot in his class. Du Sheng thought for a while and said, "When YY Voice and membership services come out and Renren also demonstrates its profit potential, it will not be too late to consider financing." Seeing the man listening, Yezi smiled happily. Du Sheng turned over the horse and gently patted her waist. "Concentrate on practicing boxing, and deal with other things tomorrow." Yezi gave Du Sheng a blank look and said, "When I complete the crane fist, I see if you dare to ride on me." Du Sheng. This girl is so elegant when she acts coquettishly, which makes him feel excited. After helping Yesang, Du Sheng came to Miracle Records and prepared to shoot the album theme song MV. Through his connections within the circle, he called the well-known MV director Wang Yulun. This man, who studied director major at the New York Film Academy in Lighthouse Country, has won awards or nominations for The New Tenant and Cambrian, filmed for Wang Fei some time ago. By the way, the wife in his previous life is very famous and is the female host of Mango TV surnamed Li. In Zhong Zhen's office, Wang Yulun was waiting there early. Is there a new project and you are short of money? Just say something, don't go around in circles. Zhong Zhen seemed to be quite familiar with him and asked straight to the point. Wang Yulun rubbed his hands and said with a little excitement, Mr. Zhong, I'm preparing for a movie called 99 Beauty, but there is still a gap in funding. Even if you shoot 10 more MVs, it's still not enough. Although he has filmed many works and won some awards in recent years, he has all been small awards and has not attracted widespread attention. Therefore, Wang Yulun is still unknown in China, and after returning to China, he can only do some work in MVs and microfilms. Before, Zhonggai Ao film was filmed with advertisements, MVs, etc., so it was quite familiar. I am also very clear about his ability. The reason why Du Sheng asked Wang Yulun to shoot the MV was that this one was quite affordable except for Zhong Zhen's mention. It usually costs about 10,000 yuan to shoot the theme song MV. If we negotiate again, Wang Yulun might be able to accept it for a few thousand yuan. 9 Beauties is a work that Wang Yulun has always been thinking about, but due to the limited funds, he has not been able to do what he wants. Du Sheng took a sip of tea and suddenly asked, How much do you owe this gap? Wang Yulun immediately replied, 3 million. Just have another 3 million. Wang Yulun spent a total of 8 million yuan to film the costume comedy 9 Beauties in his previous life. 2 million of them were added by his wife. But for a director, he naturally hopes that the more funds the better. He felt that Du Sheng had a strong financial position, so he slightly increased by 1 million. Du Sheng did not immediately talk about investment matters, but asked an unexpected question. Have you ever considered joining Star Media? Du Sheng's impression of Wang Yulun also has a vision of his past life. Because this person is very good at microfilms and has his own comedy, he can film short dramas such as I Never Expected in the future. After hearing Du Sheng's words, Wang Yulun stood up excitedly, took out a pen from his body, and said anxiously, Where is the contract? You can sign it now. From now on, I will only follow General Du. Seeing Wang Yulun's impatient look, Zhong Zhen smiled. Du Sheng was also happy, but he was also a little surprised. He did not know the difficulties Wang Yulun faced after returning to China. Not to mention making movies, even TV series can only be used as assistants for some idiot directors. Good, it is not easy to complete the script of 9 Beauties, but no investors are found. Wang Yulun made 9 Beauties in his previous life, and an investor ran away. In the end, it was his wife who stood up so that she would not make jokes. Life as an independent director is not easy. If you have the chance, Wang Yulun certainly hopes to join a capable company. At this time, he was still struggling in the quagmire of his career. Du Sheng is already at the peak of his career, and the company he founded has released several popular works in succession. Wang Yulun was naturally very happy to seize this opportunity for the olive branch that Du Sheng had put out. Du Sheng could hear his sincerity and said, You can sign the contract at Star Media tomorrow, and there will be a dedicated person to receive it. In addition, the script of 9 Beauties is also included. I will check the content and then discuss the specific investment amount. To be honest, I personally don't have much interest in exaggerated comedy movies, but this time I will support your dreams. After hearing this, Wang Yulun immediately responded, Mr. Du is proud. The value of dreams is unmeasurable, and I believe the company will definitely provide more support. The company has abundant funds, the key is to look at your ability and value. Du Sheng stood up and said, The most important thing at the moment is to shoot the MV first, let's go. Speaking of which, Interstellar Media is currently planning to create a series of idol dramas, and there are already rough candidates for this type of drama. But for those works that require strong comedy and fun, a director who is good at narrative is also needed. In this regard, Wang Yulun is undoubtedly one of the most suitable candidates. As for shooting the MV, it is indeed a piece of cake for him. Brother Sheng, Kill Bill 2 was released at the Lighthouse the day before yesterday, and the box office on the first day was $12.08 million. Wang Yulun was arranging a staff to arrange the MV venue. Du Sheng was considering the next promotional schedule and was about to make some preparations. Wang Yeyang suddenly came over with a report. The data is released so soon. Du Sheng was a little surprised. Although he was not called to North America to run for promotion, he was notified by the crew to cooperate with the promotion in China. Because Kill Bill 2 has already obtained the version number and will be released on the 12th of next month. During this period, in addition to posting tweets on the 4 major social platforms, he also cooperated with the publicity team to simply carry out online and offline publicity. For this reason, Miracle Cinema also reserved a certain amount of filming for it. The data was created by Sister Hua, so it shouldn't be wrong. Seeing that many people were curious, Wang Yeyang smiled and said, "According to this result and reputation, the Lighthouse country is expected to win $30 million in the first week and win the box office championship of that week. That seems pretty good. Director Quinton doesn't have to worry about getting the money back." Du Sheng smiled slightly and asked a few more questions. On the well-known Rotten Tomato movie rating website in North America, the freshness is 86% and the audience rating is 90%, exceeding the same period. This also reflects the audience's love and recognition of this movie to a certain extent. Although Du Sheng has few scenes, only about 10 minutes, the success of this film is very important for him to open up the North American market. Because it involves eyebrow issues. In addition, if Kill Bill 2 is popular enough, it can also lay a good foundation for the subsequent release of 10 Ambushes, so as not to completely hit the box office of North America as a newcomer. Of course, it is inevitable that the reputation and North American popularity will rise. Not to mention, the success of the box office in North America can feed back to Asia. After all, this is an excellent publicity breakthrough. As for the follow-up, Du Sheng is unable to intervene for the time being, so he can only do his own work first. Miracle Records attached great importance to the production of his album's MV, and there were 3 videographers who sent them to cooperate in the shooting. In addition, it also includes art directors, lighting artists, makeup artists, costume designers, and props teams. That afternoon, Du Sheng sat in front of an upright piano in a staircase classroom. He was wearing custom-made clothes and focused on playing the song Autumn Not Back. The autumn wind blew gently, through the gaps between the leaves and the glass windows, scattering mottled light and shadow on his face and body. Among a group of young extras, Tong Lia and Zhang Xin sat in the first row, watching Du Sheng perform with a smile. Chapter 480 Hidden. The Kiss of a Prank will start filming next week, and Tong Lia will come back to make some preparations. After Du Sheng learned about this, he simply brought her to Zhang Xin, who had just finished filming. This is the first love scene in the MV of Autumn Not Back. In the MV, Tong Lia plays Du Sheng's girlfriend, while Zhang Xin appears as her best friend. Tong Lia's fresh and sweet temperament perfectly matches the theme of love and parting in the song Autumn Not Back, so she has become the best candidate. After playing half of the song, Du Sheng looked up and looked forward, just in time with Tong Lia's eyes. His lips raised slightly and he smiled at her. Tong Lia lowered her head shyly, like a little rabbit who was disturbed, and did not dare to look directly into Du Sheng's eyes. Although he knew that this was shooting, and even though he knew that the 2 cameras were facing him, a subtle feeling still surged in Du Sheng's heart, and a picture appeared in his mind inadvertently. That glance that looked back in a flash was like the spring breeze brushing across the lake, ripples appear. The sound of the piano was like a birth, as if reflecting his mood at this moment. Wang Yulun, who was sitting behind the surveillance camera, pursing his lips tightly, fearing that he would shout out because of excitement. This lens is simply amazing. And the success of this filming exceeded his expectations. Although at the beginning, Tong Lia and Zhang Xin lacked tacit understanding and made some primary mistakes. But these do not affect the overall situation. Moreover, these two people are college students themselves, and their performance is very natural, which well interprets the heroine's yearning and desire for love, but she dares not take the initiative to confess. As for Du Sheng, his performance in front of the camera was impeccable, and every move and look was just right. He is indeed an artist who is expected to win the Emperor of the World this year, and this talent moved Wang Yulun. As Du Sheng finished playing the last note, Wang Yulun finally couldn't help but stand up and announced with a smile. "It's past. If you can keep this in this state, you can finish shooting 2 main songs tomorrow without taking a few days." For Du Sheng, shooting MVs is only slightly more difficult than shooting commercials. Today's shooting content is very rich, including his first encounter with Tong Lia in the music classroom, passing by in the restaurant, and parting in autumn. Although there are no hands, kisses or other intimate shots, the eyes and body movements alone are enough to be moving. Sure enough, the entire shooting process went very smoothly, and almost no NG happened. Yi Sheng With You was recorded and the entire album is unified into a popular lyrical style. After counting it down, the lineup of this album is luxurious. Each of the 5 songs is a fine piece, and both the melody and the lyrics are full of explosive points, which includes real classics. Of course Du Sheng will not treat the second album of life. But when it comes to choosing the album title, he hesitated for a moment. From the perspective of promotion and distribution, Two Butterflies is obviously the most suitable choice, but this does not fully fit the theme of the entire album. After careful consideration, Du Sheng finally adopted Zhong Zhen's suggestion and chose Yi Sheng With You as the album title. Miracle Records has been in talks with Qujiao Music and Qian Jingting, and decided to first release this album on both platforms. The success of this album will greatly affect Du Sheng's position in the music industry and subsequent sales of ringtones in the 3 major operators. Therefore, both within the industry and the public have paid great attention to this. Since Du Sheng's last album was a huge success in Qianqianjing, with extremely high downloads and a good reputation, he attached great importance to this cooperation. Although Qujiao Music has been newly created recently, it has strong capital and connections behind it, and it has risen rapidly, just like renren.com. Currently, it accounts for half of the online music with Qian Jingting. According to the plan of Miracle Records, this album will be preheated on Qujiao Music and Qian Jingting on May 3 and will be officially launched on May 5. At that time, we will also cooperate with Sony Music. This builds a complete sales network. However, not everyone is optimistic about the sales of Yi Sheng With You. Because this time he bumped into several strong competitors. The first opponent, Ling Junjia, signed with the company Haiti Music. The company is located in Singapore, Malaya, and across the Taiwan Strait, with more than 15 record distribution companies alone. Successfully launched well-known singers such as Adu, Seven, Chen Jiai, and Ling Junjia. Ling Junjia preheated the promotional album Byong on April 30 at Qujiao plus Qianqianjing. Except for a few songs he created himself, the rest of this album was written by chairman Lin Kaiyulai. It is also handed over to producer Su Huanliang, a producer who is well known in the Asian music industry. After nearly a year of deliberation. Definitely a fine work. Its title song Zheng is currently ranked first on Qujiao plus qianqianjingting.com, which is coming in full force. The second opponent, Fei Orchestra, released the album of the same name on April 23, with songs such as Our Love and Lydia. Its sales are currently in good momentum. As for the third opponent, it is undoubtedly Du Sheng's old acquaintance, Luo's Hixiang. Last year, the two sides became unhappy due to the endorsement of the decisive battle with Guangmingding. He was determined to open up the mainland market but was not selected. The reason for this has a lot to do with Du Sheng. A scandal about being slandered by director K. Rules was also revealed, and finally returned to Bay City in shame. Fans of both sides fought fiercely on 3 major social platforms, and Du Sheng won the final victory. This time, Luo's Hixiang returned to the 2 sides of the Taiwan Strait and the 4 regions with the album The Master Show. It formed a cross-strike with Ling Junja, and the revenge was strong. 4 well-known singers released albums almost simultaneously on May Day, and the promotion time was so close, which was unprecedented in the history of the music industry. Normally, unless it is a mortal enemy or in order to create a topic, there will be a tacit understanding between entertainment companies and brokerage companies to adjust the promotion time of their artists to avoid direct competition. After all, even if you can win the advantage, it will be a miserable victory. Haiti Music, Hwadian Records, and Yuanhu Entertainment are all first-class major companies in the industry. It can be foreseeable that the scene will be so tragic when the 3 parties fight together. In fact, the main advertising spaces of Qujiao Music and Qianqian Jingting have been divided up by these 3 companies. And they are in blogs. Renren.com. The publicity offensives in Tianya and Taiba are also very fierce. Ling Junja, Fei Band, and Luo's Hixiang are all actively promoting themselves. In this era of fast pace of life, the rise and fall of celebrity idols are extremely frequent. Fans' preferences are volatile, and artists who do not often appear in entertainment news can easily be forgotten. In contrast, Du Sheng has not invested much time in the album promotion. Because Kill Bill 2 and 10-Sided Ambush participated in the 3 major film festivals and shared a lot of time. In general, I went to variety shows such as Yangtze Music, Mango TV, and Lizzie TV. A song was sung on the spot and a physical album was given to each host, and then nothing happened. To be the most lively, it is probably a grand reception arranged by Yezi Today invited the reporters to Interstellar Media. There were 8 large media organizations and more than 20 small media units present. A total of dozens of reporters sat in a row. Mr. Du, what do you think about this album? The magic power of the Sword Wolf is still there. Aren't you afraid of fighting with him? The Mouse Loves Rice is currently sweeping the top rankings of major websites. Is Du Sheng choosing to post a specialist at this time? Is he planning to fight Hedon? Lin Junja has also released an album recently. Is it true that the outside world is rumored that he wants to snipe you? I heard that your single Blue Bird published on Neon is still dominating the charts. Are you considering creating a Mandarin version? The Bay City's Triple Crown Luo's Hixiang once revealed that he had a crush on Su Ziwan. This time he suddenly announced that he would release an album. Do you want to ambush? Don't worry. Come one by one. Du Sheng responded slowly to the questions raised by several major media. Because these are almost through the bottom, you won't make any intentional dilemma. As for the questions asked by other media, he only chose a few answers. For example, the release date and the Mandarin version of Blue Bird. He took all the other people who deliberately stomped on it. For example, if you say something related to Lin Junja and Luo's Hixiang, you will get braided no matter how you say it. Many artists have been damaged by their distorted reports in the media. Sometimes there is nothing wrong with the artist's answer, but after being taken out of context by the media, the meaning is completely different. Even if the artist raised objections later, the media apologized and the article had already spread. After the reception, Wang Jinhua smiled at Du Sheng and said, I performed well just now, and I was not led by anyone, nor did I get choked like Zhang Wejian and wanted to beat the reporter. Some reporters just now deliberately dug holes and asked embarrassing questions. She was really worried that Du Sheng would be stopped. Not long ago, when Zhang Wejian was asked about the beating incident and misunderstood why Du Sheng did not apologize, this person almost turned against him. Du Sheng smiled and said, after experiencing so many times, the qi cultivation skills will increase a little. The air ticket has been booked, and I will fly to Sichuan Mansion at 1 p.m. You don't have any rest this week, and you will have text and phone interviews after you come back. After the album promotion, I will go to Motive for the May Day party rehearsal and Kill Bill 2. After talking about the itinerary, Wang Jinhua suddenly remembered something. By the way, I just received a call from Qujiao Music and Qianqian Jingting, asking if the album needs to be released in advance to avoid head-on collisions. According to the agreement that was negotiated before, Yi Sheng with You will start preheating promotion on May 3rd and will be officially launched on May 5th. What is strange is that Ling Junja's album Bengzi was also released on the same day. This is obviously intentional sniping. Haiti Music behind the other party is an industry giant and has a close cooperative relationship with Blueberry. Ling Junja's main feature is music, and it is also the idol type that young people love today. The fans on the entire platform are close to 18 million. No matter how many zombie fans there are, just talking about the popularity of the music field, he is definitely not inferior to Du Sheng. This time the other party chose to be released at the same time, and the meaning behind it is worth pondering. Chapter 481 It's So Shameless. This time the other party chose to be released at the same time, and the meaning behind it is hard to understand. And under normal circumstances, the interval between preheating and launching on the music network is generally not too long. 3 or 2 days is the best choice, it is easy for listeners to convert and the cost is not expensive. But Ling Junja's publicity began on April 30th. In front of him was the Fair Orchestra. Following behind, Luo's Hixiang was also here. Invisibly, Du Sheng's album was surrounded. Everyone present smelled a trace of conspiracy. Even Zhongzhen, who was usually calm, sat upright. This circle is really complicated. Yes, he sighed. No one is a fool, no one will forget the grudge between Du Sheng and Wang Li, Su Ziwan, and Ling Junja. To say that all this is just a coincidence, it would be too underestimated to everyone's wisdom. Of course, a large platform like Blueberry platform may not hinder Du Sheng. But partners like Haiti Music will definitely not miss any opportunity to let Ling Junja surpass Du Sheng. After all, the mainland market is only so big. Competitive competition in the same category is the most cruel. In contrast, Luo's Hixiang, who had a direct conflict with Du Sheng, had little threat. Because everyone knows his background, it is probably difficult to achieve a high level of album quality. Wang Jinhua analyzed that Luo's Hixiang's joining was mostly to take advantage of the popularity, and it might even be instigated by Su Ziwan to try to hype it up. The fight between 4 well-known artists at the same time is undoubtedly an excellent topic. Luo's Hixiang is an expert in the industry who is good at hype. How will Du Sheng deal with the situation of flocking wolves? Everyone focused their eyes on him. Surprisingly, Du Sheng was still calm and said with a smile, "Actually, you take the situation too seriously. We don't need to defeat anyone, as long as this album is successfully released. There is no need to deliberately win the championship, because the cost of the album is very low. Usually, the production cost of a high-quality album is between hundreds of thousands and millions. With the promotional expenses, the total expenditure may reach millions. But the total production cost of Du Sheng's album is less than 300,000. All 5 songs were written by him personally, without paying high copyright fees. This alone saves at least tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of expenses. In addition, in terms of arrangement, accompaniment, and recording, Du Sheng chose an unknown art studio rather than the industry's top production team. This also saves hundreds of thousands of costs. According to the contract signed by Miracle Records with Qujiao Music and Qian Jingting, the album is sold as a whole and the single is not split. The purchase price of membership is 13 yuan per piece, and Diamond members enjoy a 20% discount. The division between Miracle Records, Qujiao Music, and Qian Jingting is half open. Even if calculated based on the VIP membership price, you only need to sell 80,000 copies to make a return, and the excess is net income. Such a profit margin is beyond the reach of Ling Junja, Fair Band, and Luo's Hixiang. The advertising costs they invest in the 2 sides of the Taiwan Strait and the 3 places are often millions. In addition to the production cost, at least hundreds of thousands of copies are required to guarantee the capital. Just about music recording, this is almost a loss-making deal. Even if the physical sales are added, it will be a drop in the bucket. Of course, whether it is Ling Junja, Fei or Band, or Luo's Hixiang, their company will not expect to recover costs through album sales. More relying on business orders, endorsements, and peripheral products to generate revenue. Therefore, the goals of both sides are different from the beginning. Du Sheng's goal is very simple. As long as he can make a profit, improve the reputation of the album, improve his status in the circle, and increase his reputation. Therefore, he does not need to fight with others, nor will he blindly spend money to compete. Du Sheng said to the team. So, no matter when those 3 albums are released, our goal is to guarantee sales of 100,000 copies, even if you exceed them, you will make a profit. Hundreds of thousands? That's not a slight meaning. Zhongzhen smiled and said. You have more than 30 million fans on the internet. Even if most people are idle or listen to pirated copies, it will not be difficult for the mainland to break 100,000 in the first week. But she wasn't finished speaking, and a prompt sound came from Wang Jinhua's mobile phone. Siwei said someone was attacking Brother Sheng around the bush. As the manager of the public opinion department, Yang Siwei also collects online information when she is free. Especially gossip news and insider information in the entertainment industry. Just now, she sent a video link to Wang Jinhua's Renren account. Link Junjas. Wang Jinhua clicked on the link and turned the computer screen to everyone so that everyone can see it. The video comes from Sohu Entertainment, and the content is an exclusive interview with Ling Junja. As one of the largest portal websites in China, Sohu Entertainment has a considerable influence in the entertainment industry. It is not easy for second and third-tier artists to get exclusive interviews from Sohu. Unless there is substantial content, a certain fee will be paid. On the projection screen, Ling Junja was talking in a leisurely manner in front of the reporter's microphone. Sohu reporter asked. Mr. Ling Junja, I heard that your first solo album will be released soon, right? Ling Junja replied with a smile. Yes, it will be launched simultaneously in Nanyang, mainland, and Xiangjiang Bay City on the 5th of this month. Everyone is welcome to subscribe and purchase. Sohu reporters continued. What is the style of this album? Ling Junja replied with a smile. The style of the album is bolder than the previous one, and the style of the song is equally varied. In order to add some musical elements such as pop, R&B, I also went to Los Angeles to ask for advice from Michael Jackson's exclusive recording artist Brian Gardner. I believe that I will not disappoint everyone. Sohu reporter laughed. As far as I know, the Coca-Cola you endorsed some time ago was launched and its sales are currently booming. One of the spokespersons, Du Sheng, will also start on the same day, even on Qujiao Music and Qinqianjing. Do you think this is the second battlefield? After hearing this question, everyone understood why Yang Siwei forwarded the video. Second battlefield? What you said is interesting. Ling Junja smiled confidently. Du Sheng is indeed an excellent artist, but he has specialized in his profession, and some things cannot be compared. And in terms of Coca-Cola's personal money sales, there is actually no need for analogy. The last time I endorsed the Asian special was in addition to the star advertisements against Pepsi, there was also a personal endorsement version. According to the current sales volume on the market, Ling Junja ranks in the South foreign number 1, almost out of stock. Even in Xiangjiang and Wancheng, they are not inferior to Zhonghuajian and Jiasaiwen. As for the mainland, it also stabilizes its pressure on Deng. Yezi maintained elegance and said lightly. It's really interesting that I don't take a Sheng seriously. She was quite delicate in her mind, so she could naturally hear that Ling Junja's profession was specialized in her profession and some subtexts that could not be compared with. To put it simply, in music, everyone should not compare it with him. Is this a feeling that Du Sheng's music is not professional enough, and his first album has a high sales volume, but it is just relying on the popularity of filming and boxing competitions? Zhongzhen smiled playfully. This person probably still has a sense of anger in his heart, and he has restrained his words. When everyone thought about it, they suddenly realized it. After all, Ling Junja was slapped in the face last time, and he eventually had to bow his head to apologize to Du Sheng. Mainland fans lost hundreds of thousands of yuan, and they are still talked about by others from time to time and become clowns. What embarrassed Ling Junja the most was that he was not at peace when he left the mainland. He was threatened by personal information in Xiangjiang and had 8 stitches sewn at the corners of his eyes. He probably counted all this on Du Sheng's head. Everyone finally confirmed that the reason why this person chose to issue a specialist on the same date was to exhale it in addition to being confident. Sohu reporters are clear about this, and they will naturally not miss it if they have the hot spots. Is this a coincidence that you and Du Sheng chose to release an album on the same day? Ling Junja raised his lips slightly and chuckled. Coincidence? Maybe. In fact, Du Sheng and I have always been good friends. But as for music, it always needs to be a little competitive to be interesting, right? And I have always focused on my musical quality and never deliberately pay attention to other people's choices. Sohu reporter. Do you think there will be pressure to be a professional student at the same time as Du Sheng? Ling Junja kept smiling. Pressure? No, having it is also motivation. I hope to bring a musical feast to the audience. I heard that Du Sheng was well prepared this time, but I would not show mercy. Sohu reporter. This time, 4 well-known singers from May 1st are released in the same period. The competition is very fierce. What do you think is your advantage? Ling Junja narrowed his eyes and said. My advantage? Of course, that is my original spirit and love for music. I walked step by step on the road of music, and every song was carefully polished. Some people may rely on temporary popularity, but popularity is like a bubble, bursting as soon as it is said. I believe that truly good music will be recognized by the audience, rather than relying on some gimmicks to attract attention. Sohu reporters seized the mystery. Are you suggesting that Mr. Du Sheng has been making a name for himself through hype and has no strength in music? Ling Junja pretended to be surprised. Oh, I didn't say that. And everyone has different styles, I just like my own style more. But then again, Du Sheng is indeed a good opponent, and it is also an honor to be able to make a major on the same day as him. This is really... Wang Yeyang was so angry that he heard this. It's so shameless. On the surface, praise is actually a belittlement, and the irony in the words is obvious. Even if he said such things in private, it would be fine, but not only Wang Yeyang, Zhong Zhen, and others, but even Du Sheng frowned. Ling Junja is naturally not a fool. Even if he wants to jump out of resentment because of resentment, the people behind him will not let him do whatever he wants. So, these words were obviously intentional. How popular is it? Zhong Zhen narrowed her eyes. The means are good, someone should give me some advice. Wang Jinhua said with a calm face. It's obvious that you are deliberately creating a topic. She knows a lot about various hype techniques in the entertainment industry and can see through the double-act performance of Ling Junja and Sohu reporters at a glance. Chapter 482 New Hatred and Old Hatred. Among the 4 opponents in the same period, who is the most popular? The answer is obvious, and it is not surprising that Ling Junja won Du Sheng. And he is not afraid of others' accusations. Because it's natural to lose, after all, it's a competition between friends. If sales surpass Du Sheng, then publicity will be unique. At the very least, he can say that everything depends on his strength, implying that someone is unprofessional. A large amount of publicity and offensives are enough to put Du Sheng in a passive state. Du Sheng suddenly smiled and said, "It seems that it's really not okay to be serious this time." Wang Jinhua's eyes lit up. How do you think of counterattack? Yes, counterattack. After all, the other party's motives are impure, so he is almost out of the way. As the saying goes, clay people are all angry, not to mention that the other party wants to step on the head of their own. Du Sheng glanced at Ling Junja, who was full of confidence on the screen, and a trace of playfulness flashed in his eyes. Since you can't sit still, I'll give you a ride. On May 3, Du Sheng's first album was preheated on Qujiao Music and Qinqianjing. A Tianya blogger, head of public opinion, published a blog post, which was a video clip of Sohu Entertainment interviewing Ling Junja last night. This head of public opinion at Du Sheng in his blog post and accompanied it with a meaningful smiley face symbol. The head of public opinion has more than 1 million fans in Tianya. In order to attract attention, his favorite thing is to at. Although most celebrities ignore it, there will always be exceptions. After a moment, Miracle Studio reply. Since we have to fight, why hide your head and your tail? A simple sentence made the head of public opinion stunned. Too domineering. No fear of everything. On the contrary, Ling Junja's cover-up words last night were compared to the clown. When the public opinion storm was about to begin, the head of public opinion was so excited that his cells trembled. He quickly at Du Sheng and Ling Junja and accompanied it with bloody fighting subtitles. His intention was very obvious, which was to provoke a dispute between the two to gain traffic. Unfortunately, neither Du Sheng nor Ling Junja paid attention to him anymore. Despite this, his goal was still half. Because his and Du Sheng's fans noticed this special response and ended one after another. There are endless speculations, and some are even close to the truth. Not long after, I'm going to fight. Why hide your head and your tail? The word quickly spread on the internet. Previously, Ling Junja and Du Sheng had an unhappy relationship due to the beating incident and are still talked about. Now the two have chosen to release their albums on the same platform on the same day. This rich PK meaning itself has the elements of entertainment gossip. Therefore, many bloggers and big VS have begun to reprint blog posts of the head of public opinion, spreading Ling Junja's provocation and Du Sheng's response quickly. Fans who are familiar with Ling Junja know that this rich second generation speaks straightforwardly. Although he is gentle on the surface, he never gives up easily. I suffered such a big loss before, but it is reasonable to find something to do when I was bored. But Du Sheng's response was shocking. After all, this person has always given people the impression that he is humble and polite. Unless it is like Song Chalukya stepped on the door, you are too lazy to respond. However, today, his response to Ling Junja's provocative aroused blood. Since you need to fight, why do you need to hide your head and tail? Neither arrogant nor impatient, nor humble or arrogant. A simple sentence is full of passion and strength. The main active group in the world are young people, who are in the stage of rebellion and competition. So under strong emotional control. This response has become increasingly influential and has quickly been introduced to Renren, blog, post bar and QQ groups. But the one who really made this response buzz was Du Sheng's fans. After learning about the situation, many Du Sheng fans were filled with righteous indignation and spontaneously left messages on Ling Junja's social platform. Since you need to fight, why should you hide your head and show your tail? This behavior of directly challenging the door naturally aroused strong dissatisfaction among Ling Junja's fans. Immediately, the two sides started fighting in a dark way. It happened to be a vacation this day, and there were countless people eating melons, but the result was that it was a battle. Why hide your head and your tail? The word is directly blasted. At noon that day, it was on the 4 hot searches of Tianya, blog, Renren, and Taiba. In particular, Renren, as the public opinion position of interstellar media, directly topped the list. Countless netizens learned about the open and secret struggle between Du Sheng and Ling Junja, as well as the upcoming album number 5 first release. In fact, this also has the consequences of Miracle Records being fueled by the fire. Who can't speculate about routines and expectations? Since Ling Junja is here to hype, Du Sheng takes advantage of the situation to countersell, which will definitely outweigh the disadvantages. Not to mention that it can help increase record sales, and the 4 major platforms have increased their fans by more than 1 million. The 80,000 reputation value soared in one day made him extremely happy. Although the cost of the album has more than doubled, the effect is indeed significant. Since we have to fight, why hide your head and your tail? Du Sheng and Ling Junjia, Nanyang young people are unwilling to give up. Cross-border PK and other hot words spread rapidly in Renren, Taiba, Forum, and QQ groups like a virus. As time goes by, the melon-eating crowd spontaneously joins the promotion, and the hot discussion is unprecedented. In addition, Star has launched the fast payment online quick payment method, which will definitely increase the number of purchases. It can be predicted that the sales of this album in the first week are probably comparable to the sales of 10,000 Reasons in 1 month. As for reputation value, at least 200,000 yuan is the base, or even 300,000 yuan is not the maximum. Of course, this is an ideal state, and the specific results need to be observed. Everything starts tomorrow. On May 4, Du Sheng stood on the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back, overlooking the entire city, and the album cover of the butterflies beside him swept the screen on major music websites. The album focuses on popular style, which is the result agreed by several managers of Miracle Records. The cover creativity was proposed by Du Sheng, which restored his image and regional style in an animation style. The whole picture is both bright and fresh, and it also brings a little loneliness and sadness, and the nostalgia is vividly displayed on the paper. Some fans who have drawn physical albums in major groups have also released the album. They are die-hard fans and often waving flags and shouting for Du Sheng. Du Sheng signed his autograph on every album to express his gratitude. On the back of the album, the 5 songs are arranged in sequence. Wait for a minute, 2 butterflies, is anyone telling you? For the promotion of Du Sheng's album, Miracle Records can be said to have invested a lot of money. The cover recommendation purchased on a few major music websites alone cost millions, and I spent 3 days on it, burning money every minute and every second. But when you look back, when fame and popularity increase, you will naturally have more opportunities to make money. What I fear is when after the stone stirred up thousands of waves, there was no splash. That night, after Guo Dabao finished YY Voice commanding the WoW copy, he recommended it to fans with the album given by Du Sheng. You can go and listen. It's really good. It brought me back to the age of love in an instant. I was so moved that tears came out. And online albums are not expensive. 5 songs cost only 13 yuan, and those with members are discounted less than 10 yuan. No money. I'll leave. It's better to keep it online than to have this money. Anyway, there will be pirated albums later. Can Dabao play it to us on YY Voice? You have bought it anyway. Upstairs, the pharmacy billion, don't listen if you don't appreciate it. Who can afford to play with Warcraft? Is this 13 yuan short of this? You'll cost 30 yuan a little bit. Guo Dabao looked at the YY interface comments and said in a deep voice. Brother Quanj is right, and the authentic texture is not comparable to pirated versions, and it doesn't cost much. In addition, it's not that I don't want to show it to you, this album will only start selling tomorrow. It's too immoral for me to do this. Dabao said it well. I also like to listen to Du Sheng's songs. I will buy them if you go online tomorrow. Since it's recommended by Dog Management, there are quick payments online. I can barely buy it tomorrow to see it. It doesn't sound good that you will lose money. On the upper floor, I'll compensate you if it's not nice. My brother Sheng is great. On the 5th, many celebrities also helped promote Du Sheng's album. The first person to post on Renren is Hejiang. The last recorded Happy Book happened to be broadcast on the same day. Then he posted a photo of Du Sheng and the happy family holding the album, with the text. Very good, sure to sell it. Lu Yingying. Wang Fei, who doesn't usually play social media, also reposted Lu Huanyu's breasts. Of course, the most powerful thing is Star Media. The first and second tier stars in the company helped promote them, from Lu Yi, Tong David, Fan Ou, Jia Swen, Girls' Generation and others to Zhang Xin, Tong Lia and other third and fourth tier cities, and all forwarded them. At 18 o'clock in the evening, Du Sheng's album Yi Sheng With You was launched on Qujiao Music and Qianqian Jingting. With the advent of the Internet era, many traditional industries are inevitably affected, and many industries are declining or even disappearing. The record industry is one of them. When portable audio playback devices were released and integrated into smartphones, the traditional recording industry entered an irreversible recession. Many record companies and singers have transformed and entered the emerging entertainment and new media fields. At present, in addition to the ringtone monthly subscriptions selected by the three major operators, well-known music websites such as Qujiao Music and Qianqian Jingting are crucial to singers. According to the current sales of more than 50,000 copies of the online and physical products, it can match the title of Golden Record in the 1990s. The sales volume of 100,000 is a platinum record, and 1 million is a diamond record. For most singers, it is enough to be proud to be able to win the title of Golden Record. For first-line singers, double platinum is indispensable. As for the real big-name superstars, their goal has always been diamond records. But this grand occasion has now become a rare miracle. Even 3 platinum often requires a long period of accumulation to achieve it. Du Sheng's last album was very popular, and it took half a month to make up for it. The freedom and sharing spirit of the Internet have led to the problem of piracy in the fields of film, television, music, and literature that cannot be eradicated. Miracle Records' expectation for Yi Sheng With You is to reach platinum records in the first week, with platinum 3 in half a month. This is the minimum expectation to make a profit. As for what level it can reach, it depends on how much this PK is being hyped. Chapter 483 Nonsense. At the same time, Ling Junji's album was also released simultaneously in the mainland. This is really a facetofus output. Even if many people who are watching Melons do not buy, they are paying attention to the sales of these two albums. Along with the competition between 4 well-known singers during the same period, there was also a wave of screens. Fire Orchestra's album was released last week. Currently, Bay City has sold more than 78,000 copies, and 40,000 copies in the mainland. Luo's Hixiang's personal album was released on the 2nd. Currently, Bay City has sales of 39,000 yuan, and mainland China has sales of nearly 20,000 yuan. For the time being, their results are pretty good, there are not many surprises, and they will not lose money. The former can at least reach the platinum level in Bay City, while the latter has no problem with breaking 50,000. But the stamina of both albums seems to be insufficient. There is usually a rule in record sales, that is, sales in the 3 days before they are released will account for more than 40% of the total sales of the month. Especially the first day is the most critical, and it is called the Golden 24 Hours Rule. Although Luo's Hixiang's achievements are a little different from being a big hit, they are the first album after all, and the nature of hitting the car is a bit big, so he is quite satisfied with it. It's just that their performance disappointed the people who were on the goat. I was originally looking forward to a fierce competition, but I took the lead so mediocre. So, everyone's eyes fell on Du Sheng and Ling Junji's new albums. See if the two of them have made a real fire again, or even a screenwriter has been revealed. However, in terms of publicity and promotion, Ling Junji's strength was far superior to Du Sheng. The cover of its album is hanging on Qdog Music and Qianqian Jingting homepage have been around for a week, and major TV stations have carousels, which can be regarded as a model of wealth and willfulness. In contrast, Du Sheng does seem quite low-key, and there are not many large-scale TV advertisements available. Mainly relying on 4 major social platforms and some offline newspapers and magazine interviews and reports. As for I Want to Fight. Why hide your head and your tail? This word is popular on the platform, but how much is the actual effect? Many people are skeptical, including Ling Junji himself. After all, it is okay for the melon-eating crowd to watch the show, but it is almost a consensus to pay for it without a negotiation. When the album was released, Ling Junja was in a 5-star hotel in Yangcheng. Under the influence of victory and defeat, he has run dozens of publicity notices in a row during this period. Today alone, he held live events in 2 shopping malls and a nightclub chain in Yangcheng. It was already 19 o'clock when I returned to the hotel. Although I was in a state of exhaustion, I was very excited. At this moment, I was staring at the computer screen, closely following the download and sales of myself and Du Sheng's albums on the homepage of Qujiao Music and Qian Jingting. At the beginning, Yi Sheng with You led the way, but now Sheng has surpassed it. Now it seems that the effect is still good after investing heavily in music websites. Ling Junja showed a smug smile on his face and gave up and went to have a meal. It was not until blackjack that he bid farewell to his congratulatory friends and friends back. There were not many notices tomorrow, and although he was a little drunk, he was not in a hurry to rest. After washing up, Ling Junja came to the computer desk and sat down. I can't wait to check the album sales and post a few blog posts. He unbuttoned the collar and exposed the white collar. He was preparing to take a few photos with 2 words of emotion, which would probably arouse the excitement of fans and even support another wave. Of course, out of previous grudges, I can't let go of the opportunity by suppressing my opponent now. He thought about the words and planned to do it in a way of complaining. But at this moment, the agent, Sister Ya, walked in. You have drunk too much tonight, soothe some sober tea to moisten. Ling Junja was posing for a warm smile from a warm man familiar to fans and took a photo, saying, "It's okay, I'll take a look at the overall sales." Sister Ya hesitated for a moment, put down the teacup and said, "Let's drink it first, otherwise insomnia will affect tomorrow's itinerary." Ling Junja heard that his tone was wrong and frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Sister Ya barely maintained her smile and replied, "It's nothing, sober up first." Seeing that the computer was still on, Ling Junja turned around and stared at her. "Your expression doesn't look like it's okay." He suddenly remembered something and asked, "It's not about the album sales. Did the performance fluctuate greatly?" Sister Ya waved her hand and said, "No, your friend said during the meal just now that sales volume increased rapidly. This is wrong. Ling Junja is not a fool. It is not normal for Ben to invest so much and sales are high. Why should we emphasize it specifically?" This agent's reaction was wrong. He did not continue to ask questions, held the mouse and opened the browser, and quickly logged into Qujiao Music. Ling Junja opened the homepage and instantly locked in the sales weekly list, and Bengzi ranked first. Although the album has just been launched for only 3 hours, its sales performance has been impressive, with 22,852 copies sold. The performance on Qian Jingting platform is also quite good, with nearly 20,000 download records. Judging from the current situation, a big sale is a foregone conclusion. In the mainland market, Qujiao and Qian Jingting are the largest music platforms for the time being. If a new album can be downloaded more than 50,000 times on the first day, it can be called a hot sale. If it exceeds 100,000 times on the first day, it is regarded as a hot topic. The entity has no data yet, so it will not be included. If you can reach 300,000 purchases in a day, it is not a dream to hit the diamond record level. A satisfied smile reappeared on Ling Junja's face. But the next second, his smile came to an abrupt end. It seems as if it is imprisoned by a talisman. Because Ling Junja discovered that the rankings were followed by Du Sheng's Yi Sheng with You, with sales of 21,282 copies. If we count the data from Qian Jingting, the gap between the two can be almost negligible. How is this possible? Ling Junja was simply incredible. He even reached out and rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had visual error. As far as he knows, Du Sheng's last album sold only 80,000 yuan on the first day. If it weren't for the explosion of ringtones, the total subsequent sales volume would have been 30 or 400,000. This time, it was only 3 hours, and the sales volume was close to 40,000, and so close to me? Ling Junja suddenly remembered something and said in a deep voice. How much sales did the company buy for me? It is no secret that self-produced and sold. In order to create the illusion of hot sales, brokerage companies usually invest money to increase volume and include it in publicity expenses. Since these investments are real, music websites will not interfere with such behavior. After all, they are purely profitable. But there are also tips for purchasing sales. Some will choose to buy sales on the first day or within 3 hours, while others will be evenly distributed within a few days. Just like the Fair Band and Luo's Hixiang released a few days ago, they obviously adopted this strategy. If you have more or less investment, you will just be regarded as a fool. Just like Luo's Hixiang, although his popularity in Bay City is comparable to the front line, it is his first time entering the music scene. How could he sell it within a few days, 40,000 pictures? Ling Junja is a rich second generation, and the Haiti music, which he belongs to, is also known for its strong financial strength. This album only cost 2 million yuan to promote, and it is inevitable to spend money to buy some sales and buy storefronts. Sister Ya's eyes flashed and she remained silent. An inexplicable anger surged into Ling Junja's heart. He suffocated the tea and shouted. Tell me quickly. Sister Ya's body trembled slightly and said. 15,000 copies. 15,000 copies. After learning this number, Ling Junja's expression became distorted. If the sales volume of this part of the purchase is deducted, the actual sales volume of Bin is less than 30,000 copies. If Du Sheng did not buy sales, it would mean that he had lost to his opponent from the beginning. Sister Ya sighed in her heart and said. Du Sheng has probably won the price, otherwise there wouldn't be such a high sales. Is this really the case? She couldn't convince herself. Because Du Sheng is different from Ling Junja, Du Sheng is developing everywhere and will not focus on one aspect. If he chose to win sales just to defeat Ling Junja, how much money would he need to invest? Will Du Sheng make a stubborn relationship with Ling Junja for anger? Ling Junja seemed to find a little comfort and nodded in a more emphasis. Based on his last album, sales have almost doubled this time, and they must have beaten the charts. My popularity in the music industry is no less than Du Sheng, and I have invested so much publicity and promotion. Why can the other party surpass me? It must have been brushed. After all, his album has been carefully polished for a year, his team lineup is strong, and his publicity offensive is overwhelming. How could there be such a big gap? However, out of his unwillingness, Ling Junja spent 13 yuan to buy Du Sheng's album and listened to it one by one. Has anyone ever told you that I love you very much? Has anyone ever cried in your diary? Has anyone ever told you that I care a lot? Care about the distance of this city? I am entangled with you and fly gracefully. Fly over this world and follow each other forever. When the autumn wind blows, the autumn leaves fall into piles. I have no regrets if I can wither with you. 30 minutes later, Ling Junja silently turned off the computer, a little silent. He finally knew why Du Sheng's album sold so well, and this guy was simply a monster. A waste of resources. 5 songs, almost every song can be used as the main feature. If these songs are handed over to him, it would not be a problem to release 3 or 2 albums within a year, and it would be a complete slaughter of the charts. But Du Sheng piled up all the albums just like he didn't have money. Is this confidence or conceit? Brush the ranking. At the same time, Du Sheng, who had just finished a Oneida trip, said in confusion. What's wrong with me having this money? I have to give money to others in this way. The person who called Du Sheng was Ling Zhiying. He asked Du Sheng if he had spent money on Qujiao and Qian Jingting to make rankings. Du Sheng was amused and laughed at this. This is simply nonsense. The biggest reason why he created the album was to harvest a wave of reputation. What's the use of this ranking besides being a little better on the surface? What's more, he is developing everywhere, and there is no need to spend this unjust money. If he has money, he would rather use it in publicity and promotion. The effect would definitely be much better than buying the list. Because it is not the era of traffic, most potential fans of film and television and boxing games don't know that he has released a new special. As long as the publicity level is spread out and this part of fans is concerned, there will naturally be a steady stream of sales. Therefore, the last album was sold for less than 80,000 copies on the first day, and with the passage of time, it could still exceed 1 million. This will never happen to other first-line artists. This is his deep foundation, commonly known as thick blood. It is also a huge gap with other young actors. Ling Zhiying smiled and replied, "I guessed it was, but some people are paranoid and disbelief. I had to let me indirectly attack, and I had to call if I owe someone favors. That's fine if I don't." Chapter 484 Fraud? After talking a few words, I hung up the phone. Du Sheng thought about it and vaguely guessed who the person Ling Zhiying didn't believe was. Wang Li? Or Su Ziwan? Anyway, it's the one on the Bay City side. Du Sheng shook his head slightly, too lazy to pay attention to it, and walked towards the company. Back at the office, Du Sheng was about to find 2 documents, but saw many staff members still there. Including Wang Jinhua, Zhong Zhen, and others all looked at him with smiles. Du Sheng was stunned for a moment. "It's rare that you haven't gotten off work yet." Wang Yeyang, Yang Saiwei, and others laughed and opened the salute in their hands. Colorful paper confetti floated in the air and fell on Du Sheng's head and shoulders. Du Sheng asked with a smile, "What happened?" Zhong Zhen walked up, gave him a big hug, and said with a smile, "The album sales are very good, congratulations tonight. It's only been more than 3 hours now. In fact, since Yi Sheng with You was launched in the evening, Du Sheng has been busy with his schedule and has never paid attention to sales. Moreover, the sales volume will take 24 hours before it can produce a rough result." Du Sheng has always maintained a calm mind about the sales. Although success is happy, you will accept failure. He has tried his best, so I have no guilt. Wang Jinhua smiled and said, "Everyone is waiting for you to come back to celebrate." Wang Yeyang also went to the supermarket to buy a few salutes to give you a good start. Du Sheng smiled slightly and said, "Yes, then tonight is indeed worth congratulations." When he received a call from Ling Zhiying before, he had a premonition, but now he has been confirmed. It's not just good, it's just a big deal. Zhong Zhen excitedly pulled Du Sheng to the computer, pointed to the screen and said, "Look at this." Du Sheng looked up and saw that on the sales list of Qiuzhou and Qian Jingting, his album was closely behind Ling Junjia, and the current total sales volume was 45,920 copies. More than 40,000 copies were sold within more than 3 hours, which is no exaggeration to call it a big sale. Such results may even impact the first week of the 3 platinum records. According to the previous album, it is a foregone conclusion that the subsequent break of 1 million is a successor. 1.5 million can be foreseeable. The net profit is nearly 10 million, which is a record-breaking. You should know that most singers' album sales can be considered successful even if they can recover their costs. Even if big-name stars like Han Ziyi and Wang Fei are definitely selling well, their albums may not be able to make too much profit due to their high production and promotional expenses. Their money-making big money is the same, except for commercial performances and announcements. Du Sheng took a deep breath, filling his whole body with joy. "Go out and congratulate me." And online is also very lively. It is generally believed that Ling Junjia, which has been hit by the screen, will definitely top the sales list on the first day. Ling Junjia thought so before. Therefore, when facing media interviews, I will stumble on it to attract more attention. It's just reality, I gave him a loud slap. In the early morning of that night, the 2 people's works were released for 6 hours, and the sales of Baiyang reached 72,522 copies, while Yi Sheng with You was 71,118 copies. There is only a difference of 600 shares between the two. In fact, whether it is Ling Junja or Haiti Music, they are very aware that this sales volume will be reduced by 15,000 copies. If Du Sheng did not win, it means that the other party has surpassed 14,400 pictures so far. Then how much will it exceed the whole day? At that moment, Ling Junja no longer had the intention to post photos, and he was too lazy to read the comments that fans praised. He even cancelled the next day's schedule and stared at the sales of Qujiao plus qianqianjingting.com like a devil. The outsider could not persuade him, so the agent had to apologize to the organizer on the grounds that Ling Junja had eaten the wrong thing. After all, this kind of temporary promotion activity is a bad character for artists. Not only did it disappoint the fans who arrived at the scene, but it was even questioned by the industry. But at this moment, Ling Junja looked like he was attached to the face. Last time he had a big embarrassment, he was desperate to find his face. He even paid for promotion and distribution out of his own pocket just to suppress Du Sheng once. At this moment, I don't want to believe that I will lose so badly. Although I really want to convince myself, Du Sheng also beat me. But deep down, I knew that Du Sheng's achievements might be real. Ling Junja couldn't understand and even had the urge to smash the computer in front of him. If the company hadn't purchased sales for him, then he would have to endure being ridiculed by Du Sheng's fans now. Even pessimistically speaking, that moment is not far away. It's going to exceed 100,000. Du Sheng, who was running the promotion of Kill Bill 2, was also a little surprised at this moment. Normally, the best album sales sells is the first few hours. It will gradually decrease later. But what I never expected was that before 24 hours, the sales of the two music websites actually reached 96,233 copies. According to this trend, at least 120,000 copies per day, far exceeding the selling standard. On the contrary, Ling Junja's total sales have not exceeded 90,000 so far. Only 85,219, sales declined significantly. Speaking of which, if the opponent's data hadn't suddenly skyrocketed in the early hours of last night, it would have been overtaken long ago. Early this morning, I finally topped the weekly sales list of Qujiao and Qianqian Jingting, and was significantly ahead of my competitors. Compared with the 3 hours before the start of the sale, Du Sheng's sales declined by a very small amount, so small that it was simply incredible. Although many industry insiders who are paying attention to this showdown are ready to overtake Ling Junja. But I still feel unbelievable to see the former reaching the top so quickly. Sales volume exceeded 100,000 in 18 hours. This total sales volume is not just aimed at the goal of 5 platinum, but at diamond records. This is so cruel. In exchange areas such as Renren, Blog, and Taiba, the heat of discussion about Du Sheng continued to rise, causing widespread controversy. Some netizens speculated that there might be a behavior of browsing the rankings behind Du Sheng's sales performance. It is hard for them to believe that his fans' purchasing power will be so cohesive. But another group of people believe that Du Sheng does not need to use any improper means to increase sales, because the quality of the work itself is the best endorsement. For a moment, someone pointed out Du Sheng's success because of jealousy. There were also some trash performances of Ling Junja and they were criticized. Some people even resented Ling Junja's fans jumped and cursed, and redrawed out the arrogant remarks he had been interviewed, and slapped his fans in the face. The most intense debate is the comment section of Qujiao plus Qianqian Jingting website. The topics there are noisy and have long risen to the level of household registration. Of course, Fei Band and Luo's Hixiang were also attacked and were pulled out to compare. As of May 7, Luo's Hixiang's total sales of albums in mainland China were only 35,000, and subsequent sales momentum fell sharply. This makes people wonder. In addition, the album's reputation score is not ideal, with only 6.2 points, which is almost qualified. Considering that he was suspected of scaling sales, the real user satisfaction may be even lower. Relatively speaking, the results of Fei Orchestra are pretty good. Their sales in mainland China have exceeded 88,000 in 2 weeks, with a rating of 8.0 points, which is widely praised and lives up to the name of the best band of the year. However, in the face of the pique between Du Sheng and Ling Junjie, neither of the albums of both sides have attracted too much public attention. At present, the major people are still arguing about whether these two people have made the rankings. The sales of Yi Sheng with You in 3 days are 260,000. I think someone else is a fool. That's right. Ling Junjie had a big advantage at the beginning, but now he is only 110,000. Is this a fake comparison? The guys upstairs are really interesting. The most we bought in our class is Yi Sheng with You. As for Ling Junjie's, if he didn't buy it at the beginning, he believed it or not, and now he has not exceeded 100,000? Ling Junjie's Ben is not bad, but it seems that this one can be heard in the entire album. You ask me why I have to support Du Sheng if I don't listen to music? It's very simple. He is bringing glory to the country. Blow, Du Sheng's tap water continues to blow, whoever believes in the sand pen. Is it okay to get thick with the powder? I'm forced to thank your mother. I have collected both albums. To be honest, Du Sheng's works are indeed better. As for who can make sales, you can know it with just a look at the ratings and comments. No? If Du Sheng did not win sales, wouldn't Junjie lose even his pants? Hehe, someone is going to break the defense. On the 2 major platforms of Qujiao plus Qian Jingting, members who purchase albums or singles can rate and comment. The rating directly affects the reputation of the work. Currently, the rating of Yi Sheng with You is 9.2 points, while Zheng is 8.4 points. On the surface, both are excellent, and the difference in scores is not outrageous. But this also includes rankings that make it possible to artificially raise the score. Just observe carefully and you can find some clues. When the market bubble fades, it is clear who is cheating. The total number of ratings and comments on Bin in Qujiao plus Qinqinjing is about 20,000. Browse the comment area, and careful people will notice that the comments show a clear polarization trend. Although there are many short and full-scoring comments such as "It sounds so good," "This album is super good," and "Support Brother Junjie," the content is mostly the same, giving people a deliberate feeling. However, those detailed positive reviews are relatively few. But it is more specific and real. On the contrary, many members felt a little disappointed that the style of Bin was too single and lacked novelty. Some people even said that although the album is not expensive, buying a song Byong is enough. Some people joked that the songs in the album were like assembled line production and had no characteristics at all. In contrast, in Yi Sheng with You, there are nearly 40,000 comments alone. It is worth noting that the reviews of this album are almost all positive feedback. Some people like 2 butterflies in the album, while others prefer Autumn Not Back and so on. And most of the comments are rich in content, expressing the members' true feelings. Du Sheng's album took me back to my wonderful student days and evoked my memories of my first love, friends, and those young memories. I was moved by his singing during the show Du Sheng participated in, so I bought the album immediately as soon as it came out, and it didn't disappoint me. I am worthy of being Brother Sheng. I only make fine products in my life and never be perfunctory. These emotional comments are in sharp contrast with those of Bai and deeply touched someone's heart. Bang! With a loud bang, the laptop was smashed to the ground and shattered in an instant. Sister Yi hurried over after hearing the movement, holding a few documents in her hand. Seeing Ling Junjie sitting in front of the computer with a gloomy face, she didn't know how to comfort her for a moment. Originally, they should have set off for Bay City today, but due to poor album sales, they had to postpone their trip. This has also affected the subsequent schedule. Faced with this situation, she, a single agent, doesn't talk much. Because she understands Ling Junjie's temperament, unlike the gentleness in front of her fans, she will lose control of her emotions once she encounters setbacks. This time I was just smashing the computer and it was quite restrained, and I had also happened to hit the assistant. But when she thought of the next situation, she felt bad. Today is the 4th day of the album's release. The sales of Yi Sheng With You exceeded 300,000, and 3 platinums were completed. According to this trend and comparing Du Sheng's previous album, it's only a matter of time before 1 million is 1 million. However, the sales of Bin are straight, barely reaching 120,000, and the gap is huge. Even with some irony. In just a few days, Ling Junjie seemed to fall from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. It has completely become a laughingstock. Chapter 485 It's so outrageous. Ling Junjie's eyes were covered in blood, and he turned his head and asked, "Did the company put pressure on you again?" Sister Ya sighed and nodded. Mr. Su, Mr. Lin, and others are very dissatisfied and have suspended the publicity in the mainland. And ask you to go to Bay City tomorrow, and after recording the variety show, you will rush back to Nanyang to maintain the basic plan. She added. Your parents also called to ask about your situation. The company was already very angry after staying in the door for 4 days. Although Sister Ya made excuses on the grounds of having a fever, she obviously could no longer hide it. Ling Junjie rubbed his dark circles and said in a deep voice, "Tomorrow you will go to Wanqing and you can connect me again in Nanyang." Very good. Seeing that Ling Junjie was not completely knocked down, Sister Ya was sincerely relieved. This failure does not mean forever. I believe you still have a chance to step on Du Sheng. Ling Junjie nodded firmly, but the comments on the internet still echoed in his mind. The criticism of his works and the praise of Du Sheng were like needles piercing him in his heart, which made him almost unbearable. Du Sheng's name was now deeply imprinted in his heart, and he secretly swore that one day he would wash away today's shame. On May 9, the sales of Yi Sheng With You reached 358,000. On May 10, sales exceeded 400,000. On May 11, it even reached 450,000 in one fell swoop. Within a week, Yi Sheng With You set the best sales record since Qujiao plus Qianqianjingting.com opened. It even crushed the Bird Queen's album and became one of the most successful albums in recent years. The Bird Queen's album The Man claims to sell 2 million yuan worldwide, but her sales in the first week were only 330,000 yuan. Of course, the internet was not so popular at that time, and the sales of physical albums were still available. If this comparison is not strong enough, Ling Junjie's Ben sold only 150,000 copies, less than Onet heard of Du Sheng's data was enough to crush everything. Questions about Du Sheng's sales on the internet have gradually subsided. People realize that it is not that first-line singers are not good, but that Du Sheng is too scary. It's impossible to compare at all. After all, this guy doesn't go on the album promotion much, but instead goes to work on 2 movies. This means that he has not fully exerted his strength yet. Moreover, his investment cost on this album may be only a few 100,000 yuan, and his net profit is astonishingly large. Countless people inside and outside the industry are envious. Many people who were eating melons felt even more incredible. The most obvious one is that Du Sheng's platform's fans surged by 2 million. Of course, what outsiders don't know is that the reputation value he cares most has soared to 200,000. Judging from this trend, it is obviously not enough. On May 12, the sales of Yi Sheng With You exceeded 500,000, shocking everyone. As we all know, the peak sales of singer albums are usually concentrated in the first week of release. Especially in the first 3 days, sales will gradually decline. There was even a cliff-like decline. This is because with the popularity of the album, online piracy will also emerge in large numbers, resulting in a decline in genuine sales. Even the albums of superstars cannot avoid this trend. However, since Yi Sheng With You was launched on Qujiao plus Qianqianjingting on May 5, it has not seen a big drop so far. On the contrary, today I sold 10,000 more copies than yesterday. This is simply unbelievable and extremely jealous. It's so ridiculous. Even the overseas version handed over to Sony, sales in Asia exceeded 400,000. It is 68,000 Neon, 62,000 Nanyang, 149,000 Bay City, and 46,000 Xiangjiang. This series of miraculous numbers once again show Ling Junjia as a clown. Because his album sold only 2,000 in the mainland today, it can't be sold anymore. Even in the Bay City, which has high expectations, it has only sold 68,000 yuan so far. All his fans were silent. Even if I'm annoyed, I know who was cheating at the beginning. This really corresponds to the sentence, the higher the jump, the worse the fall. On May 13, the thank you meeting for the album Yi Sheng With You. Bay City, Mos P101 Building. It was not only Sony China President Liao Jiayong who attended the thank you meeting. Almost all Sony Chinese music producers attended the event, demonstrating their high attention to this matter. In addition to these industry elites, Liao Jiayong also specially invited his superstars Lin Yulian and Cai Yilan to give him enough faces. Du Sheng was a little surprised to see Cai Yilan attending the scene in great costumes. After all, they met once at the last music awards ceremony and had a few conversations, but they were not very familiar with each other. In front of the camera, they tacitly embraced. "A Sheng, long time no see." "Thank you, I heard that Jolin, you are preparing for a concert tour, congratulations." At this time, Cai Yilan was known as the new generation #1 sister in Wanchenge. Her sixth album 36 Love Strategy has achieved sales of 300,000 Bay City alone, and has been ranked first in the championship of the annual record sales female singer in Bay City for the second time. Cai Yilan took the microphone handed over by Liao Jiayong and said with a smile, "Mr. Liao specially gave me Du Sheng's new album, and I was really shocked. Every song in the album is a masterpiece. Especially that song Autumn Not Back and the Mandarin version of Blue Bird. Du Sheng is definitely qualified to be the best in the music industry. He is one of the most musical talents I have ever met. Thank you everyone, I still have a long way to go." Du Sheng smiled and bowed in response. Although Sony's push behind all this, Cai Yilan's appearance is undoubtedly the greatest support for Du Sheng. At least, her arrival added the heavy weight of the event. Although Du Sheng has a wide influence in Asia, his popularity in Bay City is still far behind Cai Yilan. In addition to Cai Yilan and Lin Yulian, we also specially invited guests Lin Zhiling to welcome them with applause. Everyone was very surprised when they heard this. Although Lin Yulian had nothing to do with Du Sheng, Sony opened her mouth and happened to be curious about Du Sheng, so she came to participate. Lin Zhiling was invited by Liao Jiayong. After all, the rumors about her and Du Sheng were not secret in Bay City. Does her invitation to attend this time indicate that she will soon cooperate with Sony in music? As an idol star, although Lin Zhiling is very popular, she is criticized for not doing her job properly and has no representative work. And this time, aren't you exploring a new career path? After all, not everyone has a past life perspective like Du Sheng. Even Bay City stars like Cai Yilan and Zhou Jialun also encountered major setbacks when entering the neon market. The sales of the albums released by the two of them on neon are not as good as Wang Fei's local sales. These things have not been long since past, but have been forgotten by most people. Only some of Zhou Jialun's black fans occasionally mention his performance in the neon market. However, in terms of sales alone, Zhou Jialun's performance is indeed better than Cai Yilan. Cai Yilan's album sales on neon only cost a few hundred, while Zhou Jialun reached at least a few thousand. It's just in front of Yi Sheng With You, but it's a bit unimpressive. After all, Du Sheng's album was released in neon and was sold at 50,000 yuan. All I can say is against the will of heaven. Mr. Du, congratulations on the new voting sale. Lin Yulian walked from the crowd to the front desk, and her fashionable mixed style and short hair look particularly heroic. In front of such seniors, Du Sheng could not be arrogant and smiled and politely. Liao Jiayong was in a good mood and played the host in person. I'll invite Miss Lin's Hilling to the stage. The lights are focused on Lin's Hilling. She was wearing a fashionable lace dress that combines sweetness and elegance given by Du Sheng, with a fairy spirit and a goddess. Lin's Hilling's appearance was very amazing. She took the microphone, looked at Du Sheng with a smile, then turned to the audience and said sweetly, "Hello everyone, I am Lin's Hilling. I am very happy to attend this thank you meeting, and I am very happy." After appearing, she stepped back to the backstage to act as a beautiful background, while secretly blinking at Du Sheng. Du Sheng quietly gave a thumbs up and whispered, "Very pretty, I'll wear this outfit tonight." Liao Jiayong arranged a meeting with the guests and finally introduced, "You may not know that the white dress on Hilling is the same style that Tong Lia wore in the MV, and it was designed by Du Sheng himself." Since Tong Lia was filming The Kiss of a Prank, she failed to come, so Du Sheng suggested that Lin's Hilling support the scene. After a series of introductions and fan interactions, the most exciting moment comes. Publish sales data. Seeing the eye-catching numbers on the hand card, Liao Jiayong said with a smile, "A Sheng, come and reveal it yourself, as a witness to your growth on the road of music." Du Sheng nodded slightly and casually uncovered the red cloth covering the public. A delicate crystal plaque appeared in front of you. The number 156,000 is engraved on it. Next to it is a high-end crystal throne. In addition, there are 3 retro-style platinum record certificates, Bay City Platinum /50,000. Congratulations to Du Sheng's new album Yi Sheng With You, which has been certified by the International Recording Association. The first batch of Bay City sales reached 156,000, and won the honor of Bay City's 3 platinum record. I hope to continue my efforts. At the same time, the first batch of circulation in Asia has exceeded 1 million. Please go to the Crystal Throne. Seeing this scene, many people at the scene were filled with incredible feelings. Although Cai Yilin and others thought Du Sheng's new junior college performance was not bad, they did not expect that they would be so outstanding. You should know that in today's Bay City market, sales of more than 100,000 copies are considered prosperous. How long has Du Sheng's album been released? It took only more than a week. Sales volume meets the standard of 3 platinum records. It entered the top 10 annual sales rankings of Bay City. The subsequent sales volume exceeds 200,000 easily. It is even expected to break Cai Yilin's Bay City Annual Championship. If the sales volume in Asia is included, it will be even more difficult for her to match. Du Sheng knew that Sony was doing gimmick promotion. Although he felt a little high profile, he also sat on the crystal throne with a smile. At least in the music industry, whenever the record sales are mentioned in the future, he will be considered a marking mark. Some people may complain that Du Sheng is too ostentatious, but the old saying goes that people are not frivolous and useless. Like Zhou Zhelun, similar high-profile behaviors are not once or twice. He even joked that he became the number 1 person in the new era of the Chinese music scene. Who dares to criticize him for not knowing what is wrong? Chapter 486 Shield? Du Sheng is so weird that he is standing on the throne? Du Sheng's new album exceeded 1 million in Asia, and no one out of that period. Du Sheng's guest-starring movie Kill Bill 2 was released for 2 days, and the box office in the mainland exceeded 10 million. As expected, the next day, various exaggerated titles filled the media headlines. With the great success of Yi Sheng With You, Du Sheng's popularity soared again. Kill Bill 2, which happened to be released, seems to have benefited a lot. According to this trend, the industry expects it to reach 30 million. In this, Du Sheng's fans contribute at least onet heard of them, and the producers can be said to be a big deal. In view of this, major entertainment companies and advertisers came to discuss cooperation matters. Wang Jinhua was so busy that she kept calling for 120,000 yuan per episode, and endorsing 6 million yuan per year, and the phone was still ongoing all day. Du Sheng didn't care about these things and had no time to spare. After the thank you meeting, he followed Zhang Yizi to attend the Cannes Film Festival. Then, we had to rush to England to participate in the award ceremony of the English Film Academy. Next, we will rush to Kimchi Country to attend the opening ceremony of KBS TV's Full House. It can be said that he was completely busy during this period. A week later, I roughly finished my trip to Europe. Du Sheng and Zhang Yujian Bathun Rishun Qianzhong each returned to their own flights. As expected, the ambush was not shortlisted this time. As one of the 3 most influential and top international film festivals in the world today, a total of 1,628 films have been signed up for the Cannes Film Festival in 126 countries and regions. There are only 18 movies that can be shortlisted for the competition unit. The average 100 movies are selected for the rhythm of one. What's more, the most popular thing for these international film festival awards is art films. It is conceivable how difficult it is. However, Zhang Yizhong did not expect to be shortlisted because he led the team to participate, but he just wanted to be special for the screening and promotion of popularity. What you want is to sell the issuance right. After all, this kind of international occasion attracts film practitioners all over the world. I don't know if it is due to the frequent abuses of Liu and Du Sheng's popularity in North America. The result is quite good. Not only did Sony, Lighthouse Country, film company purchase North America distribution rights, Neon, Singapore. The former has been announced during the exhibition. Although the buyout price has not been disclosed, it cannot be escaped by millions of US dollars. The latter few have entered the final negotiation, but the price is not enough. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be able to win it. Tomorrow is a press conference for Full House, and important members of our Star Media and KBS TV station will be present. After boarding the plane, Yezi, who was accompanying him, said, "This is the first time KBS TV has cooperated with our Star Media, and the outside world is very concerned about this. But I haven't figured out why they suddenly stepped up the date a few days." Her tone was full of questions, and she was obviously puzzled. The original plan was to hold the opening ceremony on May 25, but now a press conference is held 3 days in advance. The problem is that even the cast has not been finalized yet. There are only a few names on the list. Does this seem a bit hasty? Of course, this time I went out for a long trip, and it was not surprising that some situations were not communicated in time. Du Sheng was not worried about this and said with a smile, "You should understand that starting from now on, the publicity will be very strong. Look at Zhang Dehuzi. The return of the Condor heroes has not yet appeared. Now we are taking advantage of the opportunity to market. We don't know how much popularity we have been gained." He is not joking, he is really tied up for marketing by Zhang Dewang. Still forced to do it. What is said about the original cast of The Legend of the Condor Heroes that most of the people have returned, and Mirong Fu and Wang Yuan are expected to partner with each other. If others don't name them, they will use roles instead. There is nothing you can do about him. However, the audience loves to eat this bite. Speaking of this, Du Sheng remembered some of the national interest in kimchi and said with a smile, "KBS TV is very good at this." Although the candidate for the heroine has been selected, the outside world has not yet confirmed it. What's more, there are also major characters such as the second female and second male. Yesi was surprised to hear it. It seems that KBS has announced that it was Song Hye Kyo before. Can it overturn the re-election? Of course, KBS TV is a basic fuck in this regard. For example, Song Hye Kyo temporarily resigned when she was in a sudden illness, or news that famous actresses such as Kim Tae-hee, Han Garin, and Sun Yejin were attracted by this drama can be hyped up anyway. Star Media will also cooperate appropriately for all this. After all, it can create a lot of suspense and attract more attention. Even though Du Sheng himself has a high level of attention, who would refuse higher exposure? 13 hours later, Seoul Incheon Airport. Since Yesi has been away for too long, there are many things waiting, so the two of them have separated for the time being. Opa, here. As soon as Du Sheng walked out of the airport terminal, he heard a sound full of joy coming from not far away. This sweet and unique and elegant shout seemed natural and tempting, which immediately attracted there are many gazes along the way. I saw a tall and graceful woman in a white dress, with fair skin standing there. Although she was wearing sunglasses and a mask, her face was hard to see clearly, her elegant temperament still attracted everyone's attention. There is no way, her pomp is too big and her security is tight around her. Moreover, his intellectual temperament is too outstanding. When she held the young man who was also wearing sunglasses and a mask intimately, the charm seemed to be natural. This is not the first time this situation has happened. This is the lethality of the three-star socialite in Kimchi country. Du Sheng, who was closely held by Li Yuxin, was even more touched. After all, he had been there several times. Whether in the hotel sofa, floor, or kitchen, the other person's appearance is sometimes pure, sometimes noble, and sometimes charming, absolutely varied. When did you return home? Du Sheng asked Li Yuxin to hold her arm, with a hint of surprise in her tone. Li Yuxin pulled down her sunglasses slightly, revealing her charming eyes, and smiled. I've been back last week. I heard that Full House is about to start filming. Remember that you are here today. Samsung Group and media organizations such as KBS have multiple cooperations on certain projects, such as through advertising, program sponsorship, or other forms of cooperation agreements. So although it does not hold KBS TV, it has a lot of say. Speaking of this, she lowered her voice and said with a little anger. If I don't come again, will you forget me? Du Sheng. It's really not his fault, there are no shortage of women around him. Li Yuxin completely ignored the eyes of others, took Du Sheng into the car, and naturally leaned against him. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became subtle. The bodyguard who was driving exchanged glances with the assistant, looking a little uneasy. Many of them are employees arranged by Li Jiangzi, some of whom are responsible for recording Li Yuxin's itinerary. Seeing the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but wonder if the little princess was going to make the relationship public. When Li Yuxin thought about the last time she had a scandal with an artist named Du in the lighthouse country, Li Jiangzi's reaction was a bit intriguing. They didn't know whether they should give feedback for a while. If you don't say hello to Li Yuxin, you will report it up, and you will be cut off in minutes. But the truth is that they don't have to consider this headache. It seems that tomorrow's headlines are already available. A paparazzi squatting at the airport exit said excitedly. As professional paparazzi members, discovering the whereabouts of celebrities from the subtleties is their essential skill. At this moment, his camera shutter sounded constantly, and the target of his target was the departing luxury car. Stop making trouble. There are people coming and going here, and many people are watching. Du Sheng noticed Li Yuxin's little movements and was a little amused. Because she was in a place where others could not see it, she was holding the flesh on his waist turtle. The reason is very simple. After Du Sheng left the Lighthouse Kingdom last time, he didn't come to visit her. If she doesn't come again, this rare opportunity might be taken away by others. Li Yuxin leaned down in Du Sheng's ear and said with a humming voice. I will sweat and practice boxing tonight. If you don't have any new tricks to teach me, I will follow you to the east. Du Sheng. This girl is really trying to die. Not to mention sweating profusely, even if she screams tonight, it will be useless. The two of them were talking as if no one was around, and occasionally burst into brisk laughter. The assistant sighed helplessly, but couldn't say more. Obviously, this lady is already deeply involved in it. That night, after a simple welcoming banquet, Du Sheng was taken to a nearby hotel by Li Yuxin. She also specifically instructed her assistant not to bother her if she is fine tonight, leaving behind a few people who looked confused. However, the assistant had already recognized Du Sheng, and his heart was helpless and turned into surprise. Even the relationship is progressing? This is too fast. Samsung International Hotel, in front of floor-to-ceiling windows. Two ambiguous figures intertwined. The translucent gauze curtains covered Lee Yuxin's slim figure, and her long legs were vaguely seen being held. "Opa, what kind of stocking is this? Do you have to keep it for so long?" Lee Yuxin's whole body was sweating and she couldn't bear it. A scorching breath brushed across her neck, and a low and powerful voice sounded in her ears. "This is a lunge pile, which is mainly used to exercise the strength and stability of the lower plate. It seems that you have relaxed your training recently and have become unfamiliar with basic skills. In order to urge you to be motivated, it seems that I need to practice and consolidate it tonight." Lee Yuxin's eyes were flowing, and she was filled with peach colors. Before she could speak, she was crushed by a rotating pile. 30 minutes later. "You can't practice anymore, stop, stop." After more than half an hour of practice, Lee Yuxin trembled all over and waved her hands coquettishly. "I plan to accompany you to the press conference tomorrow. You did it on purpose. When I came here, I taught people such a difficult stance, who can withstand this? Your father must know if you come to pick the plane up so high profile tonight." Du Sheng smiled playfully and said, "Do you think you are using me as a shield? So, it's not an exaggeration to punish me." Chapter 487 I don't have a memory. "Humph, who told you not to come to see me for so long?" Lee Yuxin pouted her mouth and said a little resentful. "And, are there few women who have a scandal with you? I be prepared for any trouble." What she means is that if someone else has a scandal with Du Sheng, she will also spread it, otherwise she will suffer too much. Du Sheng. I can only say that this little Samsung princess has a very strange idea. However, when she thought of the previous scandal in Lighthouse Country, her father probably knew about it, but she did not respond at all. There are some special reasons in this. Therefore, unless the other party comes to the door in person, do whatever you should do. After dependent on it for a moment, Lee Yuxin thought of something, and a cunning flashed in her eyes. "After tomorrow's press conference, are you free? Can you do me a favor?" "What's wrong? I have officially become the president of Samsung Everland. How about you stand up for me?" "Yes, but this kind of prestige goes against my original intention. Have you figured out how to thank me?" Du Sheng smiled and took her back to the sofa. He knew that this was a resort and theme park under Samsung Group. Its profit of 30 billion won last year was a very high-quality industry. It can be seen that her father really spoiled this young daughter. "Oba, I have no strength." "Stop making trouble," Lee Yuxin said coquettishly and felt a little regretful. "I shouldn't have been so positive at the airport just now, I really want to suffer. The last experience in Lighthouse Country has only passed, so why hasn't I remembered it?" Du Sheng took out a pill and said with a smile. "This pill can improve physical fitness, make the skin rosy and smooth, and look younger and more beautiful. Do you want to try it?" "Is this what you refined by Appa? Is it so magical?" Lee Yuxin smelled the fragrance of herbs, was excited and curiously took the pill. She knew that Du Sheng would not harm her, so she took it with warm water. The effect is indeed very significant. At least in terms of resilience, she immediately felt the difference. That night, she experienced an unprecedented wonderful feeling. The next day, even after practicing boxing for most of the night, she was still energetic and her skin was rosy and shiny. She couldn't help but sigh at the magic of this pill. At this moment, Lee Yuxin had a deeper understanding of Du Sheng's ability. If she had just appreciated Du Sheng's excellent skills before, she thought practicing boxing was an interesting common topic, so she would enjoy it. Then now, she has begun to be fascinated by everything about him. Lee Yuxin was born into a noble family and had a wide range of knowledge, but she had never seen such a magical Dan Wan. This shows that Du Sheng not only looks excellent on the surface, but also has many unknown sides. And what she likes the most is to discover secrets. You really want to go to the press conference with me? Du Sheng came back from punching and looked at Li Yuxin, who was getting up lazy. Oba, will you take me there? You will definitely take me there. Li Yuxin responded happily. My father must have known about what happened last night, but he has not been asking about it for so long. She probably guessed something. Moreover, she is 23 years old this year and also needs personal social interactions and connections. Otherwise, if she makes another joke about her sister suddenly getting married with the security guard, Samsung will completely become a joke in the upper class circle. So, this time it was not concealed at all. At 9 a.m., in the dressing room. In the past press conferences, Du Sheng always wore a neat suit or a simple white shirt with trousers. But this time, his look seemed extremely bold. The originally smooth long hair has become a slightly curly texture, and the bangs are divided into 3 to 7. Although it is somewhat non-mainstream according to future aesthetic standards, it is handsome non-mainstream. A black deep V-neck shirt is paired with a blazer with a ripped design, and slim jeans are decorated with metal accessories. There is also a white tie around her neck, which exudes a wild and unruly temperament as a whole. In the final embellishment session, Li Yuxin picked a pair of pure black sunglasses for Du Sheng. After putting it on, the image of the whole person becomes more distinct as the finishing touch. Oba is getting more and more handsome, and your muscles are stronger than when the UFC played in the finals. Li Yuxin said, a little illegitimate. I have been exercising very hard recently and have strict diet control. Du Sheng looked at himself in the mirror, very satisfied, and gave a thumbs up to the stylist. This style makes him look full of walking hormone breath. But he also knew that when wearing such clothes, he could not put on a look of handsome appearance, otherwise it would easily look greasy. Li Yuxin asked happily. How many abdominal muscles does Appa have now? Didn't you counted it several times last night? Li Yuxin. Song Hai Kyo, who just entered the dressing room. To be honest, she was a little confused. Li Yuxin's popularity in Kimchi country is probably not inferior to her big star. As a result, I saw something as soon as I entered the door. But I have to say that the partner I work with this time is really handsome. No matter what, it looks pleasing to the eye. Hui Kyo is here. Du Sheng noticed the person coming in and smiled and broke the atmosphere. Real people are indeed much more beautiful than on TV, and it seems that this collaboration should be very pleasant. His words not exaggerated. The official in front of him is delicate and refined, with delicate skin and a warm smile, and the overall expression exudes a natural and elegant temperament. Song Hai Kyo was a little shy and stepped forward to shake hands and said, Mr. Du, this time I am honored to have the opportunity to cooperate with you. To be honest, you look much more handsome than you do in the boxing ring. Speaking of this, she shook hands with Li Yuxin, who seemed curious. Xin, long time no see, why have you changed so much? Song Hai Kyo naturally met Li Yuxin, and to be honest, she was really surprised. I feel that the other person's skin has not only become whiter, but also becomes much more beautiful. When I think of the situation where the other party was almost depressed by his father before. Does it really have any improvement after having a boyfriend? Li Yuxin has indeed changed a lot and is generous. Hello, Sister Huikiao, you are more beautiful too. However, time is limited, and a few of them are just polite and continue to change their clothes and look. Because next, there will be a setup photo to take. The current popular makeup effects are mainly matte texture rather than bright solid colors. In this regard, the makeup that domestic idol dramas give people is a bit dirty. Especially in terms of lighting treatment, there is indeed a certain gap compared with Korean and Japanese dramas. Even if there are many fair-skinned beauties in the crew of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, their skin tones will appear dull and yellow under the camera. Therefore, Du Sheng must avoid these situations in this cooperation. Half an hour later, the press conference officially began. The starring actors Du Sheng and Song Hye-kyo walked onto the stage one after another, facing the dense reporters and flashing flashes below the stage. There was a tense and exciting atmosphere in the air. Song Hye-kyo has been exposed frequently recently and everyone has been exposed to it. Therefore, the camera inevitably falls on Du Sheng. Although this idol star, who is very popular in Asia, has been here in the country for the first time, everyone has paid a lot of attention. At least, the rumors about his scandal with the Samsung princess last night were rumored today. But what surprised everyone the most was that Du Sheng's appearance in front of him was too different from his previous image. The transformation from a tough boxing star to a fashionable male god is as eye-catching as a pure actress who suddenly transforms into sexy. Du Sheng, Song Hye-kyo and others walked to the center of the stage and nodded to the representative of KBS TV and Lee Yuxin standing in the backstage. Then facing the media, he began to enter the role state of Lee Youngji in Full House. Lee Youngji is a movie star with a very unique personality in front of the camera, but she looks a little honest when she gets along with the heroine outside the camera. This sense of contrast is exactly the charm of the character, and Du Sheng is confident that he can perfectly interpret this contrast. With the opening introduction of producer Min Hye-jung, director Min-soo, and others, the questioning session entered. The reporters couldn't wait to squeeze the microphone in front of Du Sheng and asked, "Mr. Du, with your current Asian fame, there is no need to film idol dramas anymore. This time I took on Full House for the first time. Are you optimistic about it?" Du Sheng suspected that the reporter was KBS's entrusted, but he had no evidence and said with a smile, "You can say that. In addition, I am quite interested in playing a star in the play, which is also a new attempt. Full House is a TV series adapted from a comic, telling the story of a superstar and an ordinary female writer getting engaged and then falling in love. In fact, this popular drama in his previous life was originally a project co-produced by Dongfang and Kimchi. Initially, KBS TV hoped to invite Zhang Guorong to play. Because Zhang Guorong is very popular in the country of Kimchi and even in Asia. However, due to various reasons, including the cost issue and Zhang Guorong's unfortunate death on April Fool's Day, this wish cannot be realized. Later, KBS TV considered inviting Kim Sung-wook, but he was already an internationally renowned filmmaker and was participating in the filming of 2046. Obviously, he would not be interested in an idol drama. China has proposed several more, including popular young actors. But KBS TV believes that these people lack the temperament that superstars in the show should have, especially the arrogant demeanor. So it was put on hold. It is worth mentioning that the original script of Full House was adapted from the comics by Oriental students. It's just that Oriental's cooperative companies believe that the script is too idealistic, not close to real life, and not in line with national conditions. Finally, 2 letters were released to select the patellar screen. KBS TV bought the script and modified it on this basis, which led to the well-known Full House. Judging from this series of operations, Dongfang did not have the opportunity to develop idol dramas back then. But at that time, the ideas in the television industry were generally conservative and did not dare to try boldly. Many people think that the audience can accept romantic stories that happen abroad, but they do not believe that the same plot will be popular in China. It can be said that it is due to the influence of inferiority complex or the idea of admiring foreign countries. I can only say one thing, you can't even grasp the chance you give. But now Du Sheng cut it off in advance, this is the right choice. Who else is more suitable for this role than him? He can play in his true form. After all, the plot is set in a fictional city, aiming to weave a beautiful dream for the audience and realize the romantic fantasy in the hearts of all women. Chapter 488 Breaking news. Immediately afterwards, a reporter from Dongja Ilbo raised a sharp scandal issue. "Mr. Du, what is the relationship between you and Lee Yuxin, the little princess of Samsung Group?" "We are friends." Du Sheng replied with a smile. He knew that Lee Yuxin was watching in the background, so there were many kinds of friends. Is that true? But last night, the media reported your photo of you in the hotel. Is this really a friendship? The reporter obviously did not want to let this question go easily and continued to ask questions. Du Sheng kept his storm and said with a smile. Good friend. The little Princess Samsung went to the airport to pick you up last night. There is already conclusive evidence of the photo. Didn't you see it yourself? Other daily reporters didn't give up and asked. Now these photos have appeared on the front pages of major media, and have even reached the top. This is a hot news, so of course they will never let it go. Is that really an honor? Du Sheng's tone was relaxed and asked. Yi Xin and I are indeed good friends. It's rare to have a chance to meet again this time. Is there any problem with having a meal together? In the face of this type of problem, artists usually have two strategies for coping. Either ignore it or firmly deny it. In today's society, entertainment journals not only like to make groundless accusations against artists, but also often make up all kinds of unbearable scandals, and even break into artists' residences and die in tangible ways. Previously, some media exposed large-scale photos of a kimchi national artist being abused and razed. Although the artist remained silent, those media could also guess the truth of multiple versions out of thin air. Du Sheng knew this very well, so he did not deny it or change the topic, and he was relaxed. Li Yuxin in the backstage smiled sweetly when she saw the man withstood the pressure and refused to deny it. The reporter knew that this person was not good at soft and hard, so he turned to Song Hai Kyo. Ms. Song, this is your first time working with a Chinese actor. What attracted you to take on this drama? Did you like Mr. Du Sheng's popularity? Faced with this Sao discord, Song Hai Kyo kept smiling although she hated her heart. Actually, when I first received the script, I was deeply attracted by the story. Moreover, I have always admired Mr. Du Sheng's acting skills, and he can always show a different style on the screen. So, when I knew I had the opportunity to work with him, I agreed without hesitation. As for popularity, I think every actor has his own unique charm. What I value more is their tacit understanding and understanding of the role. A reporter from the National Daily asked Du Sheng again. What about Mr. Du Sheng? Why did you choose to cooperate with Miss Song Hai Kyo? Did you also like her popularity? Du Sheng smiled slightly. Indeed, Miss Song Hai Kyo has a high reputation and influence in Asia and the world. But what I value more is her acting skills and understanding of the role. Reporter asked. Then what do you think is the biggest highlight of this drama? Du Sheng thought for a moment. I think the biggest highlight of this drama is that it shows a love story that transcends national boundaries and cultural differences. Through our interpretation, we hope that the audience can feel the beauty and power of love. At the same time, the play also incorporates many cultural elements from the two countries, which I believe will bring you a brand new experience of watching the drama. Faced with dozens of questions, Du Sheng calmly answered one by one. Since he debuted and became popular quickly, similar interviews have been accepted countless times. When answering media questions, he always remains sincere, and the answers he gives are all the truth. Of course, except for scandal issues. The entire interview session lasted for nearly half an hour. But this is not over yet, and the starring Du Sheng and Song Hai Kyo still have to take final makeup photos. The truth of the scandal between Du Sheng and the Samsung little princess is revealed. Chinese and Korean masterpiece. Du Sheng and Song Hai Kyo have collaborated for the first time, which has hidden the shocking inside story. Full House debuted, Du Sheng and Song Hai Kyo looked at each other sweetly. Do they have an affair? Song Hai Kyo, the little princess of Samsung, had a meal with Du Sheng, and the intimate interactive photos were exposed. Oh, it turns out that it is Du Sheng starring. I felt so regretful when I watched the pirated version of The Legend of Sword and Fairy before, but I didn't expect that I would have the chance to watch the real person this time. I'm really looking forward to it. This is simply the top configuration of idol dramas. Their styles are all very good, especially the fashionable makeup. Song Hye Kyo's promotional photos are so beautiful. Du Sheng's look this time is really cool. It's the first time I saw his style, and his abdominal muscles are simply mouth-watering. What? Isn't the Samsung little princess very well behaved? Why did she suddenly have a transnational love? OPA, we're on the hot search. After the car left Samsung Abeo Park, Lee Yuxin sat next to Du Sheng, pointing to the news title and said happily. Seeing her like this, she not only doesn't worry about the scandal, but she is a little happy. Is it my uncle who called you just now? Du Sheng rubbed her into his arms and smiled and stroked her soft hair. What did he say? You seem to be very happy. He was really a little curious because this girl's reaction was so strange. Lee Yuxin is completely a little girl who is in love and said happily. He asked about my itinerary today. Obviously he knew you were with me, but he didn't object. And he also suggested that I take advantage of the hot topics and try to focus on public opinion. The point is transferred to Samsung Abo Park. That's right, she was too ruthlessly restrained by Li Jiangzi before and had no freedom at all. At this moment, her father became so easy to talk. Not only did he not accuse her of making friends randomly, but he also had the vague intention of pushing her hands. How could this not surprise her? However, Lee Yuxin also knew very well that the man she chose was excellent enough. If compared with my sister, it would be an epic example. Speaking of which, their Samsung status in the country of kimchi is there, and their children don't need to deliberately marry each other, as long as they don't create too outrageous negatives. With the negative teaching materials of my sister going on a hunger strike for love, she is naturally much more relaxed. As for Du Sheng's scandal? In the country of kimchi, this is not a problem at all. On the contrary, it will even become the target of fan worship. After all, at the level of the Samsung little princess, they usually have a luxury to even fantasy, let alone achieve it in one step. Of course, Du Sheng came here with a little purpose. If you are not in overseas markets for a long time, no matter how popular you are, you may be gradually forgotten. The four heavenly kings are the best examples. How popular was Lu Yingyu in his previous life? His first concert was held in Kimchi Country. However, when he went to Kimchi Country to promote seeing the dragon to remove armor, few people remembered his name. He was also deeply moved by this. One of the purposes of Du Sheng's participation in Full House is to consolidate his position in the entire Asian market. To go international, we must first gain a foothold in the Asian market. The drama Full House will become the key hook to trigger a new round of craze in Asia after Sword of Fairy. As for the scandal with the little princess of Samsung, the biggest advantage is naturally to deepen the imprint of the locals. After all, Samsung Group is the food and clothing parent of most people in Kimchi Country. It's just that the shooting schedule is very fast, so the two of them can only get together at night. After the filming started the next day, what surprised Du Sheng even more was that this drama was not filmed and broadcasted. According to producer Toji Xiaozheng, the 20-episode plot is also filmed across Seoul, Modu, Tokyo, and other places, and it is too difficult to shoot while broadcasting. Especially for overseas parts, it is necessary to take pictures in advance to edit them. Furthermore, he plans to release the drama for the summer vacation and strive for excellence. Du Sheng doesn't care about this either. It is the two film and television dramas that will be released in July, and the itinerary to run is super busy. Yixin, why are you walking a little weird? Early that morning, when Song Hye Kyo arrived at the shooting scene, she suddenly came to Lee Yuxin and asked curiously. These days, Lee Yuxin comes to visit the set whenever she has time. In addition to having dinners twice before, they have a relatively familiar relationship. After the show ended last night, Song Hye Kyo knew very well that Lee Yuxin was with Du Sheng. So this sentence has a bit of ridicule. Lee Yuxin patted Song Hye Kyo shyly. I was just too sleepy last night and opened a room to rest alone. Although she has relaxed her mind, she has been restricted in this regard, so she is still a little unable to let go. Song Hye-kyo was not surprised. Seeing Du Sheng discussing with the director, she leaned close to her ear and said with a smile, "I'm not a child, don't hide it from me. By the way, how did he behave?" During this period, her role with Du Sheng has progressed to ambiguously embracing her, and she is very clear about some of her specialties. "I was already amazed, but unfortunately." "Sister Hye-kyo. Just tell me, I'm very curious." "Humph, I won't say it. If you are curious, you can experience it yourself." Lee Yuxin's face was flushed and she gently pushed Song Hye-kyo with her shoulders. "Hey, this is what you said." This sentence like a joke made Lee Yuxin think something in her mind. "Oh, Sister Hye-chiao, are you interested in Appa? It is not too common to have love when filming because of love. Not to mention, she and Nikki were in similar situations in Lighthouse Country, so she met Du Sheng." "Nothing is there? He is yours. How could I like him? Don't talk nonsense." "I really don't." Song Hye-kyo stuttered a little. "Hee, I don't mind." Although Lee Yuxin's words are mostly joking, she is not an opponent in her single-handed fight recently. She lost her armor shortly afterwards, and she was also very upset. "Do you like Appa? Tell me, I want to know why he is so strong." "Ah, Xin, what are you talking about?" Lee Yuxin suddenly grabbed Song Hye-kyo's arm and whispered something in her ear. Song Hye-kyo blushed after hearing this. On the other side, Du Sheng didn't know what they were talking about and was discussing the shooting with the producer. The two sides had talked about the main sea-based villa for shooting, and he suggested taking it in Modu. Ming Xiaojeng finally agreed to this plan considering Du Sheng's fame and relying on him to gain popularity in the East and Asia. "Therefore, after shooting today and tomorrow, you have to transfer to Modu. The next plot is that the heroine signs a contract and marriage agreement with the hero due to a misunderstanding, so as to create topics to increase popularity. In life together, the two experienced various misunderstandings and quarrels, but gradually developed feelings for each other." Chapter 489. Are you satisfied with this wedding? After a few scenes, the filming finally got on track. Since Lee Yuxin just took over the position of president of the park, many matters need to be handed over, and she is no longer on the set now. After lunch, Song Hye-kyo felt a little tired after reading the lines. "Sheng, why not take a break for a while, my mind is almost in chaos." Du Sheng sat on the sofa beside her, and smiled and put down the line book when she heard the words. Song Hye-kyo suddenly lay on the armrest of the sofa, holding her chin with her hand, looking straight at him, and couldn't help but be curious. "By the way, is Xin your girlfriend? Why don't she disclose it? Xin and I are good friends, what are we making public?" Although Du Sheng didn't know why she suddenly became gossipy, she maintained an external tone. After all, he is an artist, and the nature of proactive disclosure has changed. As for Lee Yuxin's side, she probably had some ideas, but her father seemed to be somewhat reserved. Song Hye-kyo rolled her eyes and said, "You are lying to the god." She remembered Lee Yuxin's shy words in the morning and blurted out, "How many have you dated before?" "No. I've always been single." Seeing Song Hye-kyo's expression of disbelief, Du Sheng said lazily, "Really, there are very few girls that touch me." "Humph. Who are you lying to? You are more handsome than Song Seung-hyeon and Jang Dong-kin. And they are taller and stronger than them, and I don't know how many little girls they have fascinated." "Haha, how could I go and lie to the little girl? You have a big misunderstanding." Du Sheng didn't know why she changed so much, and he quipped, "As you said that, we have shot a lot of ambiguous plots, so are you fascinated?" "It depends on your ability." Song Hye-kyo covered her mouth and smiled, her beautiful eyes rolling on him, and she responded generously. Du Sheng nodded meaningfully, suddenly approached a little, and smelled the fragrance emitted by her body. Didn't you take a picture of a princess parading in the morning? You should be very clear about my abilities. It was not until the end of the show at 9 o'clock in the evening that Li Yuxin called Du Sheng, and Song Haikyo said goodbye to him reluctantly. During this period of time, Song Haikyo has indeed had good feelings for Du Sheng. Handsome and rich, young and promising, tall and mighty. This charm is indeed great. Even if any girl doesn't take action, she will be moved. No wonder even the little princess of the Samsung is in trouble. Before leaving, Song Haikyo waved and shouted, "A Sheng, let Yi Xin go, rest early and don't be late." Du Sheng, what did you talk about? Crack. Very good. The scene here is almost done. Please clean up the transition. That afternoon, Du Sheng, under Li Yuxin's reluctant farewell, boarded a plane to Moto with the crew. Li Yuxin felt reluctant to leave and breathed a sigh of relief. During this period, she was entangled day and night, and she felt a pain and joyful rushing her feet. Fighting alone is no match for no match. Sometimes men get angry and beat her so hard that she doesn't feel tired. In other words, just this amount of exercise, you can't even get a table on our side. But she really couldn't stand it. As for whether the good sister Song Haikyo will become a punching bag, she doesn't care. I even had some expectations in my heart. After all, there are too many opponents, so she has to find teammates. As for giving up men just now? Li Yuxin had no idea at all. On the contrary, the deeper the contact, the higher the exploration hope. After the transition to the city, the filming work continued. Although Du Sheng had arranged for Star Media to assist, the shooting location was in a public area and the road could not be closed. Therefore, the crew can only rely on security personnel to create a shooting area around. At 8 o'clock in the evening, there was still a lot of people in front of Tenjiao Shopping Mall, Zhongshandong Road, the Bund. Song Haikyo was wearing a light blue floral top with a short skirt of the same color, preparing to start a new round of shooting. In this case, filming can always attract many passers-by wherever you are. In just a few minutes, this section of the street was blocked by hundreds of onlookers. Which star is this? Are you filming here? I don't know who it is, but I look really beautiful and elegant. You don't know each other? Isn't this Yun He? Yes, yes. The heroine in Blue Life and Death didn't expect that the real person was so beautiful. Yang Yun He? Is this filming Full House? Where is Du Sheng? I want to see the male god. You are a man who has a beautiful woman who doesn't look at him, but you actually want to look at him. Although the shooting scene was very noisy, Song Haikyo, as a professional actor, showed quite high professional qualities. Since this scene is mainly her one-man show, she needs to talk while walking, so there is almost no need to reshoot it. In order to create a real street atmosphere, director Minsu arranged some staff to pretend to be passers. They walked back and forth in the designated small area to create a bustling and lively scene. After completing this scene, Song Haikyo walked to director Minsu and asked, "Is this scene okay? A Sheng is not here, your condition seems to be a little worse. Do you need to let him come early?" "No way." Faced with the director's joke, Song Haikyo said shyly. What did Minsu see, smiling? "Just kidding, this scene was actually very well filmed. Let's pack up and go to your villa and love nest, otherwise there will be more servants and you won't be able to leave even if you want to." In order to film Full House, Du Sheng specially bought a villa in Modu. The blue sky, golden beaches, and sparkling sea are like an exquisite landscape painting. This will also become his sweet residence with Song Haikyo in the play. The reason for choosing this place is not only because it has a charming sea view, but also because there is also a park with pleasant views around it. Once this drama is aired, it will undoubtedly become a new tourist hotspot. It also made some contribution to the local economy. Wow, so beautiful! After Song Haikyo came, she kept walking in the villa with Du Sheng. They walked across the wooden plank road by the sea, climbed up the roof terrace, walked through the white spiral staircase, and admired every exquisite decoration in the house. Whether it is the details or the overall atmosphere, it gives people a fresh and refined feeling. If it could come true in your dreams, it would be great to live here all the time. Song Hye Kyo said with her hands folded and her face full of longing. Then you guess you really want your dream to come true. Du Sheng was already accustomed to the changes of this girl and joked. We will not only live here, but also hold a wedding here. Hearing this, Song Hye Kyo couldn't help but blush her cheeks and she took the initiative to lift Du Sheng's arm. Staying together day and night in this place full of warmth and romance makes the indifference in her heart begin to spread. Especially when I remembered the words Li Yuxin whispered to her when she left in the afternoon. But Du Sheng knew that once Full House was broadcast, there would probably be no peace here anymore. It is probably even more impossible to live here. Of course, if Song Hye Kyo really likes this place, he can arrange another villa for her. If Li Yuxin takes time, she can be paired up, right? Having said that, the drama Full House opened a new era in Korean dramas in its previous life. It not only breaks the traditional tragic model, but also attracts countless audiences with a relaxed and funny male and female combination. In addition, the play incorporates many humorous elements and many warm and interesting scenes. Especially the interaction between the two due to the contract marriage. The male protagonist still pretends to be cold after falling in love with the female protagonist, which adds a bit of fun. The villas photographed also made the popularity of the filming and became a spot where countless people checked in. For Song Hye Kyo, this performance is also a new attempt. In the past, she often showed herself as a pure and well-behaved person, but this time her role was a stupid guy who looked smart but was actually simple and cute. Of course, Song Hye Kyo has already made full preparations for this role. So during the shooting process, she and Du Sheng seemed to be in love. This natural emotion also allows her to better interpret the stupid and lively side of the character. However, she and Du Sheng are both very busy on their itinerary and have been rushing for progress these days. Before we knew it, it was early June. On this day, the wedding was finally filmed. Inside the banquet hall of the luxury hotel. The red carpet is laid all over the floor, and the camera flashing lights are flashing around it, making it very lively. A kind middle-aged man, about 50s, was wearing a beautiful and charming Song Hye Kyo in a white wedding dress, and slowly walked towards Du Sheng at the end of the red carpet with the melody of the wedding song. At this time, Du Sheng was wearing a straight black suit and standing at the other end of the red carpet, with a solemn priest standing next to him. This middle-aged man is Du Sheng's father in the play. Because Song Hye Kyo plays an orphan, he is the one who performs the bride's father's duties. He gently handed Song Hye Kyo's hand to Du Sheng. Song Hye Kyo's face was filled with a happy smile, and the two stood side by side, facing the priest. The priest said, "Groom Li Youngji, whether you are willing to love this lady forever and respect her, no matter whether it is good or bad." Du Sheng smiled and nodded in response. "Yes, I do." Then, the priest turned to Song Hye Kyo. "Bride Miss Han Jaeun, whether you are willing to love this man forever and respect him, no matter whether in good or bad times." Song Hye Kyo had a bright smile and answered almost immediately. "I do." Under the witness of the pastor, Du Sheng and Song Hye Kyo put rings on each other, and then warm applause and cheers rang around. After filming this, the plot is basically in the later stages. After all, this drama in my previous life only had 16 episodes. Although it has expanded to 20 episodes, KBS has been preparing for so long, and the acting skills of the two protagonists are online, so it is natural and smooth. That night, the scene ended. After everyone left, Du Sheng picked up Song Hye Kyo in her wedding dress and entered the room. The latter hugged his neck, shyness and joy flashing in his eyes. There was still a hint of expectation in vaguely. "Are you satisfied with this wedding?" Du Sheng asked with a smile. "It's very dreamy, I like it very much." Song Hye Kyo nodded. What, you still refuse to change your wedding dress? Don't you like me very much? I'm going to wear it tonight. Song Hye Kyo said coquettishly. Du Sheng chuckled, kissed her lips gently, and then the two fell on the bed together. After a moment, the white wedding dress floated in the air and the scene became more and more romantic. Song Hye Kyo also changed his words and stopped calling him Opa, and he is constantly heartbreaking and calling him husband. It seems that I want to remember the beauty of this moment in my heart. It was not until this moment that she understood the meaning of Li Yuxin's saying the death of the immortal. Chapter 490 Settlement Lottery. After completing the scene in Modu, the two came to the bank of the Bund River. Filming the last vacation plot. This is also the scene where the whole show is showing off the most dog food. Not only are there sweet moments of two people chasing and laughing and feeding each other. There are also scenes of yachts together to experience the night view of Modu, as well as the warm scene of Song Hye Kyo snuggling on Du Sheng's shoulder when she was tired. These clips will be used as the promotional cover of the TV series. The crew collected sponsorship fees for the Bund project. For Du Sheng, it is naturally a pleasure to promote the country and the country. Besides, the shooting process is not complicated. In addition, Song Hye Kyo was so popular last night that she should have agreed to accompany her to experience a love and wedding. It is also to give fans a beautiful fairy tale memory. On the night when the Bund filming ended, Song Hye Kyo's eyes were a little wet, and she hugged Du Sheng tightly and refused to let go. Du Sheng gently pinched her pretty face. Why are you suddenly sentimental? Song Hye Kyo didn't say anything, she had a very happy life for the past half-month. Even though most of the cases were filmed according to the script, she was completely involved. It seems that I have really experienced a love or even a marriage with Du Sheng. Now that the filming is over, she can't help feeling disappointed when she thinks of separating from her beloved. Du Sheng noticed her emotions and whispered in her ear. It's not that I won't meet again in the future. Isn't it going to promote it when it is released in the late quarter? I'll accompany Yi Xin to see me then. Oba husband, I love you so much. Song Hye Kyo snuggled in Du Sheng's arms and said softly. Looking at Song Hye Kyo's emotional eyes, Du Sheng leaned over and kissed her forehead. For a moment, the two gradually merged into one and were immersed in warmth. Since the crew was going to rush back to the later stage of Kimchi country to deal with it, Song Hye Kyo also had a busy schedule and followed that night. After Du Sheng sent them onto the plane, he had time to glance at the visual interface. The filming of Full House has been detected, will the lottery be settled? After pondering for a while, I chose to settle. Although this is an urban light comedy and the male protagonist does not have much ability, he is a superstar and still has some skills that fit his own. In addition, with the support of LV4's acting skills, the settlement evaluation is not bad. Moreover, there are more than a dozen draws at present. It's a waste not to use it. Instead of putting it on or using it for guest appearances, it is better to use it here. At least it is much more favorable. Sure enough, as the thought fell, the lottery interface was filled with purple, blue and green. In the statistics, the host character fit is 89.2%, the roles account for 38.8%, and the completion is 90.1%. The prize pool is re-updated. After settlement, the performance rating of Full House is excellent. The current comprehensive evaluation of the host is D, and the annual lottery draws can be 1/14. Will the lottery be conducted? Du Sheng took a look at the comprehensive evaluation and thought that he was very popular recently, and he should have good luck. So he pulled it casually, and the light flowed, and 7 items popped up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a shackle card, blue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a TV script of My Girl. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of titanium alloy sunglasses. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the parkour, blue, skill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a TV script of View from the Stars. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the improvisation, blue, skill. Congratulations to the host for receiving 200 million won. Du Sheng swept around quickly, without any surprises or disappointments. After all, it was given for free. This gain is expected. The titanium alloy sunglasses were all pulled out. It's a bit interesting. Looking at the gold-edged thing in the frame, this was used by the male protagonist in the play, and it cost millions of Korean won to customize it. The shackle card is also good. It can be used on instrument playing LV2/green and dart, LV2/green, dot. These two upgrades have reached the top and can be used normally. Considering that Du Sheng would go abroad to run publicity and distribution in the future, he simply used it in darts. As a burst of knowledge and skills poured in, he felt that the throwing of hidden weapons was more concealed and exquisite, and even the range and speed were improved. Interstellar media is expanding rapidly, and at least a few TV series will be invested in each year. My Girl and You from the Star are both classic Korean dramas in previous lives, so it's great to draw them out in advance now. These two dramas became popular as soon as they were released in their previous lives and are very popular in Asia. In the future, even if you don't shoot it yourself, it will be great to use it to train your artists. 200 million won? It's about 1 million RMB in exchange for it, which is also an additional income. Du Sheng glanced down and looked at the last two things. Park LV1/Blue, 10/1000. The fashionable extreme sports that is popular all over the world. Regular practice can not only strengthen the body, but also make yourself more agile, and can also respond very quickly in the face of emergencies and dangerous crises. Improvisation LV1/Blue, 10/1000. In some cases, actors need to perform improvisation and create performance content based on the situation on the scene and the reaction of the opponent. Du Sheng glanced at the parkour skills, and involuntarily remembered the male protagonist's various skills of somersaults, swivels, climbing, etc. to use them for slap. Skip it for now. Improvisation is quite useful. Du Sheng thought about it carefully and nodded slightly. This skill will allow actors to integrate keen observation, rapid response, and creativity. For example, when shooting a play without a script, actors can improvise based on the live environment and the performances of other actors to create more interesting interpretations. I saved nearly 300,000 yuan in reputation without realizing it. Should I use it? Du Sheng's last sight fell on the main skill and reputation value. Reputation value, 286,398. Dragon Elephant Prajna, 7th levels/purple, 218700/6561000. 9 Yang Divine Art, 4th levels/purple, 355398/10240000. The Fighting Stars, 3 levels/purple, 64628/256000. The Story of Eternal Life, 3 levels/purple, 89002/256000. After thinking about it, I just spent it. There is not enough gap between Dragon and Elephant and 9 Yang, and so I consciously use it on the latter two. After all, after the breakthrough, the effect and power can be much greater. Du Sheng first upgraded the Eternal Life skill to the 4th level, and then added it all to Dozhuan Xingxi. After a tingling and itchy feeling, it seemed that ants were crawling across his body. The next moment, a heat flow was added to the 8 extraordinary meridians and rushing up and down. Not bad. The internal strength seems to be stronger again, and it also indirectly enhances physical fitness and resistance. However, this skill has 11 levels, and it consumes too much reputation in the later stage, so it is only here for the time being. Du Sheng looked at the Fighting Stars and only needed 70,000 yuan to break through. This level of catching dragon and controlling crane can transfer micro-shaped and micro-materials, and Mirongfu has practiced to this point in the original work. It is basically enough to turn the enemy's moves, hidden weapons, etc., or earn the consequences. If you want to transform into Little Superman or Evergreen, you must accumulate reputation and focus on Dragon and Elephant and Nine Yang. Du Sheng calmed down and took a look at the text message. After returning to Zhejiang Prefecture, Du Sheng asked the driver to drive the car to Tade Plaza in Hangzhou. This square has been newly opened recently, and the Girls' Generation group has been invited to perform to increase traffic. This performance only requires them to sing 2 songs and accept a short interview, and they can easily earn 600,000 yuan. However, Yang Mi was still busy just after the college entrance examination, and Lu Shishi and Tang Yan were both filming, so the Girls' Generation did not receive many commercial performances. This time, it happened that Lu Shishi had a day off and Tang Yan took a long leave before he got a 3-person lineup. When Du Sheng arrived at the mall, the performance of Girls' Generation was over and he was being interviewed. The questions raised by the female host are basically related to the mall. After all, this is an opening ceremony. After many programs, the girls in Girls' Generation cooperated more and more tacitly. Lu Shishi is responsible for answering logical and organizational questions. Lu Yifei wins the audience's love with her straightforward personality, while Tang Yan is responsible for exercising the atmosphere on the scene, interrupting or laughing at any time. They were all young and beautiful, singing and dancing lively, and there were 200 or 300 people gathered around the scene without realizing it. From time to time, you can hear laughter from the audience. In this way, the entire interview process went very smoothly. After the interview, several girls from Girls' Generation were invited to the lottery again, and the trip ended with a warm atmosphere. Accompanied by security personnel and assistants, they returned to the business car. After seeing Du Sheng, the 3 girls seemed very surprised and then got into the car. Especially Lu Yifei, she directly picked up Du Sheng's arm and raised her little head. "Cousin, you've only been in the group for less than a month. Have you finished the filming so soon?" Du Sheng smiled and stroked her flying hair, saying, "It's still fast. Don't you know that when filming in kimchi country, you pay attention to squeeze?" Faced with the monopoly classes such as KBS, artists in kimchi country have never had much say. It is common to take photos of the photos all night long. Lu Shishi sat down beside him, a little shy. "Speaking of this, since Brother Sheng, you attended the launch conference of Shuya Cave Heaven, I feel like I haven't seen you for a year or 2. Tang Yan glanced at Lu Shishi and thought that it would be fine if this girl didn't speak in front of Du Sheng, but she expressed her longing for a longing. Facing such a cute and obedient little girl, who doesn't feel pity or love after hearing this? Du Sheng reached out and pinched the tip of her nose, and smiled. She, how strange you sound, it seems like you have a kind of grief that you don't see each other for a day, like 3 autumns. Tang Yan laughed and broke the news. Brother Sheng, you don't know yet. Although she's temperament is gentle and quiet, she is very rude. Especially the gifts you give her are not only cared carefully, but also taken out from time to time. She, is it true? Du Sheng looked over with a smile. Lu Shishi suddenly blushed with shame and wanted to cover Tang Yan's mouth with a sigh. As a result, another good sister stabbed her in the back, and Lu Yifei raised her hand and opened it thoughtful. I testify, it's true. Lu Shishi didn't care about being shy, and even though Du Sheng was separated by the middle, he reached out to get rid of Lu Yifei's itch. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car was very lively. Fortunately, the car was already driving on the road, otherwise the fans would be shocked to see this scene. After a long time, after Tang Yan joined the battlefield, he suffered from Du Sheng who was caught in it. In this fragrant scene, he helped anyone to be besieged, and finally gave up resisting and let them mess around. Chapter 491, Threat of Smashing, Looting, Who Will Give You a Face? Combined Chapter. Lu Zili, who was watching from the side, watched it interestingly and did not stop it. As the saying goes, one tension and one relaxation, work and rest are combined. Recently, the members of Girls' Generation have been very busy, so it's good to occasionally relieve stress. Fortunately, I am about to return to the hotel, and the girls are quite reasonable. Du Sheng picked them up one by one and said with a smile. I happened to have some time today, so I went to the pedestrian street together later. I will try Hangzhou food in the evening, which is enough to make up for your hard work. In addition to promoting the promotion of 2 dramas, Lu Wei has notified that Initial D will start filming in early July. In other words, there is basically not much time left in spare time. Tang Yan and Lu Shishi stopped playing, and their beautiful eyes lit up. That's great. But this is not enough to make up for it. During this period, we were either running announcements, filming, or practicing singing, and we didn't even have the fun of shopping together. Lu Yifei glanced at Lu Xili, and also held Du Sheng's arm and said coquettishly, Cousin, you promised to take us to the amusement park to play, and you also said you would have a big meal together, otherwise tonight. Lu Xili is very strict in managing the girls' generation group, and they have almost no free time. Moreover, it is indeed not advisable to eat spicy foods during the trip to avoid affecting physical and mental health. Lu Yifei obviously wanted Du Sheng as her backer and started acting coquettishly and wanted to be privileged. Du Sheng would not break the appointment, so he comforted the girls and promised to go shopping together after having a big meal in the evening. However, plans always fail to keep up with changes. When everyone finished their meal at night, they found that Wang Jinhua, who was coming, had a gloomy face and was talking to Lu Xili. After seeing Du Sheng and the others, Wang Jinhua smiled again, but she was still a little reluctant. Du Sheng asked a few girls to prepare first, and went up to ask. I don't seem to be in a good mood. What's wrong? Wang Jinhua sighed and said. There was some sudden situation in The Kiss of a Prank. This drama is expected to have more than 20 episodes, and it was originally scheduled to film the scenes of high school in Bay City. That is, the various interesting things caused by the heroine's love and confession at first sight, and then living under the roof due to a wonderful fate. This part is about 10 episodes, and after the filming is taken, it will be transferred to the mainland for shooting. It's just that because the starring actors are basically newcomers, Chemi Film and Television has high requirements and has been unfast filming. According to the statement given by director Chu Yuning, it is estimated that the filming will not be completed tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Fortunately, Chemi Film and Television did not raise any more troubles during this period. Yang Okui and Su Ziwan didn't come back at Neon some time ago, and Bata Media has not yet asked about it for the time being. But all of this changed after these 2 people came back last week. Before filming, a group of short mules rushed into the venue and asked the crew to pay a 300,000 Moss coins protection fee. After that, you have to pay 50,000 Moss coins on time every day, and you have to pay another 100,000 Moss coins when you dismantle the scene, otherwise the set will be burned. Chu Yuning knew that this was related to the historical tradition of Bay City, and even guessed that it was instructed by someone, which was a follow-up to the last corner change storm. He wanted to refuse to give it, but when filming, people often threw glass bottles and other debris from high places, which greatly affected the progress. As for finding relationships, no use. Last year, the Bay City Law Enforcement Department seized nearly 10,000 branches and 320,000 ammunition, which is enough for a military force. As for the recorded attacks, there are 130 cases, and there are 1 in 3 days on average. The most exaggerated thing is that in February this year, an irritable man was dissatisfied with the confiscation of his men and directly shot the law enforcement department, and opened 40 consecutive days. What are these so arrogant social classes? The answer is very simple. Many of them still have missed positions. Some companies have important positions in the door. All because there is a strange local regulation that when you reach a certain level, you can enjoy the privilege of being exempted from jail. Commonly known as the Golden Scroll for immortality. Therefore, finding a relationship with Baideo is almost like calling a slap. After listening to it, Lu Xili and the girls from Girls' Generation fell silent. They didn't expect that the bustling Bay City had such a fierce and vicious side. Lu Yifei was even a little worried about Tong Lia and the others' safety. When they were filming The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, they had a good relationship. So, the crew gave it has not calmed down yet, right? Du Sheng asked with a laugh and laughed. He knew that the current number of Wanchange social delicacies is no less than 500, and the social delicacies is slightly more than 200,000. Among them, the largest society, the invasion of the counterfeit, Sahai, Lanboshu. And Yang Okui is one of the leaders of the TND alliance. Yes. Wang Jinhu sighed. Just last night, Tong Lia and the others were asked to come after they finished filming. These days, they often get troubled by short mules without any trouble. Tong Lia and the others are a little worried. Therefore, every time I finish filming, I return to the dormitory with fatigue and never stay or stroll outside. Despite this, the loophole was found. Before they entered the door, they saw a courier box next to the cabinet. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Is this a gift from fans or a model of Pei Su Mu Baiao? The female security guard checked the outer box and found no abnormalities. Lia, I sent it to you. Tong Lia opened the express box with anticipation. However, the next moment, he withdrew his hand like an electric shock, and his body staggered and his face turned pale. Others also screamed in horror, hiding far away like plague. Inside the express box, there was a skinned and frozen dead mouse. Faced with such sudden vicious incidents, even people with big hearts can't stand it, let alone how many girls are there? They did not faint from being scared, and they were already a sign of becoming stronger after experiencing all kinds of difficulties. Those people are so hateful. When Lu Shishi, Tang Yan and others heard that, their faces turned pale. Lu Yifei even clenched her hands and said angrily, "How can they do such a thing? They are really not afraid of being retribution." Du Sheng frowned and said, "Did you find it?" He had guessed that there would be a follow-up after the storm, so he sent 2 female security guards over there. I didn't expect the other party to play so much. The kiss of a prank has made it clear that it will not cooperate with tainted artists such as Su Ziwan. Is the other party planning to directly overturn the table? Wang Jinhua was also furious and said, "The delivery address has been traced and someone is being arranged to handle it." She used her connections directly and asked for an explanation whatever she said. Du Sheng knew that this matter would probably not be able to do anything to the culprit, and pondered. Coordinate with the crew. After filming today's scenes, no matter how much you have left, you will be transferred back to the mainland. Sister Hua, follow me again. Even if you spend a lot of money, you have to ensure the safety of the personnel. He knew that the people behind Su Ziwan had probably abandoned their cooperation and even wanted to mess up the show. But that's it. Hee. A hint of coldness flashed in Du Sheng's eyes. If the other party still doesn't know how to live or die, he doesn't mind giving the other party a great wealth. Wang Jinhua said nothing, nodded and turned to make arrangements. The girls in the girls' generation were a little depressed and were in no mood to go shopping again. Moreover, they knew that Du Sheng had something to do next, so they also knew how to follow Lu Zili back to the hotel first. Du Sheng was about to return to the company, but he received a call halfway through. "Talk? That's fine." After answering the answer, he looked like a smile. "Ye Yang, don't go to the company first, go to Zhongyao Entertainment. Zhongyao Entertainment is right next to Shanshui Hotel, and is a company covering film and television investment, production, distribution, and other businesses. It is said that behind it is the people from Bay City." Du Sheng was sure that there was a relationship between Chemi Film and television. Because the person who just called was Cheng Yu. Feng Jiarui didn't know if it was stimulated by Du Sheng's words last time, so she made a special trip to the mainland yesterday to see if there was a scene of the sun and the moon change the sky. Of course, there is also the meaning of avoiding the whirlpool of fighting between Bata Media and Interstellar Media. But he still underestimated Yang Okui's despicable methods. In order to complete the drama The Kiss of a Prank and not want to invest and waste his time, he felt it was necessary to talk to Du Sheng about the follow-up. What did you say? Kick Bada TV out. But as soon as the two sides met, Du Sheng shocked Feng Jiarui as soon as he spoke. Cheng Yu also wanted to speak but stopped, as if there was something difficult to say. Du Sheng sat there calmly and said lightly, "What, can you sign the broadcast agreement?" Feng Jiarui did not answer the question and said coldly, "Do you know what the consequences of angering Yang Okui? He has lived in Wancheng for so long and knows very well how capable Yang Okui is there. The protection fees a few days ago hindered the crew's shooting, and even the dead rats threatened last night were just playing house games. If the other party really wants to get mad and angry, he can cause a death or murder case regardless of the consequences. In the end, you can't even do anything to Yang Okui, and the crew is the most damaged. It is precisely because of this that Bada Media has to be in the Wancheng entertainment industry and once formed a monopoly trend, and no one wants to offend it. Not to mention, the company has multiple channels and many well-known programs and series, and this highly concentrated resource and influence has also made countless people flatter. If Bada TV is kicked off, it is unknown whether The Kiss of the Prank can be broadcast in Bay City. What are the consequences?" Du Sheng said in a cold voice. "At worst, I can just throw away the Bay City market, I can afford it." "Mr. Du, please think twice." Cheng Yu smiled bitterly and said, "It's okay if 1 or 2 dramas are not premiered in Bay City, but what about the follow-up? Besides, the foundation of our Chemi film and television is in Bay City, and we must never give up here. Star Media does not intend to open up the market again, and the problem is indeed not big, but they cannot do it. At least, the next level of the series broadcasting will not be avoided by Bada Media's monopoly. Then follow the advice I said before." Du Sheng refused to give in half a step and said, "You sell the copyright to us, and everything else has nothing to do with you. Even the actors you arranged can be retained, which is my biggest concession." "Impossible." Feng Jiarui vetoed it without any doubt. "We spent so much effort on this show and would never give up. He and Yang Okui are brotherly relationships and are not worried about revenge at all. On the contrary, they came this time with some purpose." Feng Jiarui signaled Cheng Yu to hand over the prepared document. "If you still want this drama to be broadcast in Bay City to preserve the Bay City market and don't even want to cause endless revenge, then sign an agreement. What a businessman attaches most importance to his interests, and he is not afraid that Du Sheng will not agree. Even if Du Sheng does not agree, the Star Media behind him will consider it more in order to expand the market." Wang Yeyang next to him was a little curious, and couldn't help but lean forward and look at it, and his eyes widened. "Investment and transfer agreement for Prank Kiss. In short, it is to let Interstellar Media transfer 3% of its shares to Bada Media, agreeing to replace Su Ziwan as a starring role in exchange for protection and Yang Okui's friendship. For a drama, let me please Yang Okui and Su Ziwan." Du Sheng glanced casually and laughed. "My knees are too hard and I can't bend down." After saying that, he turned around and left. "Mr. Du." Cheng Yu was secretly anxious. Of course, Qi still underestimates the other party too much, and this cannot be solved by threats. "When I thought about the crew's repeated accidents recently, I didn't say anything about it, but chose to just watch. Could it be that there is also Mr. Qi who is promoting the fire here? If it is true, that's over, it's completely over, and there's no room for maneuver." Feng Jiarui looked at Du Sheng who was about to go out with a gloomy face. "You'd better think clearly. If you don't sign the agreement, can you afford the consequences?" He would never allow Du Sheng to leave like this. If even a mainlander can't convince him, how can he gain a foothold in the circle in the future? How would Yang Okui laugh at him? Hearing the threatening words, Du Sheng turned around and returned to Feng Jiarui and looked straight into his eyes. "Are you threatening me? Do I need to threaten you?" Feng Jiarui felt relieved when he saw Du Sheng coming back, and a disdainful sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. I just remind you, young people, don't be too ignorant of the depth. Du Sheng looked around and saw many people from Zhongyao who were entertaining outside the door and smiled. You like this feeling of controlling everything, right? A celebrity artist shining in the eyes of ordinary people is like a chess piece driven by others in front of you. You can decide their destiny in one sentence, or you can change the cooperation agreement in one sentence and force others to give in. Does this feeling of life and death make you feel like the so-called godfather? Feng Jiarui's brows trembled slightly and said in a deep voice. You know the consequences and dare to be so reckless. Is it really stupid or fake stupid? Du Sheng chuckled, with a hint of pity in his eyes. You were so praised in the past that you were almost forgotten. I admit that you have achieved something in Bay City, but what does this mean? Feng Jiarui's face was distorted with anger, and he stared at Du Sheng. If Ikemi Film and Television join forces with Bata Media, do you believe the news and dramas related to your star media, and you will not be able to make any noise in Bay City? There are no one who can ban star media, but it is definitely not you. Du Sheng looked at him and said. One is a mess, the other is just a businessman, and he is also worthy of banning. A group of frogs in the well, who do you think you are? Hearing Du Sheng's words, Feng Jiarui's face suddenly turned ashen. On the other side of Bay City, they joined forces with Bata Media, which seemed to be powerful and almost monopolized most of the film and television industry. But to put it bluntly, that's it. Talk about banning, don't say whether they have the power. Even if there is, it is limited to that little 1 acre and 3 cents of land. At most, he cut off cooperation and contact with Du Sheng. Even Bata Media, which brought Yang Okui, could not break the other party's skin. After being exposed by Du Sheng's bluff, Feng Jiarui was a little angry. My surname is Du, I don't want to cooperate and make a fuss before I can make peace. This agreement is not harmful to you and me, don't be ungrateful. He didn't say anything threatening, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense. Because once you have known Yang Okui, it is not difficult to let a person evaporate quietly. You don't know what you are? Haha, since there is no harm, then you can take it back. Du Sheng suddenly shook his wrist, and the document in his hand was pushed by invisible force, and it was thrown to Feng Jiarui's neck. Bang! Even without the assistance of the amplifier equipment, the loud sound still echoed in the venue. You! Feng Jiarui touched his neck, looking both shocked and angry. Although Du Sheng's action did not cause any substantial damage to him, and even his skin did not turn red, it made him lose face in front of others. Before leaving, Du Sheng finally said coldly. This drama cannot be cooperated with Bata Media, and the post-production will be conducted on Star Media. If you don't agree, you can sue now. Feng Jiarui's chest was undulating, and he wished he could put the difficult little turtle in front of him to death. When the two parties signed the contract, they agreed to have the opening ceremony in Bay City and the post-production was placed on Star Media. As for whom Bay City works with, there is no talk about where it will be broadcast. He didn't expect that this would happen, so he couldn't turn his back on his face. A few days ago, Yang Okui put pressure on the crew like this, which not only seemed to be ineffective, but instead aroused the boy's stubborn temper. The agreement proposed by Yang Okui was not completed, but instead made him unable to get out of Taiwan. As for letting the actors go on strike? In the end, Chemi Film and Television will most likely lose his wife and his troops. Because this kind of thing is too easy to leave a handle. Looking at Du Sheng's back as he left and listening to the whispers of employees outside, Feng Jiarui's face became even more ugly. Master Qi. Cheng Yuxi walked forward and whispered to comfort her. Forget it, after working together this time, there is no next time. She knew Du Sheng's attitude very well, and there was no room for maneuver. What's more, this time they asked too much and could not blame each other at all. It's just that Yang Okui's stretching out his hand is too long. But they cannot give up such things that are secretly entangled in interests. Never mind. Feng Jiarui said, gritting his teeth. Impossible. Even if we can swallow this energy, do you think Lao Yang can swallow it? How could Yang Okui remain indifferent if Du Sheng refused so firmly? Unfortunately, I just learned that the crew had been demolished and transferred, so Director Chu Yuning took the lead in crossing the sea, and even the organization could not stop it. Feng Jiarui pondered for a moment, and said expressionlessly, "You go and contact Lao Yang and tell me the matter straight. It is already the end of their kindness and righteousness to achieve this. As for what dangers Du Sheng will suffer next, that has nothing to do with him." Feng Jiarui looked at the direction of Du Sheng's departure, subconsciously twisted his stiff neck, and his eyes became cold. "Master Qi! You!" Cheng Yu was about to agree, but suddenly screamed. "Why is your neck swollen?" "What?" Feng Jiarui reached out and touched her, and was shocked. "I hurried to the bathroom and saw that my neck was not only red and swollen, but also a little crooked, looking quite hideous and terrifying. Is the food in the mainland not clean?" Feng Jiarui was shocked and angry, and hurriedly covered his neck and shouted, "Send me to the hospital quickly! Quickly!" He didn't doubt anything else at all. After all, Du Sheng didn't get close, just threw the documents over. "When you got off the plane before, you accidentally hit the middle cabin door. Will it be related to this matter?" Seeing that his neck was getting more and more swollen, his bloody tendons were revealed, and he could no longer care about anything else, so he quickly called the bodyguard in. As for the follow-up situation of the kiss of prank, it was directly left out. The scene suddenly fell into chaos. P.S. Release the data, the 2 chapters are combined into 1 chapter. Chapter 492, Make Things Difficult for You. The crew has been transferred and placed. The next day, as soon as Du Sheng walked into the company, he heard Wang Jinhua say, "Zhezhou University is on holiday, and we will finish filming the campus scenes there next." "No problem, that's pretty good." Du Sheng nodded and asked, "What are my next itinerary?" Last night, he heard that Feng Jiarui was seriously ill and returned to Bay City overnight. It is also possible that the nerves and breathing in the neck may be compressed due to swelling, so it is estimated that it will be necessary to go to the ICU for severe treatment. After such a big accident, I naturally had no time to pay attention to the small matter of the crew. The sales of Yi Sheng with you in Asia exceeded 1.5 million, and you have to go to Neon, Xiangzhong and other places to promote it. The Ambush will be released on July 1st, and Full House will be premiered on KBS Plus Moda TV in late July. Next you have to run publicity and roadshows, as for Initial D. Wang Jinhua said it all over, and Du Sheng heard it loudly, so he simply asked Wang Yang to remember it. "A Sheng, come and take a look at this." After some serious talks, Wang Jinhua suddenly turned on her laptop and played a video. In the picture, an acquaintance popped up that I felt sorry for. It was Su Ziwan. Then, there was a short and fat man in a suit. They were very lively around them and seemed to be being interviewed. Du Sheng looked carefully and sneered in his heart. This happened last night, and God of War held a preheating press conference. In the picture, Yang Okui appeared at the press conference. Whether it was the director or screenwriter, including Zhou Yumin and Su Ziwan in F4, they all had to give way to this heavy weight. There is no doubt that the focus of this interview is Yang Okui. He sat firmly in the center of the press conference. As the producer, Chemi Film and Television, even if Cheng Yu was worried about Chi Ye's injury, she had to appear at the press conference. After all, many of the leading actors in this drama are the original cast of Meteor Garden, which is full of gimmicks. Also present was Jin Ziyulai. In order to reflect the TVBS TV's high attention to the drama God of War, she also personally attended the scene to support it today. In Bay City, TV series are often played simultaneously on dual-distance channels. Even if this is not the case, it will often be replayed through other TV stations in the future. Not to mention that the drama has gathered many big names, major platforms will naturally not miss this promotional opportunity and send representatives to support it. At this moment, the hall was occupied by various media, and the scene was extremely crowded. As expected, the atmosphere at the scene was extremely warm at the beginning of the Q&A session. The reporters showed great interest in the drama God of War. Even the most subtle links are not spared, and we strive to dig out more behind-the-scenes stories. However, the topic suddenly became sharper. A reporter pretended to ask an irrelevant question. "Old Yang, I heard that a drama has recently refused to cooperate with Bata TV. Is it true?" Yang Okui unexpectedly chose to respond, saying, "I don't know whether to refuse cooperation. The reason may be that Chemi Film and Television previously said that the female lead recommended by Interstellar Media was darker in her skin and did not conform to the aesthetics. However, the drama The Kiss of a Prank itself is quite attractive, but the casting aspect is really up to date. As far as I know, the acting skills of the female lead are also controversial." Speaking of this, his tone became quiet. But what is unacceptable is that the heroine was originally planned to be Shi Yuan, but she turned a blind eye. In this industry, we should speak by strength, rather than by improper means to gain opportunities. Yang Okui's answer was like a huge rock thrown into the calm lake, instantly causing 1,000 layers of waves. The reporter keenly captured the explosive point in the topic and turned the microphone to Su Ziwan sitting aside. Su Ziwan's face, which had always been smiling, became a little stiff at this moment, and a trace of unconcealed sadness flashed in his eyes. "Miss Su Ziwan, what do you think about this issue?" the reporter asked. Su Ziwan sighed lightly, her eyes were slightly red, and there was a hint of sob in her voice. "I was indeed wrong with the last Coca-Cola storm, and I paid the price for it. But Interstellar Media kept focusing on this matter, not only pouring me dirty water on me, but also saying that I am a dirty artist. I also used my relationship to snatch my original role away. Is this too much?" Her words were full of grievances and helplessness, as if she was confiding her recent injustice to the public. The reporters were immediately excited. "Now that I'm back, there's something really written." In addition to his identity as the TND Alliance, Yang Okui is also a tycoon of the Bay City media. He would be fine if he didn't come forward, as it was obviously a major concern when he came forward. Besides, his words were a little indignant, and he was embarrassed to fight his daughter. In addition, Su Ziwan and Du Sheng have major conflicts. The former was listed as a stain by Interstellar Media and the artist was not cooperated. The two sides once had a big fight. Su Ziwan had been avoiding talking before, but now he took the initiative to speak. "Is this the follow-up response to the Coca-Cola storm? Isn't the above all the gossip news that the audience loves to watch the most? Ms. Su, I heard that you have been banned by several major mainland companies and TV stations. Is it true?" "Ms. Su Ziwan, the last beating storm caused your popularity in the mainland, Xiangjiang, Nanyang and other regions to be damaged. Do you plan to revive your style by joining God of War this time by using the name Meteor Garden?" "Old Yang, The Kiss of a Prank seems to be an investment by Star Media. How did Miss Su Ziwan get Du Sheng's approval to play the heroine?" For a moment, the reporters below began to whisper, and the scene seemed to have become a noisy market. Seeing this, Cheng Yuxi immediately picked up the microphone in front of her and said, "Dear media friends, today's launch conference is coming to an end. Mr. Yang, Zai, Shi Yuan and others were also busy and needed a rest. Thank you for coming from afar, and I hope you can give you more support and encouragement." Cheng Yu actually felt a little dissatisfied. After all, Chemi Film and Television did not take the initiative to request a replacement, and it was because of the pressure from Bata Media. Now that they are in a dilemma, they are even in a factory for repair. But it is difficult for her to interfere in such matters, and she is not qualified to interfere in this kind of matter. It's just that changing roles is a problem for investors. You are still criticizing others. Whether you are right or not, isn't it all belittled to the first one you have already filmed? She was afraid that there would be another storm in the future, so she simply took advantage of the situation to interrupt the press conference. Despite this, with the popularity of God of War and Prank Kiss, and the gimmick of Du Sheng and Su Ziwan's fall in love, the press conference had spread all over the country less than the next day. The mainland is no exception. Out of subsequent public opinion, Wang Jinhua took it to Du Sheng and said, "It's interesting to reverse the black and white." Du Sheng smiled. He originally thought that the crew of God of War had a smart person like Jin Ziyulai in charge, so he should be clear about the problems of himself and the change of roles, and should be dealt with in a low-key manner, and find a suitable reason to calm the situation. After all, this will help protect the reputation of both parties. Unexpectedly, Yang Okui and Su Ziwan became ill again and were sarcastic at the press conference. Since Tong Lia is a contracted artist of Star Media and has not made any mistakes, she naturally has to maintain it to the end. Learning that she has not been included in the group, Du Sheng said to his assistant, "Go and call Ria over." A moment later, Tong Lia followed her assistant to the office. After entering the door, she greeted Du Sheng and Wang Jinhua with a slight hint. "Brother Sheng, Sister Hua." Since the crew moved to the mainland, Tong Lia finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least, you don't have to worry about fear every day or face the threat of dead rats. Just before she could ask, Du Sheng handed over the video. "You take a look first." Tong Lia only glanced at the title of the video, and her heart tightened, and then she quickly watched it. After she finished reading, her pretty face was a little pale and she bit her lips tightly. Du Sheng looked at her and asked, "Lia, what do you think you should deal with it?" Tong Lia took a deep breath and said, "Brother Sheng, I'm fine. Mr. Yang is a senior in the circle. He probably criticized me out of good intentions." Du Sheng said with a smile. "Yes, when facing reporters and media interviews in the future, remember to maintain this attitude. But I signed in, at least that's what I said here, and you can't let you be bullied." Speaking of this, he turned to Wang Jinhua and said, "Issued a statement to the public that the reason why Star Media recommended Tong Lia to play Yuan Xiongqin is not only because she was selected into the Zhonyang Song and Dance Troupe for 4 years, but also performed well in The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, and her talent is unquestionable. Our Star Media is very optimistic about its development prospects and attaches great importance to the cultivation of the comprehensive quality of artists. We have made detailed plans for her and believe that her future achievements will not be lower than the front line." Then, Du Sheng looked at Yang Kui and accused Tong Lia of being darker in her skin, lacking acting skills, and her Mandarin is not standard in her temperament. After pondering for a moment, he continued. In order to get his daughter Su Ziwan to get the role of the Kiss of a Prank, Yang Okui sent someone to smash the crew and demand protection fees and threatened the artist to die with rats, and planned to force the crew to agree. After Du Sheng finished speaking, he explained to Wang Jinhua. Write a statement in accordance with the above content and contact online and offline media to publish. In the face of this type of negative reports about artists, it is usually done to use another batch of media to refute them before they are widely circulated. Even the media that initially released negative news will clarify themselves. As long as you give enough compensation, these media don't mind slapping themselves in the face. Without the support of interstellar media, Tong Lia might not be able to fight back and might even be trampled by more people in the face of Yang Okui's criticism. But now, with the support of the company, the situation is completely different. Afterwards, Du Sheng thought for a moment and simply called Jin Ziyulai. "Mr. Jin, what did you say about what happened last night?" He is currently in the mainland and can't do anything to Yang Okui, who is closely guarded by him for the time being. But it's okay to be disgusted. Maybe there is still a chance to ruin him. Jinzai Yulai on the other end of the phone smiled bitterly. I knew you would call here. Mr. Cheng and I had already discussed the solution. But when asked on the spot, Mr. Yang called out and answered, and we couldn't stop it. Du Sheng said lightly without comment. Mr. Jin, you should understand that it is impossible to change roles until now when this drama has been filmed. Bata Media is still making trouble again and again, and there is a saying that it is unbearable. Oh, who said it was not? Jinzai Yulai sighed and couldn't help but say. But Su Ziwan is probably still angry, probably still urging her to be cute. I will try my best to comfort her. But Du Sheng, Mr. Yang's identity background is there, and sometimes it's better to communicate well when it comes to communication. Maybe in a few days he figured it out and things will naturally pass. Du Sheng smiled and mocked. Communication? How to communicate? Is it that he lets the artist who attacks me for no reason but doesn't speak out? Mr. Jin, I have contacted the media and am ready to seek justice for Tong Lia. Jinzai Yulai was shocked and hurriedly said. Du Sheng, if you do this, you are afraid that it will be counterproductive. Then what do you think I do? When nothing happens? Du Sheng sneered and said. A limping short mule leader, really think I'm afraid of him? If you really want to anger him, as long as the other party has no guns around, you can break him in every minute. Jinzai Yulai patiently advised. Du Sheng, you are separated from each other and it is difficult to communicate many things, and the crew has moved to the mainland again. Yang Okui is also deeply in love with protecting his calf, so let each other take a step back. Du Sheng had an expressionless face. Mr. Jin, you don't need to mention this kind of thing. Since the other party is arrogant, I will let his mother. Jinzai Yulai wanted to say something else, but she heard a busy voice coming from the phone. She rubbed her forehead and sighed again. Young people are just forging. Alas, it's hard for me to get stuck in the middle. However, since Interstellar Media said that this drama cannot be interfered with by Bata TV, it is likely that Bay City will be handed over to TVBS for distribution. Jinzai Yulai has always wanted to improve the company's performance, so she naturally won't give up halfway. After thinking about it, she simply went out. When Tong Lia saw Du Sheng put down the phone, she felt a little moved. Brother Sheng, thank you. As she spoke, tears flashed in her beautiful eyes. Since entering the entertainment industry, she has been fighting alone. No matter how hard or tired you are, you can only bear it silently by your classmates, and you can only swallow it if you suffer the grievances. And now, she finally felt a sense of peace of mind that she had never felt before. It's great to have a solid support behind it. Du Sheng patted her shoulders and smiled slightly. If you suffer from grievances in the future, I will support you, and you can concentrate on your career. Tong Lia looked at Du Sheng and was moved, and even felt an urge to pounce into his arms. But reason told her that she could only think about it. She is currently just an unknown artist, and Du Sheng is not only her handsome idol, but also her boss. After experiencing the various ups and downs in Bay City before, she deeply realized the importance of having a backer. But Tong Lia didn't know if the person in front of her who had control over her future was that she had such a slight affection for her or was doing her business. Therefore, she was easily satisfied and did not dare to ask for more, and planned to perform well in the company first. For example, finishing the filming of The Kiss of a Prank first is considered to be a blessing for Du Sheng's support. Du Sheng saw something, and kindly rubbed Tong Lia's hair and said with a smile. You also know the new artists of the company, and they are all very outstanding. If your performance is not as good as them this year, then the heroine of the next drama will most likely not be your turn. So, work hard. Tong Lia felt the warmth of his palms and knew that it was kindness to motivate herself. She was delighted, and said firmly and confidently. Brother Sheng, don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. Seeing that she became much stronger, Du Sheng nodded silently in her heart. There is a saying that without going through the wind and rain, how can you see a rainbow? He believes that after going through hardships, the company should have another mainstay. In Wanchenge, Yang Okui just returned to the office. Jin Ziyulai just invited him to dinner. On the surface, she seemed to be chatting, but in fact she was accusing Interstellar Media of casting before. Jin Ziyulai not only analyzed the pros and cons of the situation, but also hoped that he could understand and maintain restraint. Yang Okui just smiled and had no extra answer. To be honest, he is currently washing his image and paving the way for the next officialdom. If there is no need, he really doesn't want to make a fuss. But if Su Ziwan's daughter is very fond of him, she will never mind if she is beaten to death by someone and the artist is disgusted. That's why there was a scene from the interview last night. As for revenge, unless Du Sheng comes to Wanchenge to commit suicide, he will not send people to the mainland to cause trouble. Because once he makes a big fuss, he will be furious, not to mention that his career is hopeless. He is afraid that his status will not be guaranteed. Yang Okui picked up the newly arrived newspaper on the table and started reading it. Suddenly, a line of titles attracted his attention. Did Yang Okui have a deep affection for protecting his calf, or is he too partial? This summer, God of War has brought surprises to the audience as a new work invested by Bata Media. We will wait and see whether this work, co-starred by F4 and Su Ziwan, can continue the glory of the previous Meteor Garden. At the pre-warming press conference held yesterday, Yang Okui also responded to the matter of being eliminated from the cooperation by Interstellar Media. I am reluctant to agree with the statement about changing corners. The reasons that Yang Okui mentioned were not tenable at all because his daughter failed to act, so he made things difficult for him. Because of this, he actually secretly arranged for someone to smash the crew, trying to destroy the kiss of a prank. It is rumored that this is the leader of the TND Alliance and has done evil in the past. As he read in depth, Yang Okui's hand holding the newspaper gradually tightened. After reading this report, he snorted coldly, and the anger in his heart ignited again. The article touches on the past he does not want to recall. When he was young, he was arrested by the police many times for operating an illegal casino and selling fans. As for manipulating the stock market and serving as the head of the TND League Hall, monopolizing the film and television industry, using its own power advantages, forcing actors to film with extremely low pay, and even let artists accompany them. Although it really exists, due to his huge influence in Bay City, few people dare to talk about these things publicly. Now that he has achieved something and is about to become an official, he is suddenly brought up by someone again. How can he not make him angry? If the status of a member of parliament is lost, Yang Okui will only be afraid of saying that Nanchi will be added to the small. As for Star Media's refusal to cooperate with Bata Media, is a mere new mainland company worthy of jumping in front of you? However, Yang Okui did not lose his mind, but called a phone number. Not long after, a crew member rushed to present various newspapers published today. Yang Okui nodded and flipped through the entertainment pages of these newspapers. As expected, he found several articles questioning Bata Media's dirty tricks and supporting Tong Lia. Yang Okui is not a fool. If only one newspaper questioned it, it might be the editor's personal opinion. But many media outlets spoke out at the same time, which is no longer a coincidence. How could an unknown little artist have such influence? Involuntarily, Yang Okui instantly guessed that it was Interstellar Media that was doing the trick. Chapter 493, Play Tricks, right? I will accompany you. The name Du Sheng appeared in his mind, and Yang Okui couldn't help but snorted coldly. Shortly after he questioned the casting and criticized Tong Lia, these reports appeared one after another. Does the other party really attach so much importance to this little actor? Want to cleanse her reputation? Obviously, there is another reason behind this. Most likely, I want to use this matter to show my power to him. In Yang's opinion, his status is there, and no one will be so stupid that he offended an unknown artist. Even companies like Chemi Film and Television will take the initiative to invite Su Ziwan to play the heroine in order to make friends with him. The reason why Star Media reacted so much is mostly because of the previous Skola beating incident and the casting storm. This clearly shows that he doesn't give him face, and he even loses all his face. You have to play tricks, right? I'll accompany you. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Yang Okui's eyes. Du Sheng is currently a well-known big star and has many companies under his name. Most people usually do not easily conflict with such characters. But how could he be able to withstand this tone when he was a big boss in Bay City? Even if you cannot send someone to the mainland to kill the other party, you can easily use the media resources in your hands to make the other party bad. Jin Ziyulai, who returned to the company, was in a good mood now. After talking with Yang Okui last night, the other party obviously heard it. As long as the other party is no longer obsessed with the kiss of a prank and the change of roles, and the crew will be finished in a few days, there should be no more twists and turns in the follow-up. But before she could relax a little, she saw Director Liang of Chemi Film and Television coming to her door. The other party is in the crew and does not do anything casually, but will focus on the process of shooting. Both TVBS and Komi Media have similar roles. At present, the crew has moved to the mainland for filming, and he should have come back specially. In the past, when I met Jin Ziyulai, Director Liang always smiled very much, but today it was abnormal and even had a hint of anger. Mr. Jin, didn't you say you have already comforted Yang Okui? Why is it getting worse and worse? Jin Ziyulai was stunned and asked in confusion. He promised to do it well last night, could he backfire again? It would be great if it was that simple, look at this. Since Feng Jiarui was still in the intensive care unit, Chang Yu didn't have time to pay attention to it, so all these matters should fall on Director Liang. Chemi Film and Television has invested so much money and spent so much effort, so naturally he can't watch the drama collapse. But what can he do when faced with such a fight between gods? While speaking, Director Liang handed a newspaper to Jin Ziyulai. Jin Ziyulai felt a little bad. After taking the newspaper, the title read. Yang Okui angrily scolded, "Don't be more flawless." After reading the first few paragraphs about the kiss of a prank, the interview record between reporters and Yang Okui, Jin Ziyulai felt powerless and angry at the same time. Yang Okui only discussed with him last night and accepted an exclusive interview today, and was obviously targeting someone. Reporter, Mr. Yang, who are you referring to when you are not trying to be more aggressive? Yang Okui, some people in the mainland think they have some fame and capital, so they start to be self-righteous and criticize others everywhere. Reporter, can you talk about it in detail? Yang Okui, some third-rate newspapers said before that I forced actors to film at extremely low pay, and even let artists accompany them? Haha, it's a big joke. Since I entered the entertainment industry, I have always abided by the laws and regulations, do good deeds and accumulate virtues. Can I slander it in just a few words? Reporter, we are also relevant practitioners and agree with Mr. Yang's view. Yang Okui, it's like casting in the kiss of a prank. Chemi Film and Television recommends that such an excellent Bay City artist, such as Lin Yuchen and Su Ziwan, do not choose, but choose a newcomer. Isn't this intentional revenge? I always have to cut off cooperation, and even stigmatize artists and refuse to choose them. What I hate the most is this kind of person. In life, you must be self-aware and do your duty well. Don't think that if you have some money or power, you can suppress and slander it. I will never give in. Reporter, Mr. Yang, I wonder who the person you are talking about is? Yang Okui replied coldly. I don't want to name a few things, and I won't give you an example if you just once, otherwise, haha. The threat here is something that everyone can hear. Jin Ziyulai felt a chill when she read this. As Director Liang said, it would be easy if it was just targeted at Tong Lia. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that Yang Okui is preparing to confront Du Sheng on the other side of the river. Although he did not call him directly, all the characteristics mentioned correspond to Du Sheng. If Yang Okui was just dissatisfied with the casting, no matter how sharp the criticism was, Jin Ziyulai might be able to reconcile it. But at this moment, he directly threatened Du Sheng and might even use the tillage and tritium. How did she mediate this? At this moment, Jin Ziyulai felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. The project prank kiss may make TVBS ride the wind, but it also makes her anxious. To be honest, Jin Ziyulai really had the urge to give up and ignore him, so she cursed. "I won't serve you anymore, do whatever you want." But it is precisely because of the two of them that the popularity of this drama has soared. In addition, most of the series have been filmed. How could she let it go? Jin Ziyulai gritted her teeth and tried to save this situation no matter what. She knew that Yang Okui was seeking to enter the government and would not make trouble for the time being. Bata Media, President's Office. Yang Okui is browsing the newspaper. When he saw his interview in the newspaper, a smile appeared on his face. The unhappiness that had been accumulated in his heart seemed to be released. Dong 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 dong. Hearing the secretary's report, Yang Okui said casually, "Come in." He found that Jin Ziyulai, who came in, was different from usual, with a heavy face and no longer had the smile of the past. "There are still several newspapers in my hand." He knew it in his heart and asked with a smile, "Ziyulai, is there anything you need to ask me for?" Jin Ziyulai sighed and raised the newspaper in her hand. "Old Yang, didn't we agree last night?" Yang Okui looked calm and said, "Did I mention Tong Lia again? This is just an ordinary personal interview." Jin Ziyulai heard that he disagreed with his tone and said with a wry smile, "Old Yang, if you have any dissatisfaction, you can tell me directly. But TVBS, Chemi Film, and television and interstellar media are ultimately a cooperative relationship, so there is no need to cause a lot of controversy and let outsiders laugh at it for nothing." Yang Okui put away his smile and his face became cold. "You should know the reason. If he wants to end this matter, then let's not take the example." Jin Ziyulai didn't want to stimulate this giant crocodile. If she bites her, it would be no joke. She organized the language and said, "Since that's the case, can you make an appointment to sit down and talk?" Yang Okui sneered and looked at her coldly. "What are you talking about? Let the do ask me to ask me? If I hadn't been older and had a restrained temper, would you think he would be able to leave intact next time when he came to Wanchanj?" While speaking, Yang Okui threw a stack of newspapers in front of Jin Ziyulai and said sternly, "Look at how you report me." He was arrested 3 times for operating an underground casino and selling fans, manipulating the stock market, monopolizing the film and television industry, using his own power to deduct actors' pay, and even allowing artists to provide improper services. He also made up the old sesame and bad things I had in the past to laugh at me. What does this mean? Expose my shortcomings? Do I embarrass myself to be a member of parliament? This is all done by writing my face. Do you really think I am old and have no temper? Jin Ziyulai didn't look at the newspaper yesterday, but from Yang Okui's words, she could roughly infer what happened. It's nothing more than what Du Sheng said before, helping Tong Lia win back her reputation. Although these are all facts, they undoubtedly damaged Yang Okui's face. Let Du Sheng apologize to Yang Okui? Jin Ziyulai knew very well that she didn't have that much face. Besides, Du Sheng may have learned about this and didn't know what kind of reaction he would make. Damn, you guys play slowly. If I care about these messy things, I will be a dog. As long as the kiss of a prank can be successfully released, then what do these two parties want? I'm saying I'm going to be more and more capable, and I'll never return next time. Du Sheng looked at the interview content of Yang Okui in the newspaper in his hand and sneered in his heart. Haha, then I will let you see my wrist. Du Sheng then called Wang Jinhua and Ye Zi. There is an urgent task, and you two need help. Collect the background information of Yang Okui, especially his history of transformation and whitewashing, and any illegal means he has used. In addition, I also need all the relevant information about him and Su Ziwan, including scandals. Wang Jinhua asked in surprise. Yang Okui's evil means? About Yang's dark history in the 1970s and 1980s is limited to some people in Bay City, and the specific details are not widely known. Moreover, the other party began to transform into the entertainment industry in the 1990s, and hid the identity of the trait leader, becoming a media tycoon. Wang Jinhua naturally doesn't know much about this. That's right, if you can't search in Bay City, you can go to Xiangjiang. He invested in a lot of dramas back then. Du Sheng smiled playfully and said. For example, in The Son of the Emperor, some people point at Lu Ying and Guo Yumo. When you collect the information, you will understand. Wang Jinhua nodded to express her understanding. Du Sheng looked at the curious Ye Zi and said meaningfully. Xiao Yizi, please contact Fuji TV. I heard that Yang Okui and Su Ziwan, the daughter, are having a lot of fun in Neon. Last night, Yukawa Sakurako learned about the matter here. She excitedly came up with some large-scale photos, saying that it was a submission received by her reporter. This is not a good arrangement. Ye Zi understood in 1 second, thought for a while and said. My Ye family is in Wancheng, do you want it? No need for the time being. Du Sheng shook his head. He might have to play a big game next time. He didn't want the Ye family to get involved, so he wouldn't be able to remove it clearly. Ye Zi knew that the man knew it, nodded and said. The day after tomorrow, 10-sided ambush will start road shows in Yangcheng, Modu, Hangzhou, Beijing, and other places to prepare for you. As the film is approaching, the promotion has been overwhelming in recent times. The 4 major social platforms of TV, stations, roadside billboards, online, etc., the words 10 ambush can be seen everywhere during the summer vacation. As the starring actor, Du Sheng will naturally not fall behind in cooperation with the promotion, and has forwarded the official announcement on major platforms. Of course, the most grand thing is that the drama will premiere in the Beijing Auditorium on June 30th. Zhang Yi finally got into trouble. It can be said that he is in a state of great success. Du Sheng nodded and asked a few more questions before he finished the topic. Watching the two of them go out, his eyes deeper. Next time I go to Bay City, can't leave intact? Very good, I want to see how you can make me come and go. It just happened to cooperate with the promotion and exposure, which was very exposed and could completely cover up some things. Time passes quietly inadvertently. In recent days, due to continuous heavy rains in Bay City and even severe water accumulation on the roads, Yang Okui almost never left his home. This kind of weather made him feel very inconvenient and even a little irritable. Fortunately, this rain comes and goes quickly. This morning, when Yang Okui woke up, he found that the sky had returned to clear. Just as he was about to enjoy the rare good weather, a sudden hurried knock on the door broke the tranquility. Who? Yang Okui asked with a frown. Fuck me, it's me. A familiar voice came from outside the door. Yang Okui opened the door and saw Su Ziwan's face pale and he looked very anxious. What do you think of in a panic? Yang Okui couldn't help criticizing. Fuck me, She was holding a newspaper in his hand, looking like he was reluctant to speak but stopped. After she saw the contents in the newspaper just now, she felt something was wrong, but when she arrived in front of Yang Okui, she didn't dare to show him the newspaper directly. What the hell happened? Yang Okui asked. Su Ziwan said carefully. Some people are spreading rumors about you. She didn't say that there was her own. But in the face of those things that I do, my own little things are not worth mentioning at all. Seeing Su Ziwan's expression, Yang Okui stopped asking and took a few newspapers from her. What caught my eye was a striking title. Shocked. Revealing the true and bad behavior of the Taoist boss Yang Okui. 3 views explode. It turns out that this is the relationship between my daughter and her daughter, and it is exposed on a large scale. JPG. Picture. Man is doing it, God is watching it, it is not that he does not repay you, but that the time has not arrived. The moment he saw the first title, Yang Okui's heart beat faster. Recently, according to an in-depth investigation by a reporter from the Metropolitan Entertainment News. During the film boom in the 1990s, when Bay City film tycoon Yang Okui invested in filming in Xiangjiang, in order to obtain the best interests, he joined hands with the Xiangjiang Society to force actors to submit. The famous actor Liu Yingque was found by his men with a gun and pointed the gun at the head of the agent, and was forced to participate in the film The Son of Emperor. JPG. Figure 1. Wen Bixia also encountered similar threats and was forced to shoot the movie Bo Tianlong Horse Club by guns. The other party claimed that either shoot or die. JPG. Figure 2. In addition, Yang Okui used the power of the road in Bay City to force actors to film at extremely low pay. Everyone, including well-known artists such as Xiao and Su, dared not speak out, and he used this to make high profits from the investors. As its power protection umbrella, the Heaven and Earth Alliance can be regarded as a nest of snakes and rats. Not only do evil things, it even directly breaks into the set to steal the filming line, forcing other crews to give up their shooting plans to achieve monopoly. What is even more outrageous is that Yang Okui also operates underground shops, sells fans, controls stocks, and is suspected of 8 shootings. Previously, the crew of The Kiss of a Prank asked for protection fees and threatened the mice that killed Tong Lia and other artists, which were just the tip of the iceberg of his many evil deeds. JPG. Figure 3. Such a crime is extremely evil. Why can Yang Okui still sit in the Bay City tycoon safely? The reason is that he has been spending a lot of money to bribe some members of the Bay City Council, and the two sides have made a decision. Recently, he has also tried to whitewash his image in order to enter the official career. Such a person with such evil deeds can even become a guest of honor for some people in the Bay City. It has to be said that the world is really upside down, which is sad and lamentable. Cake. Yang Okui's face turned pale and he tore the newspaper apart. He did not expect that those past events that had been forgotten for more than 10 years have now been rediscovered. What shocked him even more was that his ambiguous behaviors with Su Ziwan on Neon some time ago were all lost. Wang Dan, how dare he? Yang Okui's fingers were trembling with anger. He knew very well that these reports were all transmitted from the mainland, and it was very likely that they were masterpieces of interstellar media. There are still many rivals here who are cooperating. Otherwise, it would never be possible to send it out under your nose. When I think of the ugly things I have worked hard to suppress, they spread like this, and even affected the votes for the government. Yang's skin suddenly became purple, and his angina pectoris made him feel even more convulsive. Fuck you. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Su Ziwan, who was originally standing aside, was shocked when he saw Yang Okui suddenly covering his heart and falling down. Heart attack. Her scalp was numb, so she quickly went to get the medicine and called a bodyguard to arrange the hospital. At the same time, the relevant newspapers were quickly spread on the internet and in real life because they were too eye-catching and large-scale. Bay City, next to a park. Tisk tisk, this pair of fucking girls is so fun. I have to say that Su Ziwan is really X. Could it be that he has lost his candy, right? I can't even talk like this, I can only say that Yang Okui loves curiosity. The big and small sisters have a couple of hangout, there's something. What do you mean? You don't want it? Many people are gossiping about related news enthusiastically. An old man put down the newspaper, shook his head and sighed. What a good person doesn't live long, and it will last for thousands of years. Yes, it's really unwilling to have done so many bad things in recent years, but she can still get away with it. We strongly demand that he be brought to justice and give everyone justice." As the reports fermented, social media also exploded. All kinds of anger, shock, and sympathy are intertwined, forming a force of public opinion that cannot be ignored. Soon, related news became popular searches such as renren.com and Taiba. Damn it! Is this true? There are pictures and the truth, what do you think? It's lawless. Yang Okui is simply a demon. It's so scary. Although I think there are many dark stories in the entertainment industry, I didn't expect it to be so serious. Those big-name stars are also forced to do this by these demons? It's incredible. Why didn't it be exposed before? Can it really be covered up with one hand? Didn't you read the report and mention the co-conspirators in Bay City? What's so surprising about this? I don't think we can sit idly by and take action to let more people know about this and let Yang Okui receive the punishment he deserves. Mainland netizens also began to be indignant and forwarded them to attract more attention. As the incident develops, people's anger and dissatisfaction slowly gathers into a torrent. With the promotion of interstellar media behind it, the attention of this news is increasing at an explosion. Although everyone cannot interfere, at least the seeds of justice have been planted in everyone's heart. Sooner or later, a punishment of heaven will come. Du Sheng's eyes were thoughtful after listening to the report. As the saying goes, good people do it to the end and send Buddha to the west. This seems to be a repair. Chapter 494 A generation of bosses fell. Related events have been aroused online. More about Yang's sins have been revealed. As the behind-the-scenes driver, Du Sheng is now traveling to Yangcheng, Hangzhou and other places with the crew of 10 Sides of Ambush to motive for the next roadshow. Sheng, get in the car quickly, the weather is too hot. After the itinerary that night, Du Sheng took Zhang Baji to start his daily racing journey. As soon as he checked the appearance of the car, he found that Zhang Baji was almost unbearable. Today's high temperature is particularly fierce, so hot that it seems like it is about to melt. Sweat slid down her forehead and her breathing became rapid. Sheng, get in the car quickly, it's so hot that I can't stand it. Zhang Baji couldn't help but urge Du Sheng again. Seeing that she was so uncomfortable, Du Sheng couldn't bear it and immediately opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. Ah! Zhang Baji let out a scream of surprise, and her body curled up involuntarily, biting her lips and frowned. The interior space of her car is small. As soon as Du Sheng sat in, the entire car was almost filled and he accidentally squeezed into Zhang Baizi. Ah, Sheng, slow down quickly, this road is too bumpy. It was originally just a rugged path, but it made Zhang Baizi feel extremely panicked. In desperation, Du Sheng had to slow down. But then again, this path is really hard to walk on. Fortunately, Du Sheng was skilled in driving and the car did not crash. 30 minutes later, both of them returned after a walk around. I don't know if it was because he drove too fast just now, but Zhang Baizi was sweating all over and her jade feet were trembling. I guess I was scared. Du Sheng chuckled and saw that there were no paparazzi squatting around him, so he simply carried her out of the car and returned to the hotel. It can be seen that this girl is really tired. After taking a light bath, I could even fall asleep. I want to play extreme challenges with this amount of exercise. I don't have to go up or down, so I won't have fun. Du Sheng shook his head and took the woman back to the bed and covered her with a quilt. During the long night, he opened the website and glanced. As expected, it is still full of gossip related to Yang Okui and Su Ziwan. Among them, the seductive photos of the pair of fucking daughters in neon were directly topped by the mellow-kneading brother. Even the hot searches of Zhu Xiaotian hugging Li Ou and kissing him in the room were suppressed by it. I have to say that the tastes of the veteran drivers on the internet are indeed tricky. Yang Okui scolded Du Sheng for killing him, and was so angry that he suffered a heart attack and was hospitalized? Seeing this inconspicuous news, Du Sheng's face looked a little strange. When I saw that the hospitalization address was squatting out by paparazzi, I even squinted my eyes. He glanced at the wall clock and it was 1952. Immediately, I searched casually. Moda to Wancheng is less than 800 kilometers, and the direct flight is at 2110, and the economy class ticket is 948 yuan. Du Sheng touched his chin and pondered. Seeing that the woman was sleeping soundly, he tidied up his clothes and stood up. Wancheng Hospital, it's past 10 o'clock in the evening. After learning about the situation, Jin Ziyulai hurried to the ward. When he pushed open the door of the ward, he saw Yang Okui lying on the bed with a pale face, wearing an oxygen hood, and having a little bit of it stuck in his body, which was completely different from the fierce look he looked yesterday. "Old Yang, how do you feel?" Yang Okui tried hard to open his eyes, and when he saw that it was Jin Ziyulai, he closed his eyes again. Su Ziwan, who was standing beside him, pulled Jin Ziyulai and signaled her to follow her out of the ward. Gan Dia is due to high blood pressure and a heart attack. Now she just wants to be quiet and doesn't want to see anyone. Oh, how could it be like this? Jin Ziyulai sighed. Those rumors are not yet. Du Sheng is so despicable. Su Ziwan said this and gritted his teeth. We also want to cooperate with him, and even are willing to lower our posture and shake hands and make peace, but he actually stabbed the knife in the back. Previously, due to her fault and her desire to reduce the impact of the beating incident, she has always avoided opposition to Du Sheng. But now Yang Okui is so angry with Du Sheng. Seeing that Du Xia is about to fall, she can't bear it. I wish I could only use Du Sheng 3 swords and 6 holes in person. Jin Ziyulai also saw those reports. She didn't expect Du Sheng's counterattack would come so quickly and violently. Yang's reputation accumulated over the years has now been severely hit by these allegations. Especially at the critical moment when he tried to whitewash his image and entered the officialdom, Du Sheng directly exposed his dirty past, which undoubtedly caused a fatal blow. The way to join the officialdom is probably cut off. After all, if the citizens vote, why bother to vote? Jin Ziyulai listened to Su Ziwan's complaints and did not interfere. She had already advised everyone to sit down and talk. Isn't it good to make money by filming TV shows without any trouble? Why did you have to provoke Du Sheng at the beginning? In fact, what she is most worried about now is whether this storm will affect the kiss of a prank. Fortunately, Star Media previously toughened the kickoff of Bada TV, and it was right not to choose Su Ziwan as the heroine. After all, such a woman who is so fucking with sex, not to mention that her popularity in the mainland has fallen to the bottom, she has suffered a huge impact in Bay City. If Yang Okui couldn't wipe Su Ziwan's butt again and lost the cover of the big tree, he would be afraid that he would really sink directly. No wonder she was so anxious. Jin Ziyulai thought about it and asked. Shi Yuan, what is the real situation of Mr. Yang? What does the doctor say? Su Ziwan shook his head. The doctor said that all indicators are normal, mainly because they are exhausted and need to rest. Jin Ziyulai nodded. It seemed that this big tree could not fall into pieces. But now that there is a surge of public opinion in the outside world, how can Yang Okui rest with peace of mind? Su Ziwan was indeed anxious and said, Sister Jin, you must help us this time. Jin Ziyulai talks to people. As long as you can help, you will naturally not refuse. Su Ziwan was worried. Now these rumors have a great impact on Gandia's reputation. If these negative public opinions are not solved, Gandia's health will not be restored. Mr. Jin, you have a wide range of connections. Can you explain it to TVBS TV and newspapers? Jin Ziyulai looked embarrassed. Shi Yuan, if I can help, I will definitely do my best. But this time things are not that simple, and have spread. They cannot be calmed down by just a few public relations media. She would agree to such a thankless thing only if she was stupid. What's more, Yang Okui almost pointed at her and scolded her. How cheap is this to come forward? She even wanted to say in her heart that she deserved it. In the corridor outside the ward, the lights were dim and quiet. Only the occasional sound of instruments breaks the silence of the night. While the two were chatting, a middle-aged doctor in a white coat was pushing a medical car and there were various medical devices on the car. He was wearing a mask and walked calmly by several bodyguards standing guard. Their vigilant eyes stayed on him for a few seconds, and then moved elsewhere. However, just as the doctor was about to arrive at the ward, he seemed to accidentally touch Su Ziwan, who was talking to Jin Ziyulai at the door. Ouch! You don't have eyes! Su Ziwan was staggered and immediately cursed. I was already full of anger and had nowhere to vent my anger. Now I don't care who the other party is. The middle-aged doctor stopped, raised his head, his eyes as calm as water. Sorry, I didn't pay attention just now, so I'll do a routine examination for the patient. Su Ziwan frowned and looked at him up and down. Didn't you check an hour ago? The middle-aged doctor explained. The patient's condition is quite special. Director Liu ordered the blood pressure and electrocardiogram to be measured in 1 hour. The bodyguard routinely stepped forward to look at his work sign, and overturned the car. When Su Ziwan saw the bodyguard nodded and waved. Get in. Just as the doctor entered, Su Ziwan felt a slight numbness coming from his shoulders. But she thought it was just an illusion and didn't care much. After entering the ward, the middle-aged doctor saw Yang Okui sleeping smoothly in the hospital bed. He first scanned the data of the monitor, then looked at the oxygen mask worn by Yang Okui, and confirmed that everything was as normal. Su Ziwan and the bodyguard followed in and asked a few casual questions. The middle-aged doctor answered with great care and took out a stethoscope to listen to Yang Okui's chest. After a while, he nodded to Su Ziwan and pushed the car out. Jin Ziyulai's eyes left the calm back and said to Su Shi. Shi Yuan, it's too late today. I'll come to visit Mr. Yang tomorrow. That's the matter discussed just now. Su Ziwan was still a little unwilling to give up and asked. Jin Ziyulai kept smiling and said. I'll go back to talk to the leader first. Maybe things will turn around tomorrow. I don't know, she is not a crow's mouth. There was indeed a turning point the next day. Breaking out. Yang Okui suffered from acute heart infarction, and a generation of big shots fell. Popular. Su Ziwan was worried about gathering a party in the early morning, and was suspected of having a great mental disorder. Jin Ziyulai sat in the office and looked through several newspapers she had just obtained. There is no real evidence for these reports, and the crooked illustrations on each page are quite vague. She didn't understand it at all. She looked carefully for a long time and finally saw a clue. The whole article had 2 words. Absurd. Didn't Yang Okui turn the risk into safety last night? Why did he suddenly have acute heart infarction? So she found it very unbelievable. There are also reports from Su Ziwan. Although this guy has a lot of fun and can play seesaw with both sexes, but in this situation last night, he was still in a mood to gather together to party. She said she ignored her sister very much. However, when I think of the previous reports about Su Ziwan having a big party in the open air, this seems a bit reasonable. After all, once a person is angry, he needs to vent his heart. Just as Jin Ziyulai wanted to find someone to ask the truth, was it a third-rate tabloid who was created in the life of her life? Mr. Jin, Bata Media invites a meal. Why don't we follow the routine? The secretary was holding an invitation in his hand, and he was still excited as he spoke. Jin Ziyulai. Well, all the invitations have been sent. It is worthy of being Bata speed, no one can compete with it in terms of treating food. But for some reason, Jin Ziyulai felt a little regretful, but she breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. Without external resistance, the drama The Kiss of a Prank should be stable. I have to say that in this wave of interstellar media, Qin Shuang was touching the wires and was lying down and winning. Du Sheng didn't know whether Qin Shuang touched the wires. But he was indeed a little numb. Although Yang Okui's affairs stopped, he was not idle either. The road show of The Ambush on 10 is still on the verge of continuous progress. The album Yi Sheng With You is breaking through sales in Asia 2 million. All three major operators are actively consulting, and it should not be a big problem to be on the ringtone list. But these also need to take time to participate in their activities and promotion. Yang Mi was admitted to Beijing Film Academy as she wished. As a supporter plus senior brother plus boss, he had to express it no matter how much. Lu Yifei and his girls are already thinking about their celebration plans, and no matter how busy they are, they have to take time. In addition, Kill Bill 2 had a box office of 30 million, and Quentin brought his team to Asia, so he had to take the time to cooperate. The latter Full House is also being aired. Li Yuxin and Song Hye Kyo come to play Kai Yifeng from time to time, and they also have to accompany you. So much so busy during this period. After this trip, time came to June 30th without realizing it. At night, the lights in the capital are dazzling. Outside the Beijing Gymnasium located in the city center is already crowded and bustling. Today is the premiere night of the movie The Ambush on 10. Many movie fans and media gathered here early, looking forward to seeing this highly anticipated martial arts blockbuster. This premiere not only attracted a large number of domestic and foreign media to report, but also because of the importance of the venue and the attractiveness of the film itself, the tickets became extremely precious. The red carpet area was surrounded by water, with flashes one after another, and the reporters shouted the names of all the stars, hoping to capture every wonderful moment. Director Zhang Yizi's suit and a red tie make him look particularly energetic. Many of the leaders who were by his side, except for Zhang Wuping and Zhang Haiqiang, were famous leaders. Zhang Yizi Sai, Du Sheng and Lu Ying and Guan Huang appeared on the red carpet, and they were dressed in ancient costumes, like characters walking out of the movie. One was gentle and the other was majestic and decent. The two walked to the center of the red carpet, which attracted bursts of screams. Movie fans shouted their names and expressed their love and support for them. A movie fan said excitedly, "I waited for this movie for a long time, and finally waited until today." Another movie fan was in a very high mood and shouted, "Brother Hua and Brother Sheng, you are so awesome. I love you." Media reporters also rushed to ask questions, hoping to get more information about the movie. Yangshi reporter asked, "Director Zhang, what are your expectations for the box office of this movie?" Zhang Yuma calmly answered, "I hope this movie can bring a wonderful audio-visual feast to the audience. The box office is not the most important thing, the important thing is that the audience can enjoy the movie." A reporter from South China Daily asked, "Mr. Du, Director Zhang just said that during the filming period, you had been an action supervisor several times fallen with him." Du Sheng laughed and said, "Yes, are so serious, and you are so serious. The movie has not been released yet. Is Director Zhang going to settle the score now?" Sure enough, Zhang Yi's hidden next to him Beta Rui. "You kid is talking bad about me behind my back again, right?" Everyone burst into laughter and knew what was going on. After all, in the previous road shows, Zhang Yi held a guide for his guidance and corrected his mistakes several times. Now the two are joking, which shows that they have a good relationship. Zhang Baji then appeared, and her appearance was even more, it made the atmosphere on the scene climax. She was wearing a dress that combines modern and classical, elegant and domineering. Facing the camera, she showed a sweet smile. "Ms. Zhang Baji, do you have any special feelings about this collaboration?" Reporters rushed to ask questions. Zhang Baji smiled slightly. "I feel very honored to be involved in such a big project." Speaking of this, she blinked at Du Sheng. "In addition, my cooperation with Director Zhang, Brother Hua, Sheng, and others has benefited a lot." As several starring actors walked through the red carpet one by one, the premiere finally entered the final stage. In the theater, the audience can't wait for the beginning of the movie. When the title of The Ambush on 10 appeared on the screen under the dim light, the entire theater burst into thunderous applause. Zhang Baji sat next to Du Sheng, and was also infected by the atmosphere on the scene, and murmured with a little excitement, "This film is probably going to break the box office record." She was really shocked. "I never expected that the domestic-related departments would support this film so much. The entire summer season is the leader." Du Sheng smiled slightly. "There is no opponent in the same period and it does not match the opponent. There are indeed some chances." His words are no joke. This summer vacation, let alone whether there are any Chinese blockbusters who dare to be released at the same time, even imported blockbusters dare not face their edge. The imported blockbuster Troy, which was originally supposed to be in the same period as The Ambush, was also 10 days ahead of schedule. After The Ambush is released tomorrow, the theater will clear all other movies except it on the screening list. This is the only video in this day. Although some movies will be released later, they cannot compete with them at all. It can be said that this July belongs to it. The heat of The Ambush on 10 has not yet dissipated. The next morning, major mainstream media couldn't wait to bring this cultural event to the front page. From traditional paper media to emerging digital platforms, almost all of them are occupied by the news of this movie. Traditional media such as Beijing Evening News and Southern Metropolis Daily have reported on the grand occasion of the premiere in large sections. Portals such as Xinluo and Tengsun have pushed them to the homepage headlines. Ten-sided ambush, Zhang Yizhong's martial arts dream, and stars gather together to create glory. Such titles can be seen everywhere. Yesterday, the masterpiece 10 Faces directed by Zhang Yimou was released in a shocking manner, which aroused enthusiastic response from the audience. With its exquisite pictures, exciting plot, and excellent cast, the film has become one of the most watched movies of the year. This is reported by a well-known newspaper. In the TV news, the reporter interviewed the audience who had just walked out of the theater. "What do you think of this movie?" The audience replied excitedly, "It's amazing. Especially Du Sheng and Lu, the frequent plots of abuse, are so wonderful. I will definitely recommend this movie to my friends." Major news websites and social media platforms have even put relevant reports on The Ambush on 10 to the top of the hot search list. Whether it is platforms such as Taiba, Renren, or Blog, there are heated discussions about this movie everywhere. The audience's impressions came like a tide. "I finally got the ticket, but after watching The Ambush I was really shocked. It is worthy of being a summer blockbuster, with beautiful pictures and ups and downs. Especially Du Sheng, his martial arts movements are clean and neat, full of power, making people excited." Another user who calls himself a martial arts fan left a message on renren.com. "After watching The Ambush in the 10 in the morning, I found that Brother Hua's acting skills are getting better and better, and every look is full of stories. Especially his emotional scenes in the film are both smooth and full of tension, which makes me feel goosebumps. Du Sheng is worthy of being the world's boxing champion. His movement design is unique and every fighting scene is enjoyable. I heard that some loopholes and errors in this movie were also corrected by Brother Sheng." Chapter 495, Beautiful Woman Chases Her? Awesome! Some netizens even gossiped about Zhang Baizi. Baiji performed extraordinarily. Is this the nourishing power of love? I have to say that Du Sheng's buff that brings women into the show is really strong and invincible. The blind girl she portrays is indeed good, with both feminine tenderness and heroic spirit of the world. It also interprets the character's inner world vividly, completely different from the previous image. With the fermentation of the reputation of the movie, related topics continue to dominate the list on major social platforms. Whether it is the exciting scenes of the movie, the behind-the-scenes footage of the actors, or the director Zhang Yi, it has become the content that netizens rush to forward. Many people began to post movie ticket stubs on their blogs, with the phrase "worth watching," or share their photos when watching in the theater. Some fans even made detailed viewing guides to help other viewers better understand and appreciate the details in the movie. A netizen named Light and Shadow Chaser shared his movie viewing experience. There is a scene in the movie where the tense atmosphere of Du Sheng and Lu Yingguo's posthumous affair made me excited. At that moment, I seemed to be in a world full of crises. Another netizen named Jianghu Children said, "What moved me the most was the role played by Zhang Beizi. Her sacrifice in the film made people see the most glorious side of human nature. This is not just a martial arts movie, but also a work that explores human nature." As the influence of movies continues to expand, related peripheral products have also begun to sell hot. Movie soundtracks, posters, t-shirts and other products have become popular products on major e-commerce platforms. Many fans bought these souvenirs as a memory of their favorite movies. In such an atmosphere, The Ambush on 10 not only won the love of the audience, but also became a highlight of the Chinese film market in recent years. As word of mouth continues to ferment, box office is finally released. The first day's box office was 18.8 million yuan. The first day of the hero's score exceeded Zhang Yi's 13.5 million yuan. The box office was 86.23 million in the first week. In just half a month, The Ambush on 10 was a box office of 158.3 million yuan in the country, excluding Harbor. The reputation remains at 8.1, which is also considered an excellent category. According to this trend, it should only be a matter of time before the hero's 250 million box office record is broken. Although North America has not yet been released, the global overseas box office has soared to RMB 110 million. In the end, it should be fine to double these data. After running for the last publicity that day, I returned to Zhejiang Prefecture from Shancheng. Du Sheng met Chang Jing at the company. After this period of preparation, the crew of Woolen Wei Zi has been formed. Staff in all aspects of clothing, makeup, props, photography, lighting, etc. have been in place, and they can officially start shooting just by waiting for the instructions of Interstellar Media. The main members of the crew have also been determined. Producer Zhong Zhen, director Chang Jing, and screenwriter Ning Keshan. The main actors include, Yanni plays Tong Zion Jiu, Jia Swen plays Guo Furong, Tong David plays Bai Zhantang, Zhang Xin plays Zhu Wushuan, etc. Ning Keshan, who had been waiting and planning for many years, was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night when he learned that the filming was about to start. "Mr. Du, as long as you give the order, you can start shooting next week." Chang Jing's words reveal excitement and gratitude. After all, Du Sheng not only invested 8 million yuan, but also gave him full creative freedom. "Okay, the opening ceremony will be the day after tomorrow. The location is in the capital, and then you go to Filong Film and Television Base to shoot." Du Sheng had already talked to Zhong Zhen, and thought about it and said, "The conditions may be more difficult. You can polish and rehearse first. I won't put too much pressure on you." The person in front of him still has the ability. In 2001, Plateau Like a Dream, co-directed with other directors, he won the Huabiao Award for Best Picture. In 2002, he became one of the pioneers of military life sitcoms with the series Stories of the Cooking Class. These experiences laid a solid foundation for his comedy field and his directorial skills were recognized. Chang Jing took the tea from his assistant and said with a smile, "There is no hard work to film. It's good to have a movie now. It should take half a year before and after. Although I cannot guarantee the annual ratings championship, it should be fine to enter the top 10. When he heard that Du Sheng was full of confidence in this drama and even thought that it was possible to win the annual championship, Chang Jing was once nervous. But since the other party attaches so much importance to it and personally asks him to direct it, there is no need to worry about the issues of funds and broadcast channels. So he felt relieved and decided to concentrate on filming the show first. "That's it, then you will hold a start-up ceremony and put it first. Du Sheng nodded slightly and discussed the situation. In the previous life, Woolen Weizhe did not have ready-made scenes such as inns and courtyards for the crew to build costume scenes, nor did they have a dedicated studio, so they could only choose a dilapidated mountain in the relatively remote capital Pingwu to build the foundation. Hundreds of people in the crew closed the studio in a difficult studio for nearly a year before figuring out the show. However, the hard work is worth it. It won the annual ratings championship as soon as it was broadcast. Many of them are more prosperous here because they have changed their investment and production party. Despite this, even if the production cost is excluded, the show will definitely make a lot of money. However, Chang Jing and Ning Keshan may become migrant workers. Because if the drama is sold well, the media may attribute the credit to Du Sheng. After all, it was his popularity with Jia Siwen and his hands that made the drama attract much attention before filming. Although the media and critics will also praise Ning Keshan, they will definitely not praise him like they did in their previous lives. Ning Keshan may not care about this. He is currently penniless, and Du Sheng is willing to invest 8 million yuan, so he is already very grateful. Where would you consider so much? At the opening ceremony of the next day, Du Sheng personally stood up for the show, and then led the team to have a delicious meal and drink. It lasted until the early morning. After he sent several Quan Ye who intended to implant advertisements in the plate to the hotel, he returned to his residence with Jia Swen who came to pick him up. Back at the villa, Jia Siwen was busy preparing bath supplies for him and washing clothes for him. This made Du Sheng feel warm and homey. In order to repay her, she did not hesitate to turn on her fire power to practice tonight, so that she could completely feel the feeling of love. In particular, the power of the crane fist was taught, which made her soar into the sky. It was not until 2 o'clock in the evening that the two of them hugged each other. The next morning, Jia Swen tentatively asked Li Yuxin if she was his real girlfriend. Because some time ago, Li Yuxin and Song Haikyo attended the premiere of The Ten-Side Ambush in a high-profile manner and also posted brilliant photos with Du Sheng. The 3-star little princess is overwhelming. Let her, Gao Yuan and others be Yalishan University. Du Sheng did not respond directly after hearing this. He put down his chopsticks, picked up a bottle of Zhejiang beer and took a sip, and said with a smile, "You know, I have many women around me." Jia Swen lowered her eyes and a hint of joy flashed. "So, you haven't announced it before?" "Of course, you also know that we are artists, and often we have no choice but to do so." Du Sheng expressed his thoughts frankly. "And for me, it's too early to settle down and get married and have children." Jia Swen felt at ease, and kissed her and hugged her shoulders, and said with a smile, "I knew that it was too early for artists to talk about marriage at this age. Now I just hope to be your girlfriend, and I don't care how many confidants you have." In fact, Gao Yuan had a similar idea to ask Du Sheng to hang himself on the tree of Samsung. "We must maintain an enterprising spirit and communicate more, and experience more various aspects of life. You won't mind this?" This unexpected request surprised Du Sheng a little. This girl hated marrying her in her previous life, especially a wealthy family. It can only be said that this girl has a little determined to retreat to advance. Or it was affected by several special skills. However, his current situation is indeed not bound by emotions. Jia Swen buried her head in his arms, her eyes full of cramps. "I don't mind, just like when I saw Tong Lia shyly throwing into your arms that day, I didn't say anything, as long as you treat me well." Faced with such a spoiled act, Du Sheng could say something, and picked her up with a smile. "When did I not treat you well?" "But your mother's side." Before he could finish speaking, Jia Siwen answered first. "It's okay, she has a son, so she won't urge me. She did hate marrying in the past, but let's not talk about whether she could find a suitable one. If she marry into a wealthy family and a powerful man, she must be a canary." In addition, with Du Sheng's excellent partner now, she was so stupid that she looked for someone else. Not to mention, the happiness Du Sheng brought her was unique to others. That's good. Except for not being officially announced to the public, I will treat you like my girlfriend. As for things like status, will you say okay later? Du Sheng also said this to Zhang Baji, Gao Yuan, Fan Ou, Lu Tao and other girls. This is also true, there is no need to cheat. After all, with his ability and lottery, his abilities will only become stronger and stronger. Maybe in the future, he will expand his territory abroad and become a king, prince, general, and minister. What position will a woman want? Jia Xuan's eyes were shining with tears. She really wanted to cry to death. Because Du Sheng was so gentle, he comforted her on the sofa and helped her practice martial arts. After a while, Xuan stopped being moved and began to hum, completely forgetting what happened just now. Du Sheng remembered that she would have to join the group tomorrow and had many things to do, so she left after a brief and caring guidance. Yesterday, Lu Wei called. Initial D is completed and filming is about to begin. Let's gather in Neon Kung Kong tomorrow. In terms of script, Du Sheng had already obtained it when he was promoting 10 Faces in Xiangzhong half a month ago. This movie is adapted from the neon comic of the same name. The general story tells the growth process of Fujiwara Takumai, who drove an AE86 Toyota car and sold tofu, was warned by his youthful girlfriend Natsuki and transformed into a racer. Du Sheng plays such a high school student. He usually helps his father runs a tofu shop, and drives AE86 to transport tofu to the top of the mountain in the early morning. Due to the tortuous and bumpy roads, he unknowingly developed a superb driving technique. Later, he was accidentally involved in an illegal street racing competition, which started a story that soared into the sky. This drama was starred by Zhou Jialun in his previous life, and it is also his proud work. Although in terms of the quality of the film, the completion of Initial D is not top-notch. Even though the film not only incorporates the emotions and friendship between the characters to increase the layering of the plot, these elements are not fully displayed. However, thanks to the support of comic lovers and Zhou Jialun's coolness, Teacher Chen's peak appearance makes this video not appear abrupt. The plot with a slightly secondary style, coupled with the theme song All the Way North sung by Zhou Jialun last time, has a strong attraction. The story of AE86 and Akama mountain race god is still a topic that people talk about even after more than 10 years. There is a long history, and this is the source of reputation. Du Sheng put away the script, which is why he liked this drama. What's more, there are many special skills in it. For example, extreme curves, double track curves, double car drifts synchronously, and vertices curves, etc. Although he has driving proficiency, he cannot achieve this professional level. Not to mention, racing is also a high-end event. Top F1 drivers such as Lewis and Alonso start with annual income of tens of millions of dollars. It also includes being handsome, picking up girls, and entertainment, which is very popular among young people and celebrities. Ling Zhiying is the representative of it. But speaking of this kind of movie does not require complicated logic. It doesn't require much acting skills. As long as it is cool and dazzling enough and can touch people's hearts, you can succeed. Zhou Jialun's acting skills in his previous life also made Initial D hit a box office of 63 million in the mainland. Xiangzhong also received HK$ 37 million and became the box office champion that year. If the income of other overseas markets is calculated, this number will more than double. Now that Du Sheng is playing, his overall popularity in Asia is even more prominent, and I believe he can be much better in all aspects. It is planned to shoot in Qujing tomorrow, and it will take about a few weeks, and then it will be transferred back to Xiangzhong to continue shooting. The entire film is expected to be about 1.5 months old. If Du Sheng's scenes go smoothly, it is expected to be completed in late August and returned to the mainland. Zhuang sir, I've arrived. Are you nearby? As soon as he left the airport, he called Zhuang Wenqiang. Soon, Zhuang Wenqiang appeared in front of him with Wu Yanzu and Yu Wenel. A Sheng, long time no see. Yu Wenel got off the car and hugged him, and then introduced Wu Yanzu behind him. This is Wu Yanzu, he will play your friend Ryusuke Takahashi. This character is played by Mr. Guangzai in the original version. Recently, Chen Guangzai was involved in a fight and was in a lawsuit, and she was in a bad mood and had no time to concentrate on filming. In addition, Lu Wei was unwilling to cooperate with him, so Wu Yanzu took over the role. In this way, the three handsome male guys in the whole film are enough to attract the attention of a large number of fans. Hello, Ashen, I'm glad to work together this time. When Wu Yanzu saw the hot Du Sheng, he took the initiative to move forward and shake hands. Hello, I'm honored to know you. Du Sheng responded politely. Zhuang Wenqiang hugged him and said with a smile. A Sheng is a busy person. It's rare to come to Neon together this time, so you have to experience the local culture. Zhuang Wenqiang, the big brother who is good at writing and writing, is obviously a master of music, and he goes straight to the point as soon as he opens his mouth. Haha, I know there is a place that is very distinctive. Take a Sheng to experience it. Wu Yanzu is also a big playboy and said with a smile. Seeing the mysterious expressions of the two, Du Sheng understood in his heart that this characteristic place might not be that simple. Although he wanted to see him, considering that his assistant Kui Yi was present, he decided to place him first. I'll send the assistant to the hotel first. Some time ago, that guy Wang Yeyang unknowingly got involved with Fan Oyu's assistant Zhang Simon. Recently, I have been getting tired of each other from time to time, and I can talk to the phone until the early morning. Du Sheng didn't see him showing off his food, so he simply asked another assistant to take over. Anyway, I have been here to concentrate on filming and don't have much heavy work to do. Yu Wenel nodded and acted as a driver. No problem, it's not far from the bottom of the collapse. Wu Yanzu took the initiative to give up the position of the co-pilot to Du Sheng. But considering that it is not convenient for Kui Yi to sit alone in the back seat, Du Sheng asked Yi to sit in the co-pilot. Several big men were crowded in the back seat of AE-86, and it was indeed a bit crowded. Zhuang Wenqiang was almost unable to move in the middle, so he had to arch his body and hug his legs. It looks like a child who has suffered a grievance. Those who don't know think he has been used. It takes less than 30 minutes to drive from the airport to the hotel where the crew is temporarily stationed. After arriving at the hotel, Kui Yi checked in with the help of the crew. Yi, if you appreciate the Neon customs and culture, you can go shopping with the girls in the crew without waiting for me to come back. Du Sheng thought of the girl's excitement when she came, and told her before leaving. Kui Yi nodded excitedly. Well, I understand, Brother Sheng, please be careful too. After the car left, several men began to talk around in a scattered manner. Especially Yu Wenel, he can easily pick up all kinds of jokes. As a literati, Zhuang Wenqiang was not willing to fall behind. Only Du Sheng and Wu Yanzu were relatively restrained. A Sheng, your little assistant is not bad looking, where is the person? Yu Wenel suddenly said something, and he could hear it a little envious. Du Sheng knew that this kid was having fun and said casually. A native of Hangzhou, a student of the Foreign Language University. Wu Yanzu said in surprise. Double first-class Foreign Language University? It seems that the education is very high. Zhuang Wenqiang laughed. Du Sheng, the most educated of the four of us, is the top scorer in Beijing Film Academy. Yu Wenel sighed while driving. I didn't study hard at the beginning and was scrambling in society, otherwise I would also like to go to college. Wu Yanzu smiled and said. Oh, I have a university degree, but architecture. The combined education of several people is not as good as Kui Yi. In order to avoid embarrassment, Du Sheng smiled and said. Artists don't pay much attention to academic qualifications. Didn't you say you were welcomed before? He unconsciously led the topic to a deviation and began to discuss the characteristics of Neon. Zhuang Wenqiang's face became playful, and he was obviously a roles guy. There are 3 good places to go, one of Neon's largest entertainment districts, Kyoishinjuku. It has a large number of kabukicho, cinemas, video game cities, clubs, etc. The second is the port area where wealthy people in Kyujing gather, with high-end restaurants and hotels gathering, and many high-end entertainment venues. The third is Roppongi, which has a relatively high-end club, with advanced equipment and a good atmosphere. Michael Jackson, Ayumi Hamasaki, and others have been there, so I can enjoy it. Wu Yanzu smiled and said. Then Roppongi is good. I've been there and the atmosphere is really good. Yu Wenlodo glanced at him through the rearview mirror. When is it that I am not a friend? Wu Yanzu also seems to be professional and said. It was a few months ago that I brought my girl here to travel and went there to take a walk. I was excited and said. It seems that the brothers' happiness tonight depends on Zhuang Sir and brother Wu. Zhuang Wenqiang didn't know what he remembered, and he had some fun. It's okay to taste the food, but I'm afraid you can't stand it. Chapter 496 Looking forward to it. I'm so stubborn, why can't you hold back your joke? Under Yu Wenl's joking questioning, Zhuang Wenqiang gave a half-complained the truth. That night, I drank a little more, so I picked up the neon female college student who was playing with me. I didn't expect her. Pick it up? Zhuang Sir, tell me in detail, don't say half-hidden half. Yu Wen smiled happily and urged him. Wu Yanzu also pricked up his ears, and the unique culture on neon is still relatively friendly. Du Sheng was not very interested in these things. After all, he still has two women here to care for, but in order not to be in a bad mood, he echoes from time to time. This is really hard to describe. Zhuang Wenqiang was a little depressed and said. I didn't expect that such a cute girl is actually. Zhuang Wenqiang is worthy of being a screenwriter and is very good at telling stories. The scene of the man's body, daughter's heart attacking her is vividly portrayed. It seemed as if it happened in front of the three of them. This literati's mouth is indeed amazing. Du Sheng even suggested that Zhuang Sir change his career and become a director and ask him to make some small movies in neon, maybe he could get a shot. At this evening, the group simply went to have supper first. Several people came to a high-end Japanese restaurant. There is a row of cool girls at the door to welcome guests, which is very atmosphere. As soon as I entered the hall, I saw a neon female star coming towards me. Wu Yanzu had a good look and instantly recognized her, and whispered. It's actually a changeable queen. It seems that this is indeed a place where celebrities and rich people appear. Where? Yu Wenl immediately turned his head to look, and his expression turned from excitement to disappointment. I thought it was the ever-changing queen of the art world. Du Sheng looked down at everyone's eyes and showed a hint of surprise. Because he recognizes this actress. It was Ayumi Hamasaki who sang on the stage on the 10th anniversary of K1 some time ago, a recognized goddess in the music industry. She has a ponytail and a pure and sweet smile. Although she is wearing sunglasses to cover her, she gives people a unique beauty overall. This actress was once the dream lover of countless neon otaku, and Du Sheng also admired her very much. It's just that the other party was playing very well, so he never got close. At this moment, there was a trendy young man with dreadlocks next to her. Ayumi Hamasaki also happened to look here and faced Du Sheng's eyes. In just a moment, her eyes seemed to be frozen. She obviously recognized Du Sheng and waved her hand with some joy. But she had a male companion around her, so she couldn't take the initiative, so she could only reluctantly withdraw her gaze and leave with the trendy young man. Ashen, did Ayumi Hamasaki say hello to you just now? Yu Wenl's eyes turned and laughed at Du Sheng. As a result, you have advantages when you are handsome, and you will be favored by beauties everywhere you go. Although all four of them are handsome men, Du Sheng's figure and appearance are still unique. Especially with his upright posture and sunny temperament, almost no girl can resist his charm. We've met you, what's the point of saying hello? Du Sheng responded with a smile. Wu Yanzu nodded and said. Just relying on a Sheng's popularity in Neon and his identity as the king of fighting, it is normal to know the Queen of Neon King. Speaking of which, he is a boxing fan himself. If I hadn't been filming some time ago, I would have come to Neon to watch the return competition for the Masters. Zhuang Wenqiang laughed. Haha, you are indeed right. In terms of attracting female stars like Ayumi Hamasaki, we are indeed not as good as a Sheng. Speaking of this, Zhuang Wenqiang said meaningfully. For example, a female star in our crew has been waiting for him for a long time. Yu Wenel and Wu Yanzu were stunned, and then they thought of something and laughed at each other. Du Sheng heard something and was a little curious. Several people followed the waiter through the lobby and came to a luxurious private room. Not only are there chefs working on the spot to handle Japanese food, but also young and beautiful rabbit girl waiters. After entering the private room, several female college students who worked part-time to accompany them came in one after another, looking like they were in their 20s. Du Sheng said. It's a bit special for Zhuang Sir to do such a big scene. Wu Yanzu's eyes were circling on them and said with a smile. This is not special, it's all part of Neon culture. I'm happy nodded, whispered to Du Sheng and said. This is compensation for us, yours is on the way. While speaking, he asked a few people to choose. Judging from the familiar appearance, it is obviously not the first time. The girls who worked part-time with them didn't mind, and even stood in front of them. Because before coming in, the female foreman told them. The guests in the house are from Xiangzhong, they are very rich and they need to be treated well. Seeing that Wu Yanzu had chosen one and took her to sit down to eat with her, Du Sheng became even more confused. Seeing this, Zhuang Wenqiang greeted him with a smile. A Sheng, someone came to receive you specially, so I won't order it for you, don't mind. Du Sheng shrugged and was about to sit down. The door of the private room opened again. A girl about 165 centimeters tall, wearing a pink kimono, with fair and smooth skin, just like a girl in a comic. Her beauty is even better than Ayumi Hamasaki whom she met just now. The female college students who asked the private room to accompany them to eat were a little overshadowed. Zhuang Wenqiang laughed, waved at her, and joked. It's such a coincidence that Kyoko came here. It depends on who we brought it. As soon as the beautiful girl came in, her eyes couldn't help but fall on Du Sheng, and her words were a little joyful. Hey, brother Sheng is here. It was Fukata Kyoko. So the heroine of the movie chose Kyoko. Du Sheng suddenly realized and looked at the beautiful girl who came beside him with a smile. Amid the gossip and curious eyes of everyone, Kyoko Fukata was still sitting next to Du Sheng. The reason why she was so proactive this time was that in addition to thanking Du Sheng and director Lu Wei for mentioning her good acting skills, she naturally had some other meaning. Speaking of which, after participating in the escape program together last time, she had a good impression of Du Sheng, who had outstanding abilities. Later, the other party's singles Bluebird and Sword of Fairy made her curious even more after the neon lights exploded. This investigation doesn't matter, it's impossible to check it. It turns out that Keiko Kitagawa, who had a good relationship with him in the past, stood out in the popular dramas that competed by hundreds of people because she was Du Sheng's relationship. What surprised Fukata Kyoko even more was that the reason why Sakurako Yukawa, the daughter of Fuji TV's director, attached so much importance to Du Sheng was that she had a good relationship in private. This TV station resource is what countless neon artists long for. When he thought of Kitagawa Keiko's current increasingly popular treatment, Fukata Kyoko couldn't help but feel a little moved. After all, after a few years of debut, she has always been mainly cute and has reached a bottleneck now, and it is time to transform. It happened that Lu Wei, who was in Neon, was recruiting the heroine in Neon with the popular comic adaptation movie Initial D. When Fukata Kyoko learned that the starring actor was still Du Sheng, her heart turned into an impatient desire. She also knows who she can be successfully selected this time. Now, Du Sheng got off the plane. When she heard that Zhuang Wenqiang was going to pick him up, she followed her shyly. On the other hand, Wu Yanzu and Zhuang Wenqiang also chose to accompany the girls to eat and play with them. Judging from their appearance, they all chose well. But the most beautiful girl is obviously the one sitting next to Du Sheng. After all, Kyoko Fukata, known as the Neon Goddess, was not a fictional name. Yu Wenel was the last choice. In order to make up for the previous regrets, he chose two of them in one breath. Seeing Du Sheng and others surprised, he spread his hands and gave a reason. It's rare to come once. I'll join the group to be a monk tomorrow. I have to relax. But this is a place to eat, and they didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Apart from the occasional small movements such as sitting, back massage, and shoulder pinching, there were no further actions. When Fukata Kyoko saw the movements of those part-time girls, she was a little embarrassed, but she stretched out her slender white hands and gently rubbed Du Sheng's shoulders. No need, just eat. Du Sheng shook her head with a smile, and pulled her back to sit down. On the contrary, Zhuang Wenqiang scratched the little feet of the girl next to him from time to time, making her giggle. Old sex criticize. Du Sheng and Wu Yanzu all had 3 words in their hearts, and then shook their heads and smiled at each other. Zhuang sir, you have to follow the team tomorrow, don't get drunk. Yu Wenel hugged the girl beside him and gave a quip reminder. Having a beautiful woman serving her meal is indeed a pleasure. Anyone will take care of whatever you want to eat. This is still the custom of Neon. How luxurious would it be if it were the lives of emperors and generals in ancient times? Soon, the chef served freshly cut Kobe Wagyu beef. This is one of the most expensive beefs in Neon, with a price of more than $1,000. It is known for its fresh, tender, and plump meat and exquisite taste. This little bit in front of you costs tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars. Fukata Kyoko picked up a small piece with her chopsticks and gently sent it to Du Sheng's mouth. Brother Sheng, this beef is delicious, come and try it. Du Sheng was not good at wiping her kindness and tried. It's pretty good, do you like eating this too? Fukata Kyoko nodded gently, maintaining her sweet and cuteness. Yes, this is our specialty, but I have only eaten it once this year. Although she is now on the front line, she is usually strictly controlled by the company, so it is unlikely that she can have big fish and meat. Du Sheng gently pushed the remaining beef on the plate towards her and said with a smile. Then let's eat together, your body size is very proportional suitable, no need to lose weight. Kyoko Fukata looked at Du Sheng in surprise. After seeing his gentle smile, she didn't hesitate to pick up a piece of beef and dipped it in some mustard sauce, then lightly opened her red lips and tasted it carefully. The meat of Kobe Wagyu quickly melted in her mouth, giving her great satisfaction. Her mouth looked bloated because of the food, and she looked at Du Sheng with cute eyes while chewing. Brother Sheng, if I gain weight, you have to find a way to reduce it. Fukata Kyoko remembered her experience on the isolated island last time and knew very well that the person around her had special abilities, so she said something. Du Sheng laughed, with some fun. Don't worry, you can digest it tonight. The dinner lasted until 20 o'clock, and Du Sheng and 3 friends left the restaurant. There were several girls who left tonight who were also leaving with them. The group strolled on the lively street for a while, then turned into a bar to continue the short Neon journey. It was not until late at night that everyone left the bar. Under the guidance of several girls, I went to a nearby luxury hotel. Du Sheng leisurely opened the door and walked along the soft carpet. Fukata Kyoko followed him silently, lowering her head, looking a little shy. Kyoko, didn't you say you have special eucalyptus skills? Come and see me. Du Sheng knew that Kyoko Fukata was still a little unwilling to let go, so he smiled and hugged her and walked towards the bathroom. Fukata Kyoko blushed and said coquettishly. I only brought this set of clothes, and I can't change it if I get wet. Du Sheng smiled slightly and said. Don't worry, I'll do it tomorrow morning. Then we will go to the mall to buy a few sets of synthetic products. I always feel that you Neon girls wear these, and there is a special buff bonus. Fukata Kyoko. It was not until 2 o'clock in the morning that Kyoko Fukata curled up in Du Sheng's arms and fell asleep deeply. At dawn the next day, Master Du, who had just turned 18 and had not many years old, started to go to the ground again. As a simple farmer, he always insists on taking care of his family's paddy fields by taking care of his family. Brother Sheng, I'm very tired. Fukata Kyoko seemed to be still dreaming about the lake, but she wanted to cooperate with Du Sheng but couldn't sit there. It seems that I was really exhausted last night. Although she was diligent and studious, she did everything Du Sheng said seriously and was extremely serious, and she was more attentive than when she served him for dinner last night. But some things cannot be matched in 1 or 2 times. But overall, this girl Fukata Kyoko is not only fair-skinned and beautiful, but also very well behaved and obedient, which is very fun. At least, this 1.5 months of shooting will not be lonely. After getting up, Du Sheng got used to punching. When he came back, Kyoko Fukata got off the bed in a bathrobe, revealing only her white calves. Brother Sheng, how did you feel last night? I wonder if my craftsmanship is good, did it satisfy you? Yes, some progress. Du Sheng signaled her to sit down and have breakfast, and said with a smile. As long as you cooperate a few more times, it may be a natural outcome. After the two of them had a warm meal, Zhuang Wenqiang called in. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the group went to the set. But compared with the energetic Du Sheng, Wu Yanzu, Yu Wenel, and others seemed a little bad. It seems that I didn't sleep well last night. Yu Wenel's condition is even worse than that of Kyoko Fukata. Du Sheng shook his head and smiled. What Kishilang obviously made him swear. Nionmabashi, Gunma Prefecture. This small town is located in the northwest of the Kanto Plain, about 110 kilometers away from Kyoko, and is part of the Kyoto metropolitan area. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and lush vegetation, but the southeast extends flat to the Kanto Plain. Standing in the county town, you can see the rolling mountains more than 10 kilometers away. Among them is Hama-Ain Mountain, which is the Akim-Ain Mountain in the movie. This is the famous 5 consecutive hairpin bends, which is the main scene of the characters in the play drift competition. Many exciting racing scenes in the film will be filmed here. In addition to the racing scenes, the plot date between Takumai, played by Du Sheng, and his girlfriend Mokaki Natsuki, played by Fukata Kyoko, in the movie is also filmed here. It can be said that 90% of the scenes in the film are filmed here. This is also the guarantee for why Lu Wei dares to say that he can finish the filming in as soon as 1 month. Chapter 497 Lin Yuner, who is Yu Appa? When you come to the set, you will naturally be polite. Fortunately, most of them know each other, and there is not so much restraint or rules. Everyone prepare, take a set of shots and try the water. Lu Wei clapped his hands and picked up the horn to signal. He knew very well that Du Sheng, Wu Yanzu, and others were very busy, and they had to keep up with the schedule for shooting. The crew started filming a scene of Moji Natsuki. And she is Fujimoto Takukai's girlfriend. At this stage, Natsuki has not started a relationship with Takumai, and Takumai doesn't understand that Natsuki has another part-time social work. Takumai in the movie never thought that the girl he liked actually had another side. In order to shoot this set of shots well, the crew specially placed it in a school in Gunma Prefecture. They went through a lot of trouble just to get a shooting permit. Director Lu Wei initially tried to communicate directly with the person in charge, but it was not successful. Finally, I have to please ask Hidechi Shigino, the original author of Initial D, to help coordinate and pay a certain fee to enter the campus to shoot. In response to this, Lu Wei couldn't help but complain. It's really annoying. Most of the money I spent before was swallowed by this bald man. Wu Yanzu nodded bluntly. This guy is kind on the surface, but in fact he is a profit-oriented guy. Ren Dewa, who plays Takukai's father, lit a cigarette and smiled indifferently. Just get used to it. Many people here are like this. One thing in front of you and another thing behind you. Scene 8, the first shot, the second shot, the action. The field reporter beat the back and quickly left with his waist. This passage mainly tells AMU's dream monologue on racing. The camera turned to Du Sheng and Wang Zilan. In this film, Wang Zilan plays the role of AMU, the son of a gas station boss who is not doing his job. He is also Takumai's friend. The two grew up together and have been inseparable friends since they were 7 years old. On the school playground, AMU kept complaining that he was dropped out of school because the principal was blind. Then he vowed to become the car god on Akamai Mountain, and he also brags about his racing skills to Du Sheng. Wang Zilan's face was full of excitement, and he kept gesturing and said, "Dakai, don't look at me like this now. If I get on the car, I will definitely be at the level of Akamayama's god. I have to leave behind you, such as Nakari Yoshihiro, and Takahashi Ryusuke." The more he spoke, he became more and more excited, as if he was already standing on the podium of the racing champion. Wang Zilan has good acting skills. Last year, she won the Best Supporting Actor award for her stage play Star Talk. Comedy talent is also good, and it is easy to play this role. Du Sheng's eyes were filled with helplessness and said boredly, "AMU, stop bragging. Last time you drove, you almost broke the pillar." When Wang Zilan heard this, he was anxious and jumped up and said, "Oh, that was an accident. Do you understand the accident? I tell you, if I had a good car like the GTR, I would definitely dominate the Akamai Mountain." After saying that, he patted his chest confidently. In the gas station, the sun shone through the gaps in the ceiling and shone on the two of them. AMU's dancing hands and feet are particularly funny in the sun. Du Sheng, who listened to these bold words, leaned lazily on a dilapidated car, and his thoughts were flying. Some of the classmates passing by were laughing secretly, while others shook their heads, feeling that these two people were dreaming about it. Click! Lu Wei shouted and then turned around. A very simple scene, passed twice. The next week, the filming of the Tofu Car God dispute between Tohei and his son, and the secret of AMU's discovery of Xiaoshu were filmed. Neon, in the middle school classroom, it was the evening self-study break. One Piece aired the finale of the Alabastan chapter last night. Have you watched it? Of course I saw it, Luffy is so cool. A boy imitated the character movements in the animation, which attracted the response from the students around him. Some people are discussing the plot of One Piece. Some people are talking about the legend of Naruto that has selected Blue Bird as the theme song. Not far away, a female classmate curled her lips, thinking that these boys were too naive. Although she herself admitted that Blue Bird is a good song. But are these boys obsessed with anime characters a bit too much? In contrast, she prefers real idols in reality. Especially the handsome guy who is very popular recently. Mitsu, do you know? Full House will be aired tonight, and I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Her desk mate said excitedly. Last week, Full House announced that it would premiere simultaneously on KBS TV in Kimchi Country and Neon's Fuji TV, which made the two of them very excited. After a long wait, the day finally came. That's right. The cooperation between Du Sheng and Song Hye Kyo is so exciting. When Yamada Mizu heard this, a smile immediately appeared on her face. I hope this drama will be as exciting as Legend of Sword and Fairy. I've seen an interview with Song Hye Kyo. She said that Full House is different from the previous Blue Life and Death and is more inclined to comedy. No matter what, as long as Du Sheng and Song Hye Kyo are starring, it's enough. That's right, I'm looking forward to Brother Sheng's wonderful performance. Several girls gathered together and discussed the upcoming TV series. At the same time, after the evening training, Yukawa Sakurako's white body was nestling in Du Sheng's arms, and slight beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. The promotional activity of Full House has already begun, and its broadcast is not limited to the mainland, Hong Kong, and Kimchi country. Neon's Fuji TV also obtained the right to premiere simultaneously through its cooperative relationship with Du Sheng. Du Sheng took the time to promote it in his busy schedule, and as the host, Yukawa Sakurako naturally had to do the best of the landlords. This is a close discussion. After a month's absence, Yukawa Sakurako's longing for Du Sheng became increasingly deeper, and she leaned closely against him as soon as she saw him. If it weren't for Du Sheng's shooting next time, she really wanted to spend a few days and nights with a man like this. Fortunately, men are in neon lights during this period, and some time is to hand in. Tonight, I made an appointment to wait for the official broadcast of Full House tonight. Therefore, Du Sheng was not reluctant to work hard to resolve the longing for Yukawa Sakurako and Kitagawa Keiko. Sakurako, aren't you going to watch the show? It's going to be broadcast. Du Sheng gently kissed Yukawa Sakurako's forehead and tried to wake her up. I'm too tired, I need to take a rest. Yukawa Sakurako made a lazy sound in Du Sheng's arms, but she was unwilling to get up from the warm quilt. Du Sheng looked at the beauty in his arms who looked like a flower blooming in his arms, and gradually grew from Sakurako to a graceful beauty, and his heart was full of pride. Yukawa Sakurako rubbed her face against Du Sheng's slightly stubble chin and said coquettishly, "Brother Sheng, you said last time that you would come to see me soon, but after that, you have been to Neon for so long, and you haven't been to Kyoto." Du Sheng gently stroked her smooth back and promised, "During this shooting period, I will come to Kuangjing to see you every half-month from now on." Yukawa Sakurako is in a period of passionate emotions. She hopes to be with Du Sheng every day, and once every half a month, obviously not satisfying her. She snorted and took a light bite on Du Sheng's shoulder like a coquettish act. Then it's just once a week. Seeing that she had no intention of letting go, Du Sheng said with a smile, "You're just exercising so frequently, are you sure you can hold on?" Humph. Isn't there still Jingzi? Yukawa Sakurako's cheeks turned red, and she made a few quibbling words. Then he twisted it gently on Du Sheng's waist, and then fell asleep again. On the other side, Keiko Kitagawa arched her body into Du Sheng's arms. She seemed to remember something and said softly, "Brother Sheng, what do you think of the drama The Gentle Moment? Recently, my friend Kyoko Fukada quietly joined the filming of Initial D, and Kitagawa Keiko naturally heard about it. Do you want to give it a try?" Du Sheng knew that she was talking about the recent popular new drama of Fuji TV. Directed by a well-known director who has filmed Love Syndrome and Life-Saving Sickness. The agent suggested that I go to the audition, but I haven't considered it yet. Keiko Kitagawa has become a little dependent now and has taken out everything and told Du Sheng about it. However, when I think of this girl as she is only 18 years old, it is normal that she can't hide her mind at the age of a flower. Du Sheng recalled it, and had no impression, and said, "Jingzi, you are so beautiful that you may not be suitable for this role. Keiko Kitagawa is born with a pure and cute look, which probably does not meet the character requirements. And I heard from Yukawa Sakurako that this drama only has about 11 dramas and has no idea. At present, there are still several dramas in preparation for Hurricane Engine, Female Generation and Spring Day. Which one do you think is better?" Keiko Kitani smiled like a flower, and the stars were amused by Du Sheng's praise. "Isn't the rumors that Takeya Kimura will join Hurricane Engine? If you have confidence, you can try it." During the time when Du Sheng came to Neon, he also paid attention to local news from time to time, and he still knew some of the situations. He remembered something again and said, "And this drama seems to be invested by an organization under Fuji TV. If Sakurako gives you a sentence, it should be a lot of extra points." "Yeah." Keiko Kitagawa nodded very well and suddenly couldn't help but wonder. "Brother Sheng, how have Sister Kyoko been shooting recently?" She originally wanted to ask Sister Kyoko if she could join the movie because of your relationship. It's just that this problem is a bit abrupt, so I changed my mouth. It's okay, she's more than half of her role. Du Sheng gently pinched the tip of her nose. So caring? Was it bribed by your sister Kyoko? Keiko Kitagawa bit Du Sheng's finger lightly and muttered. Sister Kyoko has helped me a lot. Since she decided to embark on the road of acting, Keiko Kitagawa has been working hard to improve herself and receive various trainings. In this process, in addition to the teacher's guidance, friends who can exchange experiences with each other are equally important. Especially after experiencing escape from all together, the friendship between her and Kyoko Fukada became deeper. That's fine, you can make more money. Du Sheng thought that these two girls couldn't fight alone, so he could add one more to join. This is not a ready-made candidate. After a moment of leisure, he glanced at the time and picked up the little beauty and walked out. The TV series is on the air. Let's take a break. Let's take a look. In the country of Kimchi, a 13 or 14-year-old girl was pulling the middle-aged woman's arm and shaking it constantly. Mom, please, I must watch Full House tonight. This is my favorite new drama of Oppa premiere. At this time, a girl half a head taller than the little girl came over. She turned the little girl back on the sofa in anger and said, Who is your Oppa? I am your real Oni. Lin Yuner shook her head and grimaced at her sister Lin Yunzhen. It's far worse than my Oppa. Although Lin Yunzhen is a well-known beauty at school and often receives love letters, she still feels helpless in the face of her sister's teasing. The middle-aged woman tapped her daughter's forehead with her fingers. Oba, you should concentrate on studying now, practice, not chasing stars. Mom, I've completed my homework. Lin Yuner changed the subject and pulled her mother's clothes and acted coquettishly. After all, my mother has the final say in the TV remote control at home. But after finally finishing her singing and dancing practice, she didn't want to miss her idol's drama. Then how are your trainees preparing for the exam? I promise to enter the top 8 this time. Lin Yuner said confidently. Lin Yunzhen interrupted. It would be strange if this girl can enter the top 8. Don't worry about me. Lin Yuner responded unhappily. Mom was used to this kind of scene when she watched the two children quarrel. Don't pull it, I'll give it to you. Hearing his mother's reply, Lin Yuner immediately became happy and kissed her. Mom is the best. Seeing her daughter sitting down happily with the remote control, her mother couldn't help but shake her head and smile. This girl has loved singing and dancing since she was a child, and she is indeed not focused enough in her studies. Or many people cultivate her artistic talents and develop into entertainment is also a way out. She naturally knew the idol her daughter liked and listened to his songs. Although it is not the local music of Kimchi country, the melody is beautiful and there is no noisy and ghostly content popular in Kimchi country. Not to mention, she has also seen works starring the other party, so she has not opposed her daughter's behavior of chasing stars. At night, the whole family sat around in front of the TV. Dad Lin looks serious and thinks Full House will be a plot similar to Blue Life and Death Love. He was not interested in this, but was just flipping through the newspaper. Hey, it's the song sung by Appa. As the opening of the film was broadcast, the theme song sounded, and Lin Yuner's little deer eyes suddenly lit up. She didn't care about her sister rolling her eyes, staring at Du Sheng without blinking. Lin's mother took the time to take a look and found that Du Sheng, Song Hai Kyo, Han Yunjung, and Kim Sung-soo were all handsome men and beautiful women. No wonder this drama is so popular among young people. Even the little girl who practices singing and dancing hard at home takes her busy schedule to come back to watch the drama. Handsome guys and beautiful women are always eye-catching, and even she has a little more anticipation. Chapter 498 Cross-Border Competition. At the beginning of the series, it points out that the heroine is a simple and cute girl with a dream of a writer. This naive personality is in sharp contrast to the series of absurdities she encountered later, instantly making the audience curious about her experience. Even today, many settings still seem funny and novel, which suddenly attracted the attention of Lin's mother and Lin's father. As the camera turns, Du Sheng, wearing a windbreaker and a melancholy temperament on his face, appeared on the picture. He walked slowly on the drizzling street, his eyes full of memories. He is about to go overseas to perform, recalling the scenes of his childhood life here, and his eyes reveal delicate emotions. Just by appearing in this scene, it makes people feel that he is a gentle and emotional handsome man. It's Du Sheng and Appa! Lin Yuner shouted excitedly. This transition design is clever, not only clearly introducing Du Sheng's identity, but also using the hazy drizzle and autumn scenery to set off his personality. Du Sheng knew the charm of Full House, so he specifically asked the director to pay attention to every detail when producing this drama. The big star Lee Youngji he starred is still a cold-hearted person who looks lonely and delicate inside. This cold and arrogant image forms a strong contrast with the heroine's enthusiasm, adding a lot of drama to the two's subsequent interaction. For example, on the plane, Song Hye Kyo was excited to talk to him, but he reacted coldly and looked impatient. In addition to the embarrassing first encounter, the editor also arranged a strange scene to deepen the impression. The heroine suddenly felt uncomfortable on the plane and vomited Du Sheng. Du Sheng's astonished expression, Song Hye Kyo's apology and at a loss made Lin Yuner's family laugh. This also laid the groundwork for the development of the subsequent story and made the audience look forward to the changes in their relationship later. Put it here and enter the halftime advertising time. Annalyn Yunzan spoke first, with a little emotion in her tone. I would have a younger sister who was as innocent and cute as Jaeun. Lin Yuner was dissatisfied when she heard this. Lin Yunzan, what do you mean? I'm obviously as naive and cute as Jaeun. Tisk tisk, you can shout at your own oni, I think you are not even as good as that Huiwen. Lin Yunzan deliberately joked about her sister, then turned to her mother and asked. Mom, can't this girl Yoana be adopted? Do I have a cute sister outside? Why don't we do a DNA test? Lin Yuner, who was quarreling with her sister, felt nervous when she heard this and immediately looked at her mother with grievance. I was afraid that I would encounter family changes like the plot in the TV series. Seeing his daughter's expression, before Mom Lin could speak, Dad Lin was shocked. I heard you say this, it's really possible that I've been wrong. Lin Yuner. Fortunately, her mother was more reliable, so she pushed Lin's father angrily. What nonsense! Although Yoana is naughty, I held it when I was born. How could it be make a mistake? After hearing this, Lin Yuner breathed a sigh of relief, and then threw herself into her mother's arms with grievance. I'm Mom, you're the best. Ma Lin patted her daughter's back gently and said. Yona, you should be naive at your age. Don't jump like a boy, so that everyone will like you more. Lin Yuner nodded obediently in Lin Ma's arms. Although the family talked and laughed during this period, they were still curious about the development of the subsequent plot of Full House. Considering the huge influence of Du Sheng and Song Hye Kyo before, as well as the high ratings obtained by Blue Life and Death and Sword of Fairy, KBS TV, which introduced Full House, did put a lot of effort into publicity. Not only are Du Sheng and Song Hye Kyo loyal fans, but also many middle-aged female audiences are attracted by this drama. The plot progressed to the scene where the male protagonist's first love girlfriend appeared. Du Sheng looked at her with gentle eyes, which made Lin Yuner's girl's heart pound. Wow! Du Sheng and Appa are so handsome. Lin Yuner jumped excitedly as she looked at the scene on TV. Oh, crazy girl, don't make such a noise. Didn't you say you wanted to be a lady before? Lin Yunzan patted her sister's arm lightly, but it was obvious that Lin Yuner's excitement did not diminish. Then, the plot changes. Du Sheng secretly fell in love with Huiwen, who grew up with her, but Huiwen's thoughts were all on Lu Minhee. Especially in the clothing store, Du Sheng overheard the scene of Lu Minhee and Hai Yuan dating, and had to leave frustrated. This unrequited love description touched the hearts of many viewers and laid the foundation for his subsequent relationship development with the heroine. Although the plot is a bit bloody, audiences like to watch these in this era. In addition, the deep family and friendship displayed in it are also quite touching. Ah! I'm so angry. Youngji, played by Du Sheng, loves Hai-Wen so much, but she is on two boats. But Lu Minhee is also very handsome and charming. Moreover, he and Hui-Wen are not brothers and sisters. They grew up childhood sweethearts and finally fell in love with each other. But Yu Minhyuk already has a fiancé. Can't you tell it? Yu Minhyuk has realized that he does not love his fiancé. The person he really loves is actually Hai-Wen, and he will definitely break up with his fiancé next. During the break between Kimchi Country and Neon Universities, countless girls gathered together to chat and discuss enthusiastically. Obviously, the show has caused disagreement among fans. One side supports Du Sheng, the superstar, and the other side supports Hui-Wen's free love. This debate attracted more girls to join, and the charm of the two male protagonists each attracted a group of supporters. On the other side, the boys' discussion is more direct. Song Hye-kyo is so beautiful. It's like my first love in my dream. What are you talking about? Have you never watched Full House? The heroine is really beautiful. I can say with certainty that no female star in Kimchi can compare to her. Is that so? Then is she very sexy? Not exactly. Then is she as beautiful as Kim Tae-hee? Kim Tae-hee has recently been hailed as the national goddess of the Kimchi country, not only because of her beauty and two popular dramas, but also because of her talent and hard work. She is different from Kim Tae-hee. Song Hye-kyo gives people the feeling of being the kind of first love that you just want to hold her hand and hug her gently. Anyway, you will understand after reading it. I must buy her poster today before I can fall asleep. Is that male lead Lee Xiaoao from The Sword of Fairy? That's right. Those housewives usually gather together to talk about family trivia, as well as the most popular TV series recently. Full House just satisfies their interests, and there are many topics worth discussing in the play. From the costume matching of the starring actors to how to educate the next generation, how girls should be cultivated, and even whether the relationship between brothers and sisters who are not related by blood is acceptable. It is precisely in this way of word of mouth that the ratings of Full House have increased rapidly. The first episode ranked among the top 3 viewers in the same period. From a future perspective, this is indeed a dramatic work. Its delicate emotional relationship is also one of the reasons why it became popular in Asia. With the spread of reputation, the discussions on Full House in both Kimchi and Neon countries are getting hotter. The next day's newspaper entertainment section reminded readers that it is best not to eat when watching Full House. By the 5th episode, the ratings of Kimchi Country have already exceeded 36%, and the Neon has also reached 30%, instantly becoming a popular drama in both countries. You can hear people talking about this show anywhere. Similarly, mainland Moda TV also officially premiered this weekend. The focus of the audience's discussion was not the plot itself, but the theme song Fate sung by Du Sheng. Compared with this slightly bloody TV series, the song Fate is one of the most wonderful love songs I have ever heard. The melody and lyrics are very touching, as if they are returning to their first love when they were a student. I didn't expect Brother Sheng to be so good at Korean. He is really worthy of being my idol. This song has received high praise from many singers and musicians, further increasing the attention of Full House. Many people asked for a replay in order to catch up with the previous one's plot. The Full House crew was successfully introduced to the tourism office of Modu, and now he was smiling happily. The drama not only triggered a romantic craze across the country, but its influence is even comparable to The Sword of Fairy several months ago. After all, Sword of Fairy mainly attracts young audiences, but Full House has a much wider audience. From newspapers to magazines, from students to teachers, everyone was discussing it enthusiastically. The Moda Tourism Department is now very grateful to the decision to introduce Full House. Whether it is the neat streets, beautiful villas, or the blue sea, all left a deep impression on the audience, as if it was a Moda travel promotional video. The tourism department has held several meetings, planning to build all shooting locations into new tourist attractions and give them the label of Full House to create a romantic atmosphere in the play. The tourism department has contacted the crew of Full House many times. In addition to expressing gratitude, it also invited Du Sheng, Song Hye-kyo and others to serve as urban propaganda ambassadors. But Du Sheng was too busy, so Star Media had to politely refuse. The first round of Full House in the two sides of the Taiwan Strait and the four regions is about to be broadcast, and TV stations from all over the country are competing for the second round and subsequent broadcast rights. At the same time, the country of kimchi and neon countries also caused a huge sensation, and Southeast Asia has sought to purchase copyrights. The dealers of videotapes and DVDs are also actively inquiring. After filming that night, Du Sheng listened to Wang Jinhua's report and showed a satisfied smile on his face. The Star Media also invested in this drama, let alone the huge reputation brought by this wave of hit screening. Reputation value, 386398. All the previous ones were spent, and these are the latest new income. According to the current trend, it is estimated that it will more than double in the future. In his previous life, Full House was also popular all over Asia, but it was gradually accumulated through reputation and it took about 2 years to use it. This time, with the strong appeal of Du Sheng and Song Hye-kyo, Full House was popular before it was broadcast, and quickly set off a romantic craze throughout Asia, with its influence far exceeding its previous life. Du Sheng's suits and jackets, Song Hye-kyo's skirts, etc., became popular for a while, attracting countless young people to imitate. Their screen couple also became the focus of the advertising industry, and the film appointments were sent like snowflakes. Even though Du Sheng was shooting in neon, some local advertisers tried every means to come to him and even offered a sky-high price of 200 million neon coins. Wang Jinhua also had to take the time to come and deal with it with neon. Du Sheng thought for a while and asked, "Sister Hua, what's the situation in The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty?" Not long ago, TVB had already sent a message saying that the later production was basically completed, and he asked him to send someone to take the master back by the way. Because TVB General Manager Fang Yuhua attaches great importance to this drama and wants to fight a beautiful turnaround, he has long agreed with Star Media to go on the dual version of Mandarin and Cantonese. The Mandarin version of audio subtitles will be produced by Star Media and will be released in the mainland and Bay City at that time. The Cantonese version is supplied to Xiangjiang, Aokang, Nanyang and other places. The master belt has been brought back. Then you can take a look. If there is no problem, you will be able to record it. Wang Jinhua replied with a smile. And as you expected, the success of Full House has made The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty highly anticipated, and major TV stations have expressed their purchase intentions. Du Sheng smiled, and the popularity of Full House has indeed increased his status and popularity. 2 consecutive hit dramas left a deep impression on the audience in a short period of time. If there is another movie, it will be flooding the screen. It should not be an exaggeration to call him Little King at that time. After all, Zhou Zhelun, who is currently in a polarized manner, often cannot win the championship in the competition at the same time. He is currently the Little King. If he doesn't keep up, fans won't agree. Just in time, The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty has the chance to take over. TVB is tentatively scheduled to be broadcast in mid to late September, so let's give it a break. Wang Jinhua flipped through the documents and said, "At present, Blueberry TV has the greatest sincerity, and Moda TV has also shown great interest in Full House. I think if possible, as long as the price is affordable, you can do a double-channel broadcast. Where is the other side of Yangtze TV station?" Du Sheng raised his eyebrows. Didn't Director Do say he was very interested before? At present, the procurement prices of TV series are generally low, and the value of online copyright has not been fully reflected, which leads to the fact that most TV series need to rely on multiple rounds of replay to gradually recover costs. Moreover, in this era, the one-show 2-star system has not been implemented, and the 4+X model is used, so it is not surprising that several broadcasts are broadcasting. That is, a new drama can be sold to 4 satellite TV stations at the same time, as well as multiple local TV stations for the first round of broadcast. Therefore, it is often seen that the same TV series is played simultaneously by multiple TV stations on a certain day. In this way, the competition between TV stations is not fierce, and the price of TV series is naturally difficult to increase. In fact, when you turn on the TV now, you will find that many channels are still playing TV series from last year or the previous year during prime time. In addition, the procurement directors of various TV stations currently have considerable decision-making power. Generally speaking, in order to make a profit in making a TV series, you must first open up the network of relationships between these key characters. Only in this way can TV series projects obtain better promotion opportunities and higher returns. However, these will not appear in popular dramas. Therefore, such as The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and The Sword of Immortality are often exclusively broadcast at high prices and then sold in the second round. According to Du Sheng's idea, it is of course exclusive broadcast. It is best to buy the premiere right of Yangshi, so that you don't have to worry about ratings and reputation. Of course, if Blueberry TV and Moda TV buy at a high price, it is not impossible to implement a one-show and 2-star system in advance. Before I came, I contacted Director Do, and he said that the schedule in September was over and I might not be able to draw it out. Wang Jinhua said with some regret. Du Sheng shrugged, no longer paying attention to this, and asked again. What's the saying about Don King? Haven't the UFC done it yet? When talking about this, he was very upset and didn't know where to start. It has been a long time since I won the second place in the UFC world. He wanted to challenge the championship, but Spider never responded. The contestants below him seemed to know that he was not easy to mess with and had never challenged him once. So, it's just dead. Wang Jinhua spread her hands, and she was also helpless. Spider is still playing professional games in Bassi, saying that he will only consider returning to the UFC after the Olympics. In other words, it is still the usual method of dragging the word in the boxing world, and try to get the best benefit when you are surrounded by a golden belt. After all, Du Sheng's ability to smug is obvious to all, and cannot be solved by doubt. Where are cross-border competitions, aren't you in contact? Du Sheng was a little puzzled. Logically, I was beaten and killed in North American boxing. Many people should be jealous of this wave of traffic. Yes, I have contacted Don Jin before for boxing. Wang Jinhua is responsible for contacting her, telling the truth. But either you are not very famous and want to hit the battlefield or step on you. Either Roy Jones, a heavyweight world boxing champion, proposed quite excessive sharing conditions, and has not yet reached an agreement. Du Sheng shook his head slightly, thought for a while and said. The Athens Olympics have begun. What about boxing events? He took a semi-closed shot on Neon and didn't pay much attention to this aspect. Starting on August 13, Zhou Shiming and Zhou Ziyi entered the top 8 in the welterweight and welterweight respectively, and are expected to enter the finals. As a versatile player, Wang Jinhua has related programs in the company, and obviously has attention. Hong Chaozhong was not qualified. He won the championship when he fought in the Sino-Korean military boxing competition not long ago. As for Feng Xiang, he has currently reached the Asian Boxing Championship finals. All of what she said have been taught by Du Sheng and is a regular visitor to the Kung Fu program. Speaking of this, Wang Jinhua couldn't help but say. The Olympics are now very popular and the gimmicks are in full swing. Should we take advantage of the opportunity to speed up the launch of the show? Du Sheng pondered for a moment and shook his head. Wait until the finals are over, and then cooperate with Yangtze 5 to advertise. Don't be afraid of spending money. If he remembers correctly, in this Olympic boxing match in his previous life, Goodbye AO team almost swept the world and won 8 gold medals in 11 magnitudes. It's useless to not eat such a large hot spot for sucking. The two of them discussed for a while. Wang Jinhua was about to leave to deal with the advertisement when she suddenly remembered something and stopped and said, "By the way, your album Yi Sheng with You has sold over 2 million in Asia. Sony asked if you want to hold a celebration banquet." So fast? Du Sheng was a little surprised. He originally thought he would have to work hard for a week or two. Because now there are pirated copies everywhere, and the ringtones of the 3 major operators have been available for monthly payments, even shopping malls and streets can be heard everywhere, so sales are basically over. However, in this era, it is already a very awesome to have Asian albums that can exceed 2 million. After all, the Queen, Bird, often talked about the past few years that exceeded 2 million. If she had a major this year, she would probably have to show off her 1.5 million yuan. This is really not Du Sheng's. Because the Queen was unable to make it in the music scene in 2 years, she was defeated by online singers such as Diamond and announced that she had retired. Chapter 499 Acquisition of MGM? Sony has put a lot of effort behind the scenes. Wang Jinhua said with great relief. So if you have time, come and congratulate me. She now thinks that the most affirmative thing in her life is that she brought this person together to form Interstellar Media. This is a perfect mascot. Du Sheng forgot the time. Initial D is currently filming competition, and it is at least more than a week before the filming is completed. Then dramas such as The Tang Dynasty, Shuya Cave Heaven, Blood Romance, and Prank will be broadcast one after another, and you can't be idle. Not to mention UFC and various film festivals to participate. If we include the concerts that are being planned, we will definitely not be able to stop in the second half of the year. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. Zixi and the others said that the second EP album has been recorded. The company plans to go online next week. Wang Jinhua knew that Du Sheng cared more about girls' generation, and nodded with a smile. Yes, it's already in the warm-up stage. By then you should finish filming and come back and give them some examples so that you won't keep mumbling. Du Sheng nodded silently. Seeing that the intermission time was approaching, Lu Wei has returned to the set. He didn't want to delay, so he discussed with Wang Jinhua for a few more words before ending the topic. Re-engage in shooting scenes of curve racing and car chases. Fortunately, he has the driving mastery skill, so these will not stump him. After completing all the scenes at the foot of the mountain, the crew began to transport the equipment to Hamain Mountain. Here we will take pictures of the last 4 exciting racing scenes. These 4 racing scenes are undoubtedly the most exciting part of the whole movie. After the shooting is completed, the film only needs to be added with some shots and will be officially completed. Most of these intense racing scenes are completed by professional racing drivers invited from Xiangjiang. Of course, Du Sheng didn't want to make a long-term view, nor did he want to look too fake. His part was done by himself. Lu Wei has seen Du Sheng's professional level, and probably the racers he hired may not be able to compare with him, so he respected him. Yu Wenel, Wu Yanzu and others were not angry about losing and decided to go on the battlefield and experience it in person. Unfortunately, even after being guided by professional racers, Du Sheng was still thrown far away when turning, and even the taillights of the car were invisible. This made them secretly shocked. This guy is simply not a human. In the end, they had to let professional cars come, otherwise the gap would be too big. 2 days later, Chen Xiaochun also arrived in Gunma Prefecture. In the film, he plays the role of the final boss Kyoiki Sudo, and his goal is to defeat AE-86. In order to allow Du Sheng, Wu Yanzu and others to complete the filming as soon as possible, the director decided to shoot the last racing scene first. In order to pursue the sense of reality, at least 70% of the shots in this scene were completed by Du Sheng and the other 2 in person. During the shooting process, an AE-86 was scrapped due to an accident, and Wu Yanzu almost fell off the cliff. After getting off the car, Wu Yanzi was still in a state of shock and it took more than half an hour to recover from peace. This accident also reminds everyone of the surprise. Don't force this kind of technical job, as a slight carelessness may endanger your life. After completing this scene, Fujiwara Takukai's role has fewer roles, and the shooting time is expected to be no more than 2 days. Du Sheng learned that he was going to film Suda Kyoiki's next scene, so he simply went to Kyoiki first. In August, the sun is hot. Even when wearing light summer clothes, people are still sweating profusely. However, this did not slow down the pace of this Asian metropolis, and people were still in a hurry. At this moment, in a coffee shop facing the street, a pair of men and women wearing wide-brimmed hats and sunglasses covering almost half of their faces were enjoying the afternoon, occasionally looking up at the bustling scene outside the window. Men are wearing simple casual clothes and upright postures, women are wearing fashionable dresses, and their fair legs look particularly dazzling in the summer sun. The lady's voice was a little baby-sounding, and she said softly, "Sometimes I really don't understand what the meaning of everyone working day and night." The man smiled slightly and replied, "I don't know what others are doing, but for me, it's enough to live a leisurely life with people around me." After hearing this, the lady burst into a sweet smile. She picked up her coffee and gently fed it to the man's lips. The two of them are naturally Du Sheng and Linz Hilling. Linz Hilling came to Neon this time because her agency arranged a series of variety shows and advertising shooting work. When she learned that Du Sheng was filming here, she felt itchy and simply made an appointment to relive the old times. For them, the time and place of encounter are not important, what is important is the emotion between them. When they were about to leave, Du Sheng suddenly grabbed Linz Hilling's hand. "Dear, wait a moment." As he said, he leaned forward and gently kissed the ice cream stains on the corner of her mouth. Linz Hilling smiled sweetly, put her back on her neck and gave a passionate kiss. Here in Qujing, they can temporarily put aside their identity as celebrities and enjoy the simple happiness of ordinary lovers. Just as I was immersed in this warmth, Du Sheng's cell phone rang. After answering the phone, Du Sheng's expression became thoughtful. "Sheng, is there anything wrong?" Linz Hilling asked with concern. "I'm going to see an important guest tonight and I may come back later," Du Sheng explained. Linz Hilling smiled gently. "It's okay, go and do it." Du Sheng hugged her in his arms and said in a low voice, "To me, you're very important." Linz Hilling couldn't understand the meaning, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she gently pushed him. Afterwards, she felt the subtle changes of the man and couldn't help but tremble her legs. Du Sheng's return to Qujing this time has another purpose in addition to accompanying Linz Hilling. That is to further open up the road for your future development. This is not only a matter in the music field, but also in the film industry. As a rebirth person, he is very clear about the importance of channels. In order to enable his musical works to achieve higher sales and allow more viewers to see his film works, it is necessary to lay out related channel resources as soon as possible. Although his importance at Sony is becoming increasingly prominent, this advantage is mainly concentrated in Asia. Compared with Sony's top artists in Lighthouse Country, his influence still needs to be improved. It happened that the album Yi Sheng with You attracted the attention of Sony's senior executives. Du Sheng decided to take this opportunity to expand his network. Kyoto Kaii Jade Hall. Speaking of which, Neon originally had no habit of appreciating jade. After the Meiji restoration, jade culture began to spread in neon lights and slowly developed a unique style. When entering the Neon Jade Exhibition Hall, a jade master in an elegant kimono greeted Du Sheng respectfully and led him through a courtyard full of natural elements. The ancient stone lanterns create a peaceful, lonely, fresh, and profound atmosphere. This environment makes people feel as if they are in a secret realm away from the hustle and bustle, and their minds are purified. Before entering the private appreciation room, there is a traditional Chinese screen as a transition, adding to the layering of the space. There is an exquisite landscape painting hanging on the interior wall, and an exquisite bonsai is placed in the corner. Du Sheng never expected that this white man from Lighthouse Kingdom would choose to meet in this place. But since he came, he decided to wait and see. When the waiter served tea to the two of them, Du Sheng and the other side stopped to appreciate and sat back on the sofa. "Mr. Shi Jinj, I didn't expect you to have such an appreciation of Chinese culture," Du Sheng said with a smile. The other party's opinion just now was afraid that he would be ashamed of himself. If he hadn't had the antique appraisal technique, he would have been shaken by the other party. Howard Shi Jinj responded with a sincere smile. "Neon's jade culture has accumulated over thousands of years, and every time I come here, I feel spiritually baptized. Jade culture originated from Chinese. If you are interested, I will take you to experience the real Chinese culture next time," Du Sheng suggested. "Go to the east? Then let's make a decision first." Shi Jinj acted sincerely, but he had his own considerations in his heart. The main purpose of his trip was to contact Sony's senior management, while the others were entertainment-related work. Du Sheng also understood Shi Jinj's thoughts. When a person's ability is strong enough, he will naturally pay attention to others. On the contrary, no matter how much cultural heritage is, it cannot attract the attention of others. Of course, Du Sheng did not come this time to promote Chinese culture. The goal is actually the most powerful person in front of him, who served as president of CBS Broadcasting Group and later joined Sony, Lighthouse Country, to become the top leader in film and television entertainment. Next year, he will be appointed chairman and CEO of Sony Group, becoming the first core successor who is not a Neon member. In a few years, he will ascend to the throne of the entire Sony Group and become the helm of this big ship. Du Sheng and his others knew his future achievements. While the other party had not taken the lead, they naturally hoped to establish contact as soon as possible. After all, Sony is currently one of the four majors in the world, both in the music and film and television industry. "Speaking of this, I've heard about Du's name for you for a long time, and both English singles topped the Billboard charts. Your recent album has even broken this year's Asian record and is known as the most popular Asian man," Shi Jinj said politely. "I don't know when you will release your English album, Sony is looking forward to it." Du Sheng responded with a smile. "Williams, the head of the Sony branch, is indeed looking forward to it." "Mr. Shi Jinj, why are you?" Seeing him smiling meaningfully, Shi Jinj felt thoughtful. "As the chief operating officer of Sony Entertainment Business, I am still a loyal listener, so I am naturally looking forward to your new specialized cooperation." Du Sheng saw that the other party was so round, and his words changed. "Mr. Shi Jinj, my 2 English singles seem to have not been fully paid off." Shi Jinj picked up a piece of exquisite jade and played with it, and said with a smile, You should be aware that Sony, as an international group, will definitely be relatively cumbersome to handle settlement business. This is like appreciating jade, requiring more tolerance." Du Sheng shook his head slightly. "I'm a few weeks late on Neon's single, and now I've received 2 inputs. Sony's music system is different from other large companies. Sony's music business worldwide is mainly controlled by Sony Music Company, Lighthouse Country. Neon Sony's local area is relatively independent." Du Sheng suddenly compared the efficiency of the 2 subsidiaries, which implied some meaning. Shi Jinj's expression remained unchanged and he said with a smile, If you want to get the payment as soon as possible, there is actually a quick form. Let me tell me." Shi Jinj put down the jade and looked directly at Du Sheng and said, "Join our Sony Group." In order to increase his persuasion, he tried to increase his bargaining chips. "You obviously have such outstanding musical abilities, why not focus on this? As long as you agree to sign a 1-year specialty with us, I promise you will get a cutting-edge contract and I will allocate global resources for you to produce your album." After hearing this, Du Sheng smiled without saying a word and said, "A cutting-edge contract, like the pop queen Beyoncé?" Howard Shi Jinj twitched his mouth and said, it seems that you have ideas about the North American music scene. Beyoncé's position in Sony is unique, even on a global scale. Last year, her album Dangerously in Love won the Billboard album chart, and won 5 Grammy Awards for the album. In addition, she also won Columbia with her monopoly position as the True Girls Group. Part of the record shares. What does this guy in front of me mean? And he is also planning to take Sony shares. Du Sheng smiled. If a person doesn't have some dreams, wouldn't he be like an animal? Mr. Shi Jinj, I believe you have a certain understanding of me. I also have a miracle record, so I should work together with you. Before meeting Du Sheng, Shi Jinj had already learned about his situation in detail. I know that the person in front of me not only has developed very successfully, but also has many entertainment-related industries. Such people have the desire for fame and fortune, and generally they will not easily give up their copyright. Shi Jinj just made suggestions tentatively. It would be better if Du Sheng agreed, and it would be fine if he didn't agree. Shi Jinj pretended to be regretful. It's a pity that we can't further strengthen cooperation. Du Sheng smiled slightly, as if he said, Mr. Shi Jinj, I would rather be close comrades with you than being part of Sony. Shi Jinj was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a while, he said, Of course, after all, we have a common ground. Du Sheng waved his hand and took the initiative to clarify. Mr. Shi Jinj, do you know what comrades mean? They just support each other. If you want to become the actual helmsman of the Sony empire, we may be able to provide some help in the coming days. Shi Jinj didn't expect that the person in front of him was so frank and would show up directly if he had a disagreement. He was silent for a while, thinking about the other party's help, and said, Du, I agree with you. People without dreams are like walking corpses. But do you really know the Sony Group? Sony's power has always been controlled by the founder and his chosen ones. This tradition comes from the ninja inheritance of Neon, and the CEO is like the leader of the organization, with thousands of loyal followers. And I can't get the recognition of Neon people. Do you think it is possible to become the helm of this international group? Du Sheng smiled after hearing this, at least Shi Jinj no longer concealed it from him. Mr. Shi Jinj, what you are talking about is that in the past, wasn't this inheritance method broken by Shen Zi from the well last year? There will be a second such thing. In order to maintain his power, the current Sony helmsman Shinji Izui fired Motora, which caused the group to lose more than $100 million. No new president has been selected so far, and the power has been retained. Motorola was promoted by the former helmsman, Dai Dianxiang. In recent years, Sony has been fighting internal factions, and Motorola's dismissal is just a microcosm. Shi Jinj was invited by Shen Zi, who was personally invited by him, and his faction was obvious. Du Sheng knew very well that Yamato Dianxiang's people would be completely wiped out, and he also made international news due to bribery, so he directly chose the winner. Shi Jinj, as a close confidant of Shin Zi of Ike, you have been selected as a member of the board of directors. As long as you can lead Sony Film and Television's acquisition of MGM Film and expand the Sony Music, Lighthouse Country, market, everything is possible. After hearing this, Shi Jinj thought about it. Is it really possible for him to succeed as the president of the group or even replace Shen Zi of Jing? Du, I admit that the vision you portray is good, but I just took over the business of Sony in Lighthouse Country and I have no ability to promote such a huge merger and acquisition case. Founded in 1924, MGM, one of the 8 major Hollywood film companies, has had a hard time recently. In other words, in recent years, all the other films it has invested in have failed. Especially the war blockbuster The Wind Whisperer that spent a huge amount of money to be auctioned the year before last failed in the box office. The company's senior executives were forced to resign, and MGM was also placed on the auction stand. Sony Film and Television, Providence Capital, Texas, etc. have ideas about it and are expected to form a Capital Bureau acquisition. But these are still insiders, and outsiders don't know at all. Shi Jinj was surprised how Du Sheng knew, so he used excuses. Du Sheng shook his head slightly. Mr. Shi Jinj, it's boring to say this. Sony Film and Television is the most fierce battle between Shinzi of Izumi and Yamato Dianxiang. If I were from Shinzi, I would definitely promote this project and achieve a stunning result. As his confidant, how to clear the obstacles left by Yamato Dianxiang so that he cannot openly object is the issue you need to consider the most at present. Shi Jinj could no longer hide his surprise. Because he had just had a private conversation with Shinzi Izui, who revealed his intention to acquire MGM and let him win over several allies. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. MGM owns so many blockbuster copyrights, and its superstars are gathered and can be sold for billions of dollars at will. Although Sony Group has a big business, it cannot draw such a large amount of money even through leverage. If you can draw it out, you will be rejected by Yamato Dianxiang. Therefore, winning over allies to form group mergers and acquisitions is the best solution. Shi Jinj did not expect such a secret to be so accurate by Du Sheng. Does this guy have any ideas? Du Sheng gently shook the teacup in his hand and said with a hint of teasing tone. Mr. Shi Jinj, I don't think you want to be the next Carlos, right? Of course Shi Jinj knew the name Carlos. Since Sony and Ericsson jointly established Sony Communications, Carlos has served as CEO. But because he was not familiar with the electronics business, the two executives dismissed him, and Andrew, who was pushed up by Yamato Dianxiang to serve as the president of the group, was even more disdainful of him. Therefore, Carlos was directly undermined, and Sony's light was always in a loss-making state. Du Sheng's words were very clear. If Shi Jinj cannot stabilize the situation within a year, even if he can take over as the president of the group, he will at most be another invisible person. Moreover, it is unknown whether he can be trusted by Shinzi from the Ike. Shi Jinj restrained his hypocritical smile and carefully examined the Oriental man. Before this, no matter how famous Du Sheng was in Asia, even if he won the title of King of Fighting, it would be the same for him. But the other party's opinion just now means that he has a clear understanding of Sony's current situation and the difficulties Shi Jinj is facing. This made Shi Jinj really pay attention to Du Sheng. Chapter 500 Eat the Bloody Buns. Du, your analysis is indeed eye-opening. If you follow your inference, how can you break the deadlock in the face of this situation? Shi Jinj is experienced and has not made any statement easily. Du Sheng knew that this person was still hiding and did not have enough trust. After all, what he said just now was just a reason and failed to bring any practical help to Shi Jinj. To establish a partnership, Shi Jinj must be made to recognize his own value. Du Sheng continued. Mr. Shi Jinj, based on your past experience, it is correct to let you focus on the two major areas of music and film and television. Seeing the other party nodding, he continued. Sony Pictures has been losing money for a long time, and you have enough reason to reform. With your years of experience and personal resources, I believe that the promotion of mergers and acquisitions can still be passed. It just depends on your ability to win over enough funds. In addition, Andrew, who was temporarily promoted to the position of president by Yamato Dianxiang, is currently in charge of Sony Music, which is also the real challenge you face. Du, you have a good analysis. No one can defeat this vision. Shi Jinj smiled slightly. No matter how about M&A, why is Andrew and I not compatible? After all, we have known each other for many years. Du Sheng laughed and said. Mr. Shi Jinj, just cheat outsiders, don't even cheat yourself. You should be very clear about what Andrew was pushed to the stage by Yamato Dianxiang. Shinzi, the Izui group, wanted to completely control Sony, but the president's function would not be taken back? Or, are you only willing to become Jing Shenzi's puppet? Shi Jinj applauded, and I have to say that the real monster in front of me. Du, I'm really curious how you analyzed it so thoroughly, but that's not the point. The point is, what help can you help me if you want to be a partner? The reason why he was willing to admit it was mainly because he suddenly remembered that the person in front of him could not be described as a star. Adding up all the other parties' high-quality assets can get hundreds of millions of dollars with a mortgage loan alone. Hearing Shi Jin's shouted partner, Du Sheng knew that he had finally won the other party's recognition. Shi Jin, if you want to kick Andrew, you must first achieve results, establish prestige, and prove that you have the ability to replace Andrew, so that you can win the support of others. And I am the first person who can help you achieve results. Shi Jin heard something and raised his eyebrows. You mean? Du Sheng snapped his fingers and smiled confidently. That's right, if you promote the MGM acquisition plan, I will be the first to respond to the MGM short of a partner. MGM currently estimates that it is $5 billion, and we can get at least 10% of your share for you. In his previous life, Sony joined forces with Providence Capital, Texas Pacific Group, Star Media, and DLJ Commercial Bank to complete the acquisition of MGM. However, although Sony is the main promoter at the front, it only holds 20% of the shares, and Providence Capital has the largest share, reaching 29%. Shi Jin looked at the confident young man and said with a squinted eye, "This is $500 million, can you really take it out?" Du Sheng kept smiling. "I believe that your promotion of this plan is not a wholly owned acquisition, but a leverage method of taking on debts. Interstellar Media, can still afford this little money and bear this risk. The acquisition will be implemented as soon as next year." The reason why he wanted to join the game at the risk of MGM's bankruptcy was naturally of purpose. First, you can plan for the North American film and television market, and your own films will be released outside without having to be exploited. Second, prevent Chinese movies from being rejected and take back the commanding heights of moral propaganda. Third, MGM was last acquired by Amazon, with a bid of $8.5 billion. Even if you don't want it at that time, you can earn hundreds of millions of dollars by just one trip. This kind of business will be better. Shi Jin had to admit that the other party was really prescient and courageous, and nodded and said, "In terms of film and television, I admit that you are good at it, and I also agree with the cooperation. So, what about entertainment? Speaking of this," he added, "I know you are the first Asian singer to sell more than 2 million albums this year, and your talent and ability need not be questioned. But the current world is dominated by the West, and English songs are the mainstream. No matter how popular you are in Asia, any artist you can get can achieve this sales." Du Sheng smiled. "Mr. Shi Jin, you also know that on Sony Music you are not as good as Andrew in all aspects. And, who said I only know how to operate the Asian market? My next album will be an English album, and the goal is to enter the North American market." After hearing this, Shi Jin finally became a little interested. But in this regard, he was still skeptical. After all, Asian singers have never achieved significant results in North America or Europe. Although Du Sheng's 2 English songs released before were on the top of the Billboard, they were Chinese with yellow skin after all, and their publicity was not dominant, and they could not solve the problem of lack of succession. Since Du Sheng is here, how could he be unprepared? He handed over a USB flash drive and said, "Mr. Shi Jin, music has no borders. It can cross audio-visual, race and skin color, and touch people's hearts with singing alone. These are a few short songs I have recorded, you might as well listen to them first." Shi Jin took the USB flash drive and thought to himself that this person is really preparing for the cycle. He asked someone to use it as a playback device and put on his headphones and listen carefully. Du Sheng did not interfere, but was just appreciating the jade. He admitted that the other party said it was right, that it was inevitable that yellow people were discriminated against in North America. But there is a barbaric skill that can break any racial prejudice. The few songs he gave were all the main levels that could become popular. Under Sony's promotion, it is impossible to bury unless the audience is collectively deaf. Shi Jin listened to "Let Me Love You," feeling the sweet and bitter emotions. The melody was catchy and very eye-catching. He thinks this song is no faster than Baby, and he can enter the top 5 of the Billboard at the worst. Next is You're Beautiful. The melody of this song is simple and moving, the lyrics are affectionate and also very outstanding. James Blunt, A Previous Life, got his shot with this. The first 2 lyrical songs have made him believe that even without Sony's promotion, they can rely on word of mouth to spread. The third song, Bad Day, touched him even more. Because of the light rhythm and beautiful melody, it describes people's feelings when encountering difficulties and setbacks in life, which is very easy to resonate with the audience. When the 3 songs were played, Shi Jinj hurriedly took off his headphones and asked excitedly, "Is there any more?" Du Sheng asked back, "Are these 3 songs enough to prove it?" "Enough. It's enough to prove it. But you've lifted my appetite. Dear Du, you are simply a musical freak." Shi Jinj loves music very much and has been an executive of Sony Music for 8 years. He said excitedly, "You shouldn't be doing boxing and filming at all. It's really a failure to let God down on you. You should devote all your energy to music." As an industry veteran who has struggled from the bottom, he was full of surprise after recognizing Du Sheng. Just as he opened his mouth like this, he swept away the leisurely atmosphere of the Jade Museum. Du Sheng smiled. "Mr. Shi Jinj, tell you the truth. I have 9 songs in this album, and each song is not lower than this level." "Real? All these will be released sooner or later, can I need to lie?" In order to trace back to these English songs, Du Sheng spent 2 LV3/Blue skills. It is a bit conservative to say 9 songs, but it is unnecessary to say too much, so as not to scare the other party. Shi Jinj originally thought that the 3 songs handed over by Du Sheng were the main tracks, but he didn't expect that all of them were included in the album. At this time, his view of Du Sheng had completely changed. Talent can indeed break the deadlock. Especially when this talent can be transformed into huge economic benefits. Shi Jinj asked again, "Are you sure you want to put all songs of this level on the basket?" In his career, no singer has ever put so many of his main points on an album. This is so fucking explosive. Each album has 23 songs, and at least 3 big-selling albums can be released. Isn't this better? Is this not what you expected? Du Sheng smiled and threw the problem back. Shi Jinj laughed and stretched out his hand and said, "Du. I wish us a happy cooperation." For Shi Jinj, this is indeed the best result. 9 main-level King albums will undoubtedly cause a sensation and shock the entire music scene. This will help him quickly open up the situation and win the position of president with his strength. "Du, your album is a gift from heaven to me." Du Sheng looked at Shi Jinj, who had pretended to behave before, and now he was full of praise. Society is so realistic, only with enough strength can we win the respect of others. Shi Jinj suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, when will you be recording this album?" Du Sheng thought for a while and said, "It will be September at the earliest, and it will basically be completed within 1 month." Shi Jinj was even happier after hearing this. He is most afraid that Du Sheng will take several months to make an album like some people who are sucking and sucking. What are your suggestions about album release? Shi Jinj, since we are already partners, what do you have to say directly? Isn't it natural for partners to help each other? Du Sheng smiled slightly and maintained a close attitude. Because the person in front of him will firmly control the Sony empire in the next 8 years. Shi Jinj was very satisfied with Du Sheng's attitude. Now it seems that at least he is not as difficult as some weird artists. Haha, then I'll just tell you. I hope you can respond as soon as I promote the acquisition of MGM. In addition, I plan to attack Andrew at the end of the year, just to use your album to hit the top. What do you think? Shi Jinj finally told Jing Shenzi's plan for him. This also verifies Du Sheng's prediction of future development. He smiled at his newly made partners and responded politely. "As you wish, respected Mr. Sony President." Du Sheng also stood up, smiled and reached out to shake him. The latter suddenly laughed heartily, feeling a sense of joy in the future in confusion. In a state of happiness, Shi Jinj couldn't help but mention his opponent more. I was a little confident in dealing with Andrew's sexual harassment incident before. Du Sheng didn't care about the grudges and hatreds of these people. He just hopes that by supporting Shi Jinj's promotion as soon as possible, he will no longer have any worries in the global distribution channels in the next few years, whether in the music or the film industry. Now it seems that the progress is quite good. Next year, I am expected to take a big step into the North American entertainment industry. Click. Congratulations to Du Sheng and Xiao Chun for completing the filming. After Du Sheng returned to the crew, he filmed for 2 consecutive days and finally finished filming Initial D. With Lu Wei's order, the entire crew celebrated. Although this filming only lasted for 1 month, there was still no one else to travel around Xiangjiang and Neon. Zhuang Wenqiang personally came to the 2 of them with a bouquet of flowers. Thank you all this time, Du Sheng, I'll work together next time. Haha, it's easy to say. After the filming was completed, after having a final banquet with Fukada Kyoko and others, Du Sheng had to rush back to the mainland. The second album of Girls' Generation is about to be launched, and he has to go back and take care of it anyway. When parting, the little girl Fukada Kyoko was still reluctant to leave, but she was persuaded to return by Yukawa Sakurako, who came to visit the set. Brother Sheng is in a hurry. We will cooperate together when he comes next time. Be sure to take him down. Fukada Kyoko didn't know what she thought of, and her face turned red and encouraged herself. It's definitely okay. Next time Sister Yingzi, please hold his hands. Jingzi and I will work together to force him to lose sight of each other. After waiting at the airport for nearly half an hour, Du Sheng and Lin's Hilling finally heard the notice of boarding. Next, he will go to Bay City to attend the celebration of Sony's Asian sales of V Sheng with you exceeding 2.5 million. Lin's Hilling happened to return again, so she just went along the way. Fortunately, the process from boarding to takeoff was quite smooth, with no additional delays. When the plane flew smoothly, a flight attendant seemed a little hesitant. After walking back and forth in the first-class cabin several times, I finally raised the courage to come to Du Sheng. Because requiring passengers to sign at work is a violation of aviation regulations. If reported, she may face punishment or even lose her job. Therefore, the flight attendant seemed very hesitant. Du Sheng noticed her nervousness, signed her with a smile, and acted very kindly. He was not Kimura Takia, so he signed the autograph for fans and turned around and complained to the flight attendant for sexual disturbance. After the flight attendant got the signature, he thanked him repeatedly and left with satisfaction. A young man sitting opposite noticed this scene and asked in Mandarin with a local accent, "Are you a harbor star? It's very well known in the mainland." He speaks weakly, which gives people the feeling of insufficient energy. And the accent has obvious regional characteristics. Because Du Sheng was accustomed to pretending to be a little disguised, the other party asked this question. The flight attendant recognized him through the passenger list. This period of time is quite busy, and Du Sheng originally planned to take a break. Hearing this, he looked at the young man sideways. The broad forehead and a square face are slightly fat, giving people a feeling of Maitreya Buddha. Du Sheng felt a little surprised. Recently, it seemed that he could always meet some well-known people on the plane. The last time I went to Xiangjiang to reshoot the indoor shot of Initial D, I met the CEO of Hang Seng Bank. Now sitting opposite him is Chen Qianqiao, who is about to become the richest man in the mainland. Shanda Company was listed on Nasdaq in April this year and is currently in a stage of rapid expansion, which is also the most glorious period for Chen Qian's overseas Chinese career. Recently, he should have gone to Neon to discuss game business, but he went to Wancheng to find another one? Du Sheng replied with a smile and said, "No, it's just a little actor from the mainland." Seeing Du Sheng's attitude casually, Chen Qianqiao said with some enthusiasm. Young people should not be too modest. Knowing each other may bring unexpected results. Our new game is just in need of a spokesperson, and your temperament and form sound good. Chen Qianqiao is now as famous as Ma Feng and Ma Hua, and is known as the trendsetter in the internet era. Shanda Network, which he founded, not only created a legend of the era, but also made him a lot of money with the game legend. At the age of 32, he is about to reach the top of the richest man this year with a net worth of 8.8 billion yuan. His tone of speaking at this moment naturally brought out a hint of self-sentence trust and straightforward. When he boarded the plane just now, he noticed the young man in front of him. It is difficult to be unaware of the tall figure and outstanding temperament of a chicken. Especially after witnessing the frequent attention of people around him, he became more convinced of his judgment. Du Sheng did not have much opinion on Chen Qianqiao. In recent years, mainland rich people have made their mark on the international stage, which is a good thing. But it can't help but some people are clearly eating Eastern food, but their elbows are about to turn out. After they made money in the country, they turned around and transferred the gold and silver overseas. For example, Chen Qianqiao became a domestic rich man by relying on the game industry, but suddenly donated a huge amount of 700 million yuan to overseas. As soon as the news came out, public opinion was in an uproar. People accused him of forgetting his roots and fooding his roots and so on. Du Sheng knew that this was a sentence of the title, so he didn't respond. As for the spokesperson of Shanda Games, he remembers that Lu Yan, known as the national sexy goddess, stood on stage for a legendary world. Yang Cheiyu also endorsed the Warriors of Light, which greatly increased the popularity of the game. The assistant sitting next to Chen Qianqiao seemed to recognize Du Sheng and Lin's Hilling, and then whispered a few words to the boss. After Chen Qianqiao learned of the identities of the two, he seemed quite calm and introduced himself. I am Chen Qianqiao from Shanda Company. I wonder if Mr. Du is interested in becoming the spokesperson for our legend game. Lin's Hilling showed a little surprise when she heard Chen Qianqiao's introduction, and obviously she had heard of Shanda Company. But she is not familiar with Chen Qianqiao personally. After all, the latest Huron Rich list has not been released yet, and Chen Qianqiao's fame has not yet reached the level that it was later. Du Sheng took off the blindfold and said with a smile. Thanks to Mr. Chen for the invitation, but endorsement matters are usually handled by my agent. Chen Qianqiao heard Du Sheng's polite rejection, so he stopped insisting. He signaled his assistant to hand over a gold stamping card and said lightly. Since we have met, if you have any needs in the future, please feel free to contact us. Du Sheng took the business card and nodded to express his gratitude. As the plane landed at the airport, Chen Qianqiao and his group left first. Du Sheng got into Lin's Hilling's assistant's car, and the latter said, the Mr. Chen just now gave people a bit of a high-ranking feeling. Lin's Hilling is not interested in games, but only knows that Legend of Sword and Fairy adapted by her own man is well known in the game circle. But I don't know what Chen Qianqiao is doing. Du Sheng smiled and said unconcernedly. Chen Qianqiao is now worth billions and is about to become the richest man in the mainland. When you manage such a huge business and wealth, your speaking will naturally have a sense of majesty. Lin's Hilling snorted. So what if you become the richest man? None of the people who were rated as the richest man did not eat human blood steamed buns.